You are listening to the story at Manga Explained 2, where your Ike will always be respected. Hope you enjoy listening to the story. Summary: the younger generation, in particular, idolized Lin Yu. All non-believers in the world had become blood slaves to the Blood Clan and were ultimately sacrificed. The power of faith that originally came from them was lost, and though it decreased significantly, the remaining portion was purer than before. For Lin Yu, the effect was even better. The power of faith could stabilize the soul world and slightly raise the soul level, but its effect wasn't immense. It was more of a nice to have bonus. However, as one of the fundamental powers of the human race, the power of faith certainly had its unique aspects, though he had not yet discovered how to properly utilize it. And Tears didn't understand it either. After all, it was a dragon, not a human. Lin Yu quickly entered the deep space. In the deep space, there was no need to distinguish directions. One only had to follow the density of the elements. The more dangerous the place, the denser the elements. Elements were the best guide in the deep space. The place Lin Yu wanted to go, the god burial ground, was the battlefield of the Great War of the past. Countless gods were buried there, along with many god-level professionals of the human race and powerful invaders from beyond. That place was undoubtedly of a high level, and the elements there were sure to be dense. The Great War of that era was so fierce that mid-tier god-level professionals were mere cannon fodder, while high-tier god-level professionals were the main fighting force. The truly powerful experts were at the demigod and super god levels. Only those at the super god level could shatter the deep space itself. From a distance, Lin Yu saw two mountains, both incredibly majestic, covering a vast area. From afar, though they were just two mountains, they looked no smaller than a mountain range. There were no clouds in the deep space, so the peaks were clearly visible. Both mountains were tens of thousands of meters high. The strangest thing was that one of the peaks was as flat as the ground. Lin Yu flew up to an altitude of 10,000 meters to look down. This flatness was highly unusual. One of the peaks was a true plateau, as smooth as a mirror, which was extremely abnormal. Looking closer, Lin Yu's expression immediately turned serious. These were not two mountains, but one. Next to the flat-topped mountain was the very peak that had been cut off. An ancient scene appeared in Lin Yu's mind. The mountain had been sliced in two by a peerless swordsman. The original peak had fallen from where it was severed, landing beside it. Because it was so massive, it looked like two separate mountains at first glance. The diameter of the severed face of the mountain was over 5,000 meters. What kind of power would it take to sever such a mountain with a single sword strike? Based on Lin Yu's understanding of the super god level, the power of a first-tier super god was definitely not enough. It would require at least a fifth or sixth-tier super god. The water god had once told Lin Yu that she had reached the super god level, but not which stage. Recalling it now, it was probably not as simple as a mere first-tier super god. Lin Yu flew to the flat top of the mountain. Standing there, he could still feel the sword kai, and the laws hidden within it. The laws were filled with a sharp aura, similar to the laws of the metal element. So many years had passed, yet the laws remained. It was truly powerful. Lin Yu walked forward and soon saw a stone tablet. He had seen this tablet from the air and had descended to inspect it. The characters carved on the tablet were bold and unrestrained. Here, with one sword, the Sovereign slew a third-tier super god of the insectoid race. This tablet is erected as a memorial. Signed, Sword Sovereign of the human race. He had never heard the name Sword Sovereign, but looking at the calligraphy, he could guess that this person was magnanimous and straightforward. In the Great War of the past, he must have been an incredibly powerful existence. Lin Yu gently touched the characters on the tablet, as if he could see the great battle of that era. Back then, the wild beasts and the insectoid race had invaded this world, sparking a great war with the gods and humans. At that time, the world had countless experts. Even though they were schemed against, they managed to stabilize the situation. Then, the world will restore the world's power, accelerating the growth of countless talented experts. Coupled with Antares' support from behind the scenes, they finally achieved victory. Countless experts fell, gods had either died or went into slumber, and even the world fell into a deep sleep, depleting the world's power. This led to a gap between generations of professionals, which is why the current human race was so weak. Afterward, the demons of the abyss, the Dragon Clan, and the Blood Clan took turns trying to take advantage. They didn't know that with Antares here, no one could take this world away. Antares was like the final guardian, protecting the world steadfastly. Besides Lin Yu, very few knew this. It was estimated that the outsiders didn't know either. Otherwise they wouldn't have caused so much trouble. With Antares here, all their efforts were in vain. But why Antares guarded this world, no one knew. Antares kept its mouth shut, refusing to say a word. Leaving the stone tablet, Lin Muyu continued to fly forward. Just beyond the mountain peak, he saw a colossal corpse. The corpse was over 1,000 meters long, cut into 2 segments. Besides this wound, there were no other injuries on its body. This must be the 3rd-tier super god of the insectoid race slain by the sword sovereign. After thousands of years, the corpse had not decayed, and still emitted a terrifying aura. Super gods were truly powerful. Lin Muyu deduced that the sword sovereign's single strike had not only severed the mountain but also the insectoid expert hidden behind it. The sword kai had cut it in 2, and the immense sword kai had also destroyed its chance of resurrection, killing it completely. Lin Muyu was about to leave when he suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing. He pointed a hand at the corpse of the insectoid expert. Spell, Undead Revival. As the spell activated, Lin Muyu could clearly feel that it contained the laws of immortality. This represented the death aspect of the immortal laws, carrying a special chance of resurrection. It was not a normal life force, but a spark of life within death. A soft sound echoed, and the super god of the insectoid race, dead for 1,000 years, began to regenerate its flesh and blood, its body rejoining. A 3rd-tier super god of the insectoid race, dead for millennia, its flesh and blood dissipated. Its soul annihilated, leaving only a shell, should have had no chance of revival. But under the miraculous effect of the undead revival spell and the wonders of the immortal laws, it was miraculously brought back to life. Its flesh and blood regenerated rapidly, and the wound where the sword sovereign had cut it in 2 began to automatically reconnect. Its aura grew stronger and stronger, and in an instant, there were no visible wounds on its exterior. Its massive body, thousands of meters long, had dozens of pairs of large, sharp, serrated insect legs. Its entire body radiated a strange legal aura. Lin Muyu had felt a similar law for Antares. This was a law of the power system, without elemental factors, purely for physical attacks, capable of significantly increasing strength. When it completed its regeneration, Lin Muyu knew its existence time was 10 days, no more, no less. The duration of a resurrected being's existence depended on his own soul level. The higher his soul level, the longer the resurrected subject would exist. With his current soul level of 95, allowing a resurrected subject to exist for 10 days was quite good. Previously, when undead revival was just a skill, the duration was only 1 day, now it had increased tenfold. Lin Muyu was very satisfied. The aura of a 3rd-tier supergod filled the air, the immense presence forming an invisible storm of pressure that spread everywhere. This was the first time Lin Muyu had truly felt the power of a 3rd-tier supergod. It far surpassed the Dragon Emperor and the Demon Emperor, who were near demigods. If the Dragon Emperor were to fight it, even with the giant dragon axe and the formation beads, he would be defeated in an instant. A near demigod was still not a true god. There was a fundamental difference between the two, let alone this 1,000-meter long giant insect that had reached the 3rd-tier super god level. Master, a simple consciousness was transmitted to him. Undead revival could retain the memories of the resurrected subject, but their thoughts were completely altered, single-mindedly obeying Lin Muyu. His command was the highest order. Even if Lin Muyu wanted it to die, it would not hesitate. Lin Muyu suddenly thought of asking it about the Great War of the Gods. After all, it had experienced it, and belonged to the insectoid race. Lin Muyu was also very curious about what kind of existence the insectoid race was. Can you speak? Lin Muyu asked. It didn't react, which meant either it couldn't hear, or it didn't understand. Lin Muyu thought for a moment, and switched to using the language of the soul. The language of the soul was a universal language, free from language barriers. It was communication at the soul level, solving the problem of language proficiency between races. What is your name? Lin Muyu asked with the language of the soul. Master, Lin Muyu received another simple consciousness, just one word. Lin Muyu frowned. Besides a master, what else do you know? Master, it was still the same simple consciousness. After a while, Lin Muyu realized that the creature couldn't communicate. His expression gradually became serious. A mighty 3rd-tier super god expert was unable to communicate. This meant it might just be a tool of war. A war tool doesn't need consciousness. It only needs to know how to receive and follow orders. Previously, the water god had suspected that the invading wild beasts and insectoid race were just pawns. Based on what he saw now, Lin Muyu came to a similar conclusion, though he couldn't be entirely sure. It was also possible that the undead revival spell caused this result. Open your soul world, Lin Muyu commanded. He wanted to enter its soul world himself to see what he could find. The insectoid had become his resurrected subject. Although it couldn't communicate normally, It had no problem executing simple commands. Lin Muyu entered its soul world smoothly. Compared to his own soul world, its soul world was much smaller and extremely monotonous. Inside, apart from the soul body, there was only a single stellar spell. Its soul body looked exactly like its physical form, an insect. Lin Muyu wanted to use his consciousness to enter the opponent's soul and directly retrieve his memories. This method was simple and brutal, and would cause great damage to the soul. But it didn't matter. This was just an insect that had been dead for many years, temporarily revived under the influence of a spell. With his level 95 soul, Lin Muyu couldn't probe the soul of a third-tier super god expert. The opponent's soul was countless times stronger than his and could easily crush his fragile soul. But now it was just a resurrected being, and Lin Muyu had absolute control over it. Lin Muyu's will entered the insect's soul, searching for its memories. When he entered its soul, his vision suddenly changed. He saw a net, a colossal net. This net was dense and layered, its complexity unprecedented. Just looking at it made Lin Muyu feel dizzy. He was just a tiny dot on this vast net. At the center of the net, an eye suddenly lit up and looked towards Lin Muyu. Such audacity, to dare to spy on my race. You deserve to die. A terrifying and dreadful energy surged towards him. Lin Muyu sensed mortal danger, and immediately withdrew from the giant net. He reacted quickly enough, but still took some impact. His soul felt waves of throbbing pain, as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and his whole body felt dazed. It was terrifying. Lin Muyu felt like he had just survived a disaster. The opponent's attack was too powerful. He felt like an ant facing a towering mountain. There was no comparison. The opponent could easily crush him. What was this net? And what was that eye? A race. What kind of race was it? A series of questions arose. At this moment, the resurrected insect beside him suddenly trembled. Spy of my race, die. The voice of the soul echoed, and the insect suddenly charged at Lin Muyu. Its body radiated a powerful legal aura, its legs turning into blades, wanting to shred him to pieces. Lin Muyu was not flustered. With a thought, the immortal legal aura erupted from the resurrected being's body. He had absolute control over it. The charging insect suddenly stopped in mid-air, then exploded into countless pieces of flesh. The bone armor lit up, blocking the fragments. Lin Muyu fell into deep thought. The resurrected being was still being controlled, and the final soul voice clearly indicated that the opponent's consciousness had reached this place. Lin Muyu didn't know where the opponent's main body was, but it was certainly very far away. Its consciousness had transcended the limits of space, arriving here in an instant. This ability alone was not something an ordinary expert could do. Was it because it was too powerful? Or was it a special ability of its race? Whether it was the complex, three-dimensional net he saw or the opponent suddenly seizing control of the resurrected being, both left Lin Muyu deeply shocked. The races in the Great World each had their own characteristics. As long as they could survive in the Great World, no race was weak. Lin Muyu no longer dared to be careless. It seemed that even his resurrected beings were not absolutely safe. A skeletal dragon flew out from the clouds, carrying a massive presence. The silver-white immortal flames on its body burned fiercely, and the laws of immortality covered the heavens and earth, clashing with the elemental laws. Countless skeletal dragons descended from the sky and slaughtered the elemental giants. Lin Muyu didn't use his other undead, not even the Lich generals. The number of skeletal dragons participating was only about the same as the elemental giants. This was the first real combat for the skeletal dragons after they had become a spell, a good opportunity to test their practical combat abilities. The skeletal dragons spewed dragon's breath, thick with the laws of immortality, crushing the elemental laws as easily as crushing tofu. From level 96 onwards, laws became the primary method of attack. In various spell attacks, if they did not contain laws, their power would be much weaker. Affected by the curse runes of the Great World, Lin Muyu's spells couldn't carry external laws, which had a certain impact. Fortunately, the spells themselves contained laws, and extremely powerful ones at that. Looking back now, the laws of immortality were much more demanding than imagined. These elemental laws were nothing before the laws of immortality. Lin Muyu watched and analyzed. The laws of immortality were indeed strong enough, far surpassing the elemental laws. The 8-star spell also provided a significant boost to the skeletal dragons. Under the combination of both, the power of the skeletal dragons far exceeded that of elemental giants of the same level. Antares had said that the skeletal dragons had a level 98 attack power. It seemed to be true. The skeletal dragons were about 100 meters in size, but were beating the elemental giants to the point of being defenseless. Under the dragon's breath, the elemental giants fell in an instant. An elemental giant roared in anger, charging forward like a tall mountain. With a few loud rumbles, it knocked away the skeletal dragons blocking its path. It was a demigod. Its power far surpassed the other elemental giants, and also surpassed the skeletal dragons. However, the skeletal dragons were affected by a talent that allowed them to share damage with other undead. Although they were no match for the elemental giant leader in terms of combat power, it was almost impossible for it to kill a skeletal dragon. A thought flashed in Lin Yuyu's mind, and a large number of undead legions appeared, 3 types of skeletons and death knights, 1,000 of each, along with the Lich General, plus the previous 1,000 plus skeletal dragons, forming an undead army. This army was commanded by the Lich General. The Lich General waved its giant staff, casting its spell. A gray light flashed, and the entire undead legion was instantly enhanced. Then, they began to slaughter the elemental giants. That's right, it was a slaughter. With the participation of the Lich General, the battle immediately turned into a one-sided massacre. The brutal combat power of the undead legion was on full display. The elemental giants were quickly dealt with, and Lin Yuyu received a large amount of soul power. The 9-color dragon soul crystal became busy, constantly devouring the external soul power, then purifying and refining it before releasing it to his soul body. All those killed were level 97 elemental giants, and his experience rose rapidly. Lin Yuyu frowned. It seemed he couldn't just kill indiscriminately, he had to control his experience gain. Gaining experience too quickly wasn't necessarily a good thing. He needed to unlock his talents before reaching the god level. Otherwise, once he reached level 90, the gate to the talent world would gradually close, and the entrance he had painstakingly opened would disappear. It would be very difficult to create talents then. All 3 of his talents were extremely important. His current level of development was inseparable from them. In an instant, the elemental giants were slaughtered clean, leaving only the giant leader still resisting. However, under the siege of the undead legion, it couldn't hold out for long. With the maximum enhancement from the Lich General, even a skeletal dragon had combat power comparable to it. At most, 10 skeletal dragons were enough to fight it, let alone an entire undead legion. Under the siege, the elemental giant leader had no chance to escape, and was surrounded and killed in just 2 minutes. Lin Yuyu looked at his experience bar. This one battle had increased his experience by 15. His current experience was at 25. A few more battles, and he could reach level 89. He couldn't continue leveling up like this. He had to leave more room. For the rest of the journey, he would avoid fights if he could. Lin Yuyu planned to go to the god burial ground first to check the situation. There would surely be great battles waiting there. Following the death of the elemental giants, the originally dense elemental aura gradually weakened. The reason this area had such a dense elemental aura was because of this group of elemental giants. Lin Yuyu threw a ball of immortal flame. The flame exploded in mid-air, turning into countless sparks that fell onto the bodies of the elemental giants. The just slain elemental giants were revived in the immortal flames, becoming his resurrected subjects. The elemental aura that had just weakened became dense again. With Lin Yuyu's current soul level, the resurrected could exist for 10 days. Moreover, after becoming resurrected, their power would reach their peak state when they were alive, becoming even stronger. Unfortunately, they could not enjoy the comprehensive link talent. Compared to the undead legion, their survivability was much weaker. Go find the way, find the god burial ground, Lin Yuyu ordered. The elemental giants immediately rushed off in all directions. Each one was a level 97 existence, massive in size and moving quickly. Lin Yuyu sent them to scout. Not to be aggressive. Even if they were killed along the way, he wouldn't feel it was a pity. They weren't his own summons, just resurrected subjects that could exist for 10 days. Strictly speaking, they were just cannon fodder. Lin Yuyu continued in another direction. He moved very quickly, crossing this land in an instant. The sound of rushing water echoed from afar, and the water element in the air became increasingly dense. A river or a great river. Based on the sound, Lin Yuyu guessed it was a great river. And the sudden increase in the water element also proved it. The sound of water grew louder and louder, then roared in his ears. Lin Yuyu realized something was wrong. The sound of the water was increasing too quickly. It seemed that not only was he approaching it, but it was also approaching him. Lin Yuyu stopped, but the sound of water continued to increase. A great river appeared before his eyes. The river was at least 30 meters wide, and its length Lin Yuyu was amazed. He didn't expect the river to be so long. Within his line of sight, it had a head and a tail, stretching about 500,600 meters. It was rushing towards him with the sound of roaring water. A great river with a head and a tail that could move freely. This situation was too bizarre. Lin Yuyu had never encountered it before. Without making contact, he flew up and hovered in the air. The great river flowed past where he had been standing, rushing into the distance. Where it passed, a deep trench was carved into the earth, forming a channel. Looking down from above, he could see that this was indeed a great river, and a mobile one at that. There were no monsters inside it. The world was vast, and anything could happen. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh, thinking of Antares' words. Antares had once said that in the deep space, one shouldn't be surprised by anything they see. The world was vast with countless races, and any miracle could happen. Lin Yu finally understood the meaning of this sentence. What kind of monster was this moving river? At this moment, the great river was about to disappear from his sight. Suddenly, Lin Yu saw a sleeping monster awakened by the river. The monster carried a clear legal aura, not weak at all. But the surging river immediately swallowed the monster. Then there was nothing. The monster disappeared without a trace. The great river stopped for half a minute before moving on again. It was truly strange. At this time, a dark cloud flew over at an extremely fast speed. The dark cloud rolled in with terrifying speed, at least 1,000 miles per second, arriving in front of him in an instant, followed by a deafening roar. This was not a dark cloud at all, but was formed by countless dark, strange birds. After the roar, their number was so large that they blotted out the sky. Impossible to count. These strange birds didn't bother Lin Yu, but he didn't want to kill them now. He could kill them any time. The urgent matter was to find the god burial ground. The wings of the undead vibrated, soul power flowed, and Lin Yu vanished in an instant. The strange birds arrived, but couldn't find any trace of him. After screeching and circling for a while, they gave up. They formed into a dark cloud again, and flew into the distance. The wings of the undead broke the soul lock, allowing for an instantaneous teleportation over tens of thousands of meters. In less than a day in the deep space, he had encountered one strange thing after another. This place was indeed fraught with danger, not safe at all. The monsters Lin Yu encountered could basically destroy high-level gods from level 96 and above. Without demigod-level strength, it was truly difficult to even take a step here. In the deep space, the more elements there were, the more dangerous it was. God-level experts who entered the deep space all headed in the direction with fewer elements, which was relatively safer. Lin Yu stood at an altitude of thousands of meters, receiving the information transmitted back by the elemental giants. During this time, the resurrected elemental giants had traveled a very long distance, also awakening countless sleeping monsters. Some elemental giants were intercepted, besieged, and died again. Some were chased by a group of monsters, relentlessly pursued. Some were luckier and were not attacked. Through the information transmitted by the elemental giants, Lin Yu saw many things within the deep space. The layers of fog in the deep space were lifted, and a map gradually formed in his mind, also making him aware of the dangers. An elemental giant passed through an area where the ground suddenly became soft, then pulled it down, completely losing contact. Another elemental giant passed by a place where a powerful being was sleeping, and it seemed to have been awakened. It let out a very dissatisfied snort, and the elemental giant collapsed on the spot. Just a snort had killed a level 97 elemental giant on the spot. The power of this being had surpassed the demigod level, and was likely a super god existence. A super god. Lin Yu was not afraid, but he didn't want to get involved. The opponent couldn't kill him, and it would be very difficult for him to kill the opponent. Lin Yu memorized those dangerous places. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. How can it be? The wings of the undead vibrated violently, and Lin Yu instantly vanished. Traversing a distance of over 100,000 meters, he appeared in midair. After appearing, the wings of the undead continued to vibrate, his soul power remaining in a state of flow. If anything went wrong, he would immediately flee. Not far away, a tall figure stood firmly on the ground. It had lost its life force, but had not fallen. With a great axe in its hands, it stood there like a pine tree. Dragon Emperor, Lin Yu softly uttered the two words. The Dragon Emperor had actually died here. He had come to the deep space to find a dragon orb, wanting to gain the qualification to enter the great world. With his strength, it wasn't entirely impossible, but he had died here, forever remaining in the deep space with his giant dragon axe. Lin Yu looked at the Dragon Emperor's body. There were no wounds on it. The Dragon Emperor's strength was not weak. Although he had been dead for some time, he had not decayed. From his eyes before death, one could see fear, whether it was from encountering something terrifying or the fear of death itself. Soul power spread out, covering a radius of 1,000 kilometers. He observed his surroundings and sensed no danger. Lin Yu was curious about the cause of the Dragon Emperor's death. No wounds, just dead. And there was nothing dangerous here. Everything seemed very strange. He pointed a finger at the Dragon Emperor, and a flame erupted from his fingertip. Spell, undead revival. If he couldn't guess, then he would get the answer from the Dragon Emperor himself. Immortal flames erupted on the Dragon Emperor's body. Under the effect of the immortal laws, his soul, which had already dissipated, reappeared. The Dragon Emperor's empty eyes lit up again. After being revived, he instinctively looked at Lin Muyu and couldn't help but cry out, "Master." He retained all his memories from when he was alive. He knew Lin Muyu was his greatest enemy, and the person he hated most, but under the influence of the immortal laws, this emotion was erased, replaced by deep reverence. At this moment, Lin Muyu was his sky, his master. He had to obey every command. Even if he was told to die, he would not hesitate. Lin Muyu nodded and said, "Tell me, how did you die?" Asking someone how did you die was, more or less, a strange question. The Dragon Emperor searched his memory. "I entered a tomb hall where many experts were buried. Then I met a man with a sword. He chased and tried to kill me. He was very strong. I could only flee. But in the end, I couldn't escape." Lin Muyu was surprised. A tomb hall. A man with a sword. The Dragon Emperor thought for a moment. Perhaps he was not a person, but a remnant soul. Lin Muyu was stunned. "Are you sure the swordsman was of the human race?" "Certain." "And you are also certain it was a remnant soul?" "Yes, a remnant soul. A very powerful remnant soul." Excitement surged in Lin Muyu's heart. He didn't expect to find the god burial ground this way. Although he couldn't be completely sure, it was highly likely he was not wrong. Humans rarely operated in the deep space, and such a powerful human could only have existed in ancient times. The Dragon Emperor was a demigod. To be able to kill the Dragon Emperor with just a remnant soul, that being must have been at least a super god, and not an ordinary one at that. Lin Muyu thought of someone, the sword sovereign, who could sever a mountain with one sword, and kill a third-tier super god in sec. Even if he died in battle, and only a remnant soul remained, he would surely be an expert among remnant souls. Killing the Dragon Emperor would not be impossible. "Take me there," Lin Muyu ordered. The Dragon Emperor flew in one direction without hesitation. Lin Muyu followed. The Dragon Emperor had fled for some time back then, but ultimately couldn't escape. Half an hour later, the Dragon Emperor stopped in front of a tall mountain. The mountain was as steep as a knife's edge, like a sharp arrow pointing straight to the sky. With Lin Muyu's eyesight, he unexpectedly couldn't see the whole thing. This mountain was at least 100,000 meters high. There was a path on the mountainside. Following this path around the mountain would lead to the tomb hall the Dragon Emperor mentioned. Following the small path, the sky grew darker and darker, and the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Lin Muyu felt the breath of laws, a chaotic mix of all kinds of laws intertwined. After rounding the mountainside, Lin Muyu saw the true appearance of the tomb hall. It was filled with rows of tombstones, each shrouded in thick fog, making the inscriptions unreadable. The Dragon Emperor said, "It's inside. I met that swordsman there." Lin Muyu nodded, sensing the aura here. The soul aura was extremely dense, but like the laws, it was also extremely chaotic. This place not only had the souls of humans but also the souls of other races, tangled together. The god burial ground, the site of the final great battle. Lin Muyu muttered to himself, and stepped inside. That era was the most glorious, but also the most dangerous. The final decisive battle took place in the deep space. At that time, the gods and the strongest human experts did not know that Interres would be the final safeguard for the survival of the human race. They did not know that even if they lost, the human race would not be annihilated. In their eyes, this battle would decide the fate of the human race in this world. If they lost, the human race would lose all hope. With foreign invaders and the threat of extinction, they had no way out. In that situation, they fought bravely, bringing hope of life to future generations of humanity. This battle took place in the deep space. With the stability of the deep space, everything was shattered. After the Great War, many chaotic areas appeared within the deep space. The god burial ground, which appeared echo the battle, could be called an extremely dangerous place. It was filled with the remnant souls of foreign invaders. Although the gods and human experts had fallen, their will was not extinguished. They became remnant souls, continuing to fight against the invaders. As soon as Lin Muyu stepped into the god burial ground, he saw a scene. The sky in the god burial ground was as black as ink. Occasionally, a light would flash, and the aura of laws would erupt from time to time. He could vaguely see figures fighting. Occasionally, He could hear the roars of beasts, the sound of souls echoing throughout this great hall. Both sides fighting were not living beings, but remnant souls. The Dragon Emperor led the way. Back then, I had just entered when I met the remnant soul of that swordsman. Before he could finish, a sword light descended from the sky, piercing the Dragon Emperor's body with terrifying speed. The Dragon Emperor suddenly fell silent. Then his body went limp, fell to the ground, turned to dust, and completely vanished. A resurrected being that dies again will have all traces of its existence erased from the world, leaving nothing behind. Lin Muyu felt nothing at the Dragon Emperor's death. In his eyes, he was already a dead person, now just a tool. If the Dragon Emperor hadn't died and they had met in the deep space, Lin Muyu would have killed him anyway. Following the direction of the sword light, Lin Muyu saw a remnant soul. The remnant soul had a human form, looking much more ethereal than a complete soul. It was also missing its 2 legs, having only its upper body. A sharp sword was beside it. It looked like it was holding the sword, but it was actually just a sword flowing beside it. It was a real sword, and an extremely sharp one. SSS-Rank. Lin Muyu asked tentatively, unsure if the remnant soul had consciousness. The remnant soul looked at Lin Muyu, staring for a dozen seconds before finally speaking, "Human. Will not kill." After speaking, it turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. Lin Muyu was stunned by its words, reminding him of the human knight in the world of the corrupted who had protected him as he left. Clearly dead, clearly turned into a corrupted being, but the will to protect the human race had never faded. Human. Will not kill. These 5 short words were its final will, and also its strongest. Lin Muyu was now completely certain that this was the remnant soul of the sword sovereign. The aura emanating from him was identical to the aura on the stone tablet. The sky lit up with sword light again, and the faint roar of a beast could be heard. Lin Muyu saw the sword sovereign fighting a beast, shaped remnant soul. This beast was rather strange. Its head was like a wild beast's with long tentacles, but its body had insect legs. It was both beast and insect. The two fought, creating a grand spectacle. Even as a remnant soul, its combat power was still formidable. Lin Muyu fully understood what he was here to do. Pointing to the sky, thick fog rolled in. The dark sky suddenly lit up with silver, white flames. The immortal world descended. The sky parted like a curtain, revealing the eye of the undead, 100,000 meters wide. Spell, a thought flashed in Lin Muyu's mind. The undead legion appeared, protecting him in 3 layers inside and out. At the same time, he connected with the eye of the undead. This time, he wanted to personally control it. To deal with souls, the best way was to use soul attack spells. The eye of the undead was enough to instantly kill all level 96 existences, let alone remnant souls. From the perspective of the eye of the undead, Lin Muyu saw half of the god burial ground. It was larger than expected, seemingly divided into 2 areas. The other area was covered in a thick deathly aura, which even the eye of the undead could not see through. Here, Lin Muyu saw countless remnant souls, including those of human warriors and some gods, as well as remnant souls of the insectoid race and wild beasts. It was the wild beasts, and the insectoid race that had invaded this world back then. Although many years had passed since the Great War, the remnant souls of both sides were still constantly fighting. In the god burial ground, even if a remnant soul was killed, it would not truly die. These remnant souls were like monsters in the outside world. They would be reborn after a period of time. The war was endless. Now, Lin Muyu's appearance would end this never-ending war. He personally controlled the eye of the undead, looking at each remnant soul of the wild beasts and the insectoid race. The eye of the undead activated, and waves of powerful soul attacks descended. The remnant souls that were locked on and hit immediately let out tragic screams. The eye of the undead was very effective against these relatively weak remnant souls. Although they were powerful when alive, they were now dead. Their souls incomplete, only remnants left. Facing the eye of the undead, they had little resistance. In an instant, several remnant souls were destroyed. The slain remnant souls turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated, leaving only a thread of essence that flew into Lin Muyu's soul world. These threads of soul essence were his purpose for this trip. The reason remnant souls could exist was because of these threads of soul essence. Now that the soul essence was gone, these remnant souls could no longer be reborn. The soul essence was absorbed by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, and after being refined, it was released to enhance the quality of Lin Muyu's soul. Whether it was human professionals or experts from other races in the great world, once they reached level 90, they had to start communicating with their souls. The stronger the soul, the broader the future path. The soul could be called the most mysterious part of all living beings. Broadly speaking, Three factors determined the strength of a soul. One was the soul level. Under normal circumstances, the soul level also determined the strength of its power. Two was the soul rank. Rank and level were different. The soul level determined the maximum limit, while the soul rank was the current position. A high soul level did not necessarily mean a high soul rank. Conversely, a low soul level definitely meant a low soul rank. Moreover, the rank also determined the amount of soul power that could be contained. Most experts, after cultivating to their limit, would have their soul level and rank equal. Cases like Lin Yuyu's were very rare. 3 was the soul quality. This determined the quality of the soul and the purity of its soul power. Lin Yuyu was currently at the peak of the first grade, the strongest within the first grade. In the great world, a peak first grade soul, plus some special soul equipment, could already move a talent, at least one talent without any problem. But Lin Yuyu was dirt poor, and had none of these things, so he could only increase his soul quality. As long as he increased his soul quality to the second grade, he could smoothly move one talent. If he could raise it to the peak of the second grade, he could move all 3 talents. Lin Yuyu destroyed the remnant souls one by one, absorbing their soul essence, and using the power of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal to improve his own soul quality. He only targeted the souls of the insectoid race and wild beasts. As for the remnant souls of humans or gods, Lin Yuyu chose to ignore them. They had fought and died for the world. The remnant souls left after their death should not become nutrients for his growth. Lin Yuyu had his limits. He could slaughter countless people, but he could not break his own bottom line. Because he was human, the soul quality was increasing at a visible rate. Increasing soul quality was much more difficult than increasing level and rank. Peak first grade, soul condensed, surrounded by a faint light. Lin Yuyu muttered. His soul had long condensed and showed a faint light. This was the sign of peak first grade. Now, the light on his soul was becoming more intense, as if some magical change was happening. Second grade soul, bronze armor. The sign of a second grade soul was further condensation of the soul, and a layer of bronze armor would appear on it. Bronze armor was just a description. The true meaning was that the soul would become stronger and more solid. For example, it could resist the burning of talent flames. A second grade soul was also a necessary condition to become a true god. All super gods who wanted to advance to the true god level needed to reach a second grade soul. The soul was the root. As the remnant souls of the wild beasts, an insectoid race were destroyed, the remnant souls of the human experts fighting them stopped one after another. They stood there, dazed, seemingly a bit lost. After death, they only retained their deepest will. Their actual thoughts had long since vanished. Now that there were no enemies, they didn't know where to go, all standing like statues. Lin Yuyu sighed softly. These experts of the past had paid too high a price for the human race, for this world. The light on his soul grew brighter and brighter. Finally, with a soft cry, a soul down echoed everywhere. The faint light on his soul suddenly changed. The light disappeared, replaced by a layer of bronze-colored metal covering the soul, looking as if it was wearing a suit of armor. Bronze armor, second grade soul, success. Lin Yuyu clenched his fist. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. Just like that, he had raised his soul to the second grade. Second grade was enough to move one talent, but of course, Lin Yuyu would not be satisfied. He had only just reached the second grade. He had to raise his soul to the peak of the second grade to be completely sure of moving all 3 talents. There were not a few remnant souls in the god burial ground. It should be enough. Besides, there was still the other half of the area. Lin Yuyu turned his attention to the other half of the area that he couldn't see. This area also belonged to the god burial ground, but it was shrouded in a thick deathly aura. Suddenly, the deathly aura churned, a dragon's roar echoed, and a great white giant dragon flew out from the deathly aura, charging towards the eye of the undead in the sky. The dragon was as fast as lightning, crashing violently into the eye of the undead. The eye of the undead shattered, and Lin Yuyu's consciousness returned to his body with a jolt. A dragon. Lin Yuyu was a bit stunned, not understanding why a dragon would appear. This dragon was not a remnant soul but a real bai, though it looked emaciated as if it had no flesh and blood. But its strength was still very powerful, able to directly shatter the eye of the undead. A super, god-level dragon. The dragon's aura had surpassed the demigod realm, radiating a colossal presence. Lin Yuyu recognized at a glance that the dragon had reached the super, god level. What puzzled him was why the dragon clan would appear here, and a real dragon at that. He really wanted to ask Antares, but he couldn't contact Antares from here. The dragon shattered the eye of the undead, and spewed dragon's breath towards the undead legion. The dragon's breath carried raging flames, indicating it was a fire elemental dragon. The scales of a fire elemental dragon should have been red, but this dragon's scales were an abnormal gray-white. The undead legion immediately reacted. In the sky, hundreds of skeletal dragons swooped down. The Death Knights also activated their charge skill, crashing into the dragon like bolts of light. The skeleton god warriors ignored the scorching dragon's breath, their passive spell elemental resistance playing a powerful role, nullifying 90 of the elemental attack damage from the fire elemental laws in the dragon's breath. Although not as good as Lin Muyu's ability to reduce damage by 8,100 times, it ensured they wouldn't be instantly destroyed. After all, with 1.49 million undead sharing the damage, how could they be so easily killed? Almost in an instant, the elemental dragon was surrounded by the undead legion. Skeletal dragons pounced on it, spewing dragon's breath and biting. Although the elemental dragon had reached the super god level, under the enhancement of the Lich General, the skeletal dragons also had demigod level strength. Surrounded, the elemental dragon also took damage. The elemental dragon struggled frantically, its scales standing on end like the sharpest weapons, attacking the undead legion. The undead legion knew no fear, brave and unafraid of death, not retreating a single step. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to surround and kill it. A super god level elemental dragon shouldn't be like this. The more Lin Muyu watched, the stranger it seemed. He had fought elemental dragons before. They were extremely agile. Even if surrounded, with super god level strength, breaking through the encirclement should not be difficult. Although the undead legion was strong, and could fight a super god head, killing a super god was not an easy task. Moreover, among super gods, the dragon clan was definitely one of the strongest. The elemental dragon before him felt dull and clumsy. It only had the power of a super god but didn't know how to use it. Besides charging back and forth, it was not agile at all. However, Lin Muyu discovered another anomaly. Although the undead legion caused a lot of damage to the elemental dragon, these injuries were almost instantly healed. The elemental dragon was like an unkillable cockroach, fighting ceaselessly. He had never heard of the dragon clan having such a strong recovery ability. Lin Muyu felt its recovery ability could be compared to his undead legion. After all, he had the healing of the Lich General, while this elemental dragon relied only on itself. Foreigner, die. A soul voice echoed. Lin Muyu saw the remnant soul of the sword sovereign, a sharp sword in hand, cross the battlefield and instantly attack the elemental dragon. A sword strike, carrying a powerful sword light, shattered its scales, and a huge wound appeared on its body. No flesh and blood, only white bones. Underneath the scales, there were only bones. This elemental dragon was already dead. Lin Muyu sensed the deathly aura emanating from the white bones. Then he saw insect-like tentacles grow from the wound, immediately pulling it closed. In an instant, the wound was restored as before. The remnant soul of the sword sovereign unleashed several more strikes, each one able to cut a wound deep to the bone, but tentacles would immediately grow from the wound and restore it. Under the sword sovereign's relentless attacks, the remnant soul gradually weakened, its soul power excessively consumed. Finally, the sword sovereign's soul power was depleted, and he disappeared from sight. What the god burial ground did not lack was soul power. The sword sovereign only needed a little time to recover. Lin Muyu roughly understood. This dragon had been dead for a long time. Its body had been taken over by the insectoid race, becoming their puppet. If it was a corpse, then it was easy to handle. Lin Muyu's finger shot out a flame that landed on the elemental dragon. Spell, Undead Revival. If it's a corpse, then I'll resurrect you and see if the insectoid living in your body can still control you. The elemental dragon, dead for who knows how long, was surrounded by immortal flames, burning fiercely. In the flames, its flesh and blood regenerated, its soul was rebuilt, and a clear dragon's roar echoed throughout the deep space. Lowly parasite, daring to occupy my body, you seek death. With undead revival, the elemental dragon, dead for an unknown amount of time, returned to the world once more. It carried the memories of its life, knowing everything that had happened to it before its death. Its flesh and blood were reborn, and it knew what was happening inside its body. Just as Lin Muyu had guessed, an insectoid had occupied its body. The laws of the fire element erupted violently, but this time not at the outside world, but within its own body. The entire dragon ignited, turning into a true fire dragon. Its body was burning on the outside, and every second, its insides were also burning. Lin Muyu knew it was purifying its body. A super god not only controlled but mastered laws. Using laws to burn itself and expel foreign objects was not difficult for a super god. A piercing screech came from within the body, the scream of the insectoid. It was clearly in extreme pain under the burning of the super god's fire elemental laws. Damned parasite, die, the dragon sneered, filled with anger, and the flames became even more intense. Finally, with a tragic scream, everything returned to silence. The flames went out. It's done, Lin Yu said. The elemental dragon turned its head to look at Lin Yu, its eyes filled with reverence, and respectfully called out, Fire Elemental Dragon, Wretch, pays his respects to the master. It was a resurrected being. Even though it carried the memories of its life, when facing Lin Yu, it could only behave with the utmost respect. Lin Yu said, Why did you become a puppet of the insectoid race? Wretch thought back. Back then our dragon clan participated in a war. In that battle many members fell. After that, I don't know why my body was invaded by a puppet insect and became a puppet of the insectoid race. Damned insectoids, daring to invade our great dragon clan. The dragon god will not let them go. Although Rach was respectful to Lin Yu, he still retained the emotions of his life. Like in tears, he carried the pride of the dragon clan, and was extremely contemptuous of the insectoid race. Lin Yu said, If I have the chance, I will tell the dragon god about this for you. Rach raised his head to look at Lin Yu. Have you met the great dragon god? Lin Yu nodded. If met him once. Perhaps I'll have the chance to meet him again in the future. Although I can't see him, I have a friend who can. Rach asked, Is your friend also of the dragon clan? Lin Yu took out Antares' dragon scale. He gave me this. Rach looked at Antares' dragon scale and suddenly knelt down, prostrating himself on the ground. To think that the great Lord Antares is your friend. Master, you and Lord Antares are equally great. It was the first time Lin Yu discovered that a dragon could be so flattering. Of course, he couldn't rule out that it was due to the undead revival spell, but it was also partly because of Antares. You know Antares. Rach respectfully replied, I once had the honor of meeting him. Lin Yu nodded. Alright, when I get back, I'll talk to him about this and see how he handles it. Rach nodded his dragon head repeatedly. Master, you must tell him. What the insectoids did is an insult to our great dragon clan. If the great dragon god knew, he would not spare them. Lin Yu looked at the distant area covered in black mist. What's the situation inside there? Do you know? Rach shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He had likely been dead for a very long time, before the god burial ground even appeared. He was completely unaware of what happened after his death. Go in and see, Lin Yu ordered. Rach immediately rushed into the black mist, without any regard for his own safety. Lin Yu's words were the supreme command. The resurrected could only obey unconditionally, with absolutely no objection. Lin Yu released a legion of tens of thousands of skeleton god warriors, following Rach into the black mist. After they entered, the connection between them and Lin Yu was not severe. Lin Yu switched to the undead's perspective to observe the situation inside. The visibility inside the black mist was extremely poor, almost only able to see things 2 or 3 meters ahead. Walking through, he could faintly see many tombstones, and these tombstones all radiated a colossal aura. Lin Yu could feel that the owner of every tombstone here was at least a demigod, and most of them had the aura of the human race, with not many god auras. The skeletons came to a tombstone and saw that the inscription was not too complicated, simply stating the identity of the deceased. Tomb of the red flame spear god of the human race. Tomb of the exquisite moon god of the human race. Tomb of the divine wind god. They walked to the deepest part of the cemetery and saw a few larger tombstones. The aura they emitted was also more intense. Lin Yu saw the owners of the tombstones, Tomb of the sword sovereign of the human race, Tomb of the fist sovereign of the human race. These tombstones all belonged to super, god level experts. Back then, god level and demigod level were called gods. At the super god level, they were called sovereigns. Sovereign meant respect, nobility, and was also a title. In front of the sword sovereign's tomb, a small sword floated in mid-air, a large amount of soul power pouring in from all directions. The remnant soul of the sword sovereign was recovering. This place was a cemetery, the true god burial ground, the burial place of the gods and humans. Suddenly, Rach looked to the other side of the cemetery. It was dense with black mist, making it impossible to see far. He couldn't see, but he could feel the surging laws there, the soul power like a great wave. A great battle was taking place. Go and see. Lin Yu had some suspicions, but he still wanted to see it with his own eyes. Rach approached and finally saw a group of remnant souls fighting. The scale of this remnant soul battle might not be as large as before, but it was extremely fierce, even more tragic. The remnant souls of humans and gods were fighting against countless remnant souls of wild beasts and insectoids. The number of humans and gods was sparse, only a few hundred, while the enemy numbered in the thousands or tens of thousands, completely overwhelming them in numbers. Besides the remnant souls of the insectoids and wild beasts, there were also many corpses like wretch, clearly dead but still being used as puppets by the insectoids. The humans and gods were surrounded, clearly at a disadvantage, but they did not retreat a single step, fighting desperately. Lin Yu felt as if he was witnessing the ancient Great War, which was also incredibly tragic. In a hopeless situation, the humans and gods, with extraordinary will, achieved the final victory. The remnant soul battle here was a microcosm of that time. Lin Yu felt moved, an indescribable vibration in his heart. The battle of that year was truly not easy. It was just like this. Knowing they were no match, and being schemed against, the humans and gods joined forces, awakened the world will, and fought a life and death battle with the foreign races. Even after falling, this battle was not over. Though their bodies had fallen, their souls were immortal. The remnant souls, carrying their final beliefs, continued to fight ceaselessly. You are all too tired. Leave the rest to me, Lin Yu sighed. With a light touch of his fingertip, the wind and clouds changed rapidly. The immortal world descended, and the eye of the undead opened in the sky. Lin Yu entered the eye of the undead and began to eliminate the remnant souls of the insectoids and wild beasts. These remnant souls of super-god level experts were very strong, capable of even killing demigods, but when facing the eye of the undead, they were like facing their nemesis, with no resistance at all. As the remnant souls were slaughtered, the insectoids controlling the corpses flew up, wanting to break the eye of the undead. The undead legion was one step ahead, arriving in front of the eye of the undead, blocking their attacks. Raj also joined the battle, spewing scorching dragon's breath, his mouth constantly roaring, "Kill you, you lowly beings." Beside Lin Yu, a large number of undead legions appeared again, rushing into the black mist to join the battle. If he was going to act, he had to be decisive, and destroy them with lightning speed. Piece by piece, the remnant souls were destroyed. The soul essence became nutrients for Lin Yu's soul, improving its quality. These remnant souls were much stronger when they were alive, of higher quality, and the soul essence left after being destroyed was also more excellent. Lin Yu could feel his soul quality increasing at an astonishing rate. In just a short while, it surpassed years of his own efforts. When he heard of this method, Lin Yu had been skeptical. According to Inters, improving soul quality was much more difficult than improving level and rank. But this method seemed very simple. Later, Inters explained to him that this method could only be used temporarily and had a maximum limit. Moreover, remnant souls were not easy to find, especially powerful ones like these, which were not only hard to find but also dangerous. Remnant souls that could increase soul quality had to be at least of a higher rank than oneself, but this type of remnant soul still possessed powerful combat strength. For example, the Dragon Emperor had been directly wiped out by the remnant soul of the Sword Sovereign. If Lin Yu didn't possess the Eye of the Undead spell to counter remnant souls, dealing with them would not be so easy. But the Eye of the Undead also had its limits. If he encountered a particularly powerful remnant soul, there was a chance of danger. According to Inters, many experts in the Great World, in order to improve their soul quality, went to some ancient battlefields to find high-level remnant souls. As a result, many were killed by the remnant souls, and some were even possessed. The successful ones could be counted on one hand. Lin Yu coming to the god burial ground to find the remnant souls left after the Great War was a decision that Inters had carefully considered before making. The main reason was that Lin Yu himself was strong enough. Even a 9th-tier super god would find it difficult to kill him. In addition, he had soul attack abilities, which could directly deal a fatal blow to remnant souls. A calculation, Lin Yu should not encounter any danger in the god burial ground. The truth was just that. The remnant souls were destroyed in large numbers, and Lin Yu's soul quality rapidly increased. Immortal flames exploded in the air, and the corpses controlled by the insectoids were revived one after another. They were all experts of the past, at least at the super god level when alive, controlling laws. After becoming resurrected, they quickly used their laws to destroy the insectoids within their bodies. No expert could tolerate another race existing inside their body. The remnant souls of the wild beasts and insectoids noticed Lin Yu. They instinctively sensed the danger from the Eye of the Undead and swarmed towards him. The remnant souls moved extremely fast, formless and shapeless. The Undead Legion could not stop them. They easily broke through the Undead Legion's defense and rushed in front of him. The bone armor immediately burst into brilliant light, blocking these foreign objects. At the same time, the linked spell trapped the remnant souls in the bone prison, and then they were fiercely attacked by the bone fangs and bone spears. The bone fangs and bone spears carried the laws of immortality, causing a certain amount of damage to the remnant souls, but the damage was limited, much less than the Eye of the Undead. The Eye of the Undead also looked over. Lin Yuyu's fingers suddenly lit up with a strange light, as if all the colors of the world were gathered in it, emitting an indescribable color. It was the light of the laws of chaos, appearing in the world for the first time. Fusion spell, Curse of Time. The Curse of Time was a fusion of Soul Burn, Soul Curse, and Soul Poison. It controlled the laws of time based on the effects of each skill, cursing the target, and accelerating the flow of time for the target itself. The maximum time flow rate was determined by the soul level. A soft hum echoed, and several remnant souls of the wild beasts and insectoids in front of Lin Yuyu were simultaneously covered by the strange light. Soul Burn, Soul Curse, Soul Poison. 3 spells acted on the remnant souls at the same time. Each of the 3 spells targeted the soul, and when combined, their power was considerable. After the 3 spells exploded simultaneously, the laws of time took effect. All the cursed remnant souls' time began to flow faster. Lin Yuyu didn't know how much their time had accelerated. The skill's effect exceeded his expectations. Less than half a second after casting the skill, the several remnant souls that had rushed in front of him simultaneously vanished. Streams of soul essence were absorbed by him. Lin Yuyu's eyes flashed. He roughly understood the true effect of this skill. Soul Burn, 100 Fusion. Burns the target's soul. Duration, effect, and range are determined by soul level. Soul Poison, 100 Fusion. Shoots soul poison at the target, causing continuous damage. Duration, effect, and range are determined by soul level. Soul Curse, 100 Fusion. Curses the designated target, comprehensively reducing all its abilities and amplifying all damage it receives. Duration, effect, and range are determined by soul level. Soul Burn and Soul Poison were not one-time damage but lasted for a period of time. This period could be very long, lasting for days, months, or even years. Or it could be very short, just a few seconds. It all depended on Lin Yuyu's own strength and the opponent's strength. There was no fixed time. And during this period, the soul curse would continuously reduce all attributes of the soul and increase the soul damage received. But in a fixed unit of time, the damage caused by the 3 spells was not significant. The 3 spells were aimed at total damage over a long period, not instantaneous damage. If the target could be treated during this period, even if continuously injured, as long as the treatment continued, there would be no danger to its life. However, due to the influence of the laws of time, in an extremely short period, the target would complete the entire duration of damage from the skill. In other words, the total amount of damage that would have taken a day to inflict could be completed in just a few tens of seconds under the effect of the laws of time. Not only did the damage become incredibly terrifying, but there was no time for treatment. Lin Yuyu finally understood why, when introducing this skill, a single skill could extinguish a star. The beings within the star all suffered the damage of the curse, and due to the existence of the laws of time, all the damage would erupt in a short period. On the surface, the star's extinguishing only took 10 seconds, but no one knew how long the star's body had experienced under the effect of the laws of time. A moment feeling like 1,000 years was not impossible. This spell was truly terrifying, not only terrifying but also difficult to defend against. All damage was amplified under the effect of the laws of time. And the reason for this result was his own infinite fusion spell. The basic spell of infinite fusion was the legendary law of chaos. A light flashed in Lin Yuyu's eyes. He finally began to understand the essence of his spells. In the end, the law of chaos was the strongest. It seemed that one of the characteristics of the law of chaos was the ability to fuse. The legendary law was indeed powerful. When he had time, he would experiment more to see if he could fuse other spells and laws. In a few seconds, Lin Yuyu had figured it out and grasped the essence of the spell. Then, he gently raised his arm, locked onto the souls of the remaining remnant souls, and pulled them over one by one. The light of the curse of time flickered continuously, and all the remnant souls locked by Lin Yuyu turned to dust in an instant. Boom! The black mist churned violently, and a huge monster rushed out from within. An angry roar tore through the thick screen of mist, and a giant wild beast emerged. A living wild beast. Lin Yuyu sensed the life force on it. This was a living wild beast, and not an ordinary one. The wild beasts and insectoids that came here were all cannon fodder. Only the elite among the cannon fodder were qualified to participate in the final decisive battle in the god burial ground. The one before him was an elite among the wild beasts, a wild beast emperor. A wild beast emperor was much stronger than a wild beast king. In the water god's palace, among the countless ice sculptures, Lin Yu had seen a sculpture of a wild beast emperor. It was identical to the one before him. The wild beast emperor's size was clearly larger than the wild beast king's. When it stood up, it was over 100 meters tall. Although it didn't look as big as an elemental giant, its actual strength was countless times greater. A super god level aura spread out, and mysterious law surrounded its body like armor. But Lin Yu sensed that its aura was weakening, and its laws were constantly fluctuating. Very unstable. It was probably severely injured. After the Great War, it was severely wounded and on the verge of death, then fell into a deep sleep. Now, it was awakened by him. So many years had passed, and its injuries had not fully recovered. Through his soul power, Lin Yu sensed that other laws remained on the wild beast emperor's body. Those were the wounds left from the Great War of that year. The foreign laws were constantly eroding it. To kill a wild beast, even the most ordinary one, required pure power. This pure power was a power approaching laws. This was also the reason why Meng Yanwen and the others couldn't kill wild beasts before. Later, Yan Quanzhen comprehended pure killing intent, stepped onto the path of killing intent, and evolved a trace of the law of killing intent, thereby being able to cause damage to wild beasts. If it were a wild beast king or a wild beast emperor, without powerful, pure law power, it would be impossible to injure them. The wild beast emperor before him was at least a 6th-tier super god existence. Lin Yu felt the pressure. The wild beast emperor pounced with killing intent. An idea flashed in Lin Yu's mind. The elemental dragon Rach and several other resurrected beings immediately went forward to engage it. After Rach became a resurrected being, he had regained his peak strength before death. Lin Yu didn't know how strong Rach's peak strength was, but as long as it was an adult elemental dragon, it was at least a super god. It probably wouldn't be too weak. Rach and the wild beast emperor clashed, his dragon's breath fighting against the wild beast's king. Rach's size was also extremely large, no smaller than the wild beast emperor. The two wrestled and trampled in the black mist. For a time it was difficult to determine a winner. The other resurrected beings also began to act, besieging the wild beast emperor together. The wild beast emperor roared in anger, spewing a terrifying breath. That breath was not dragon's breath, it was like a sharp sword that pierced through the black mist of the cemetery. The deep space was shaking violently. The wild beast emperor was very strong, even fighting one against many. It was not at a disadvantage. This monster is so strong even when severely injured. It must have been even stronger before. Lin Yu saw this scene, and knew that if Rach fought alone, he would be no match for the wild beast emperor. To be able to survive the Great War of that year showed how strong this wild beast emperor was. Perhaps among the wild beast emperors, it was one of the strongest. But now, a ruthless glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Perhaps you have no idea, but I want you to die at the hands of your own kind. Through the rolling black mist, Lin Yu saw some images from the direction the wild beast emperor charged from. On the ground, there were many skeletons. These skeletons were not decayed, proving their strength when they were alive. But this time, Lin Yu wanted to grind them to dust. One after another, immortal flames exploded in the air, passing through the thick black mist and landing on the white bones. The immortal flames burned fiercely, dispelling the screen of mist, dyeing the cemetery silver, white as if it were day. Hundreds of thousands of immortal flames rose as if to burn the entire cemetery. The insectoids and wild beasts were all regenerating their flesh and blood, rebuilding their souls. The cemetery could be divided into different areas. The humans and gods occupied one area, and the wild beasts and insectoids also occupied one. The humans had tombstones erected by the lucky survivors of that year. The wild beasts and insectoids had no tombstones, only skeletons scattered on the ground. Now, these skeletons all became targets for Lin Yu's revival. He wanted them to become resurrected beings, to slaughter each other, and finally turn to dust. One by one, the wild beasts and insectoids were resurrected, then they targeted the wild beast emperor, besieging it. The wild beast emperor was just a pawn, a tool of war, but it was not without intelligence. Lin Yu could clearly see the panic in its eyes. Perhaps it couldn't understand why its subordinates, its own kind, would turn to attack it. Moreover, these beings were clearly dead. Why were they alive again? Its mind couldn't comprehend it. All kinds of laws and massive energy shot out wildly in the god burial ground. It was as if the Great War of that year had erupted again. The remnant souls of the humans and gods were stunned, all standing like statues, not knowing what had happened. Pooh! The pile of bones of the wild beasts and insectoids exploded, and a giant insectoid shaped like a mantis, over 500 meters long, jumped out from the pile of corpses. It radiated a super god-level aura, no weaker than the wild beast emperors. Still not dead. Lin Muyu sensed the life force on it. It was another living race. It seemed that in the Great War of that year, although the humans won the final victory, they did not truly win completely. At least this giant mantis-like insect was still alive, and the wild beast emperor was also still alive. Lin Muyu immediately ordered a group of resurrected beings to besiege it. At the same time, a scouting spell flew out, learning the opponent's identity. Giant blade insect. 8th tier super god level, capable of using the laws of the metal element. The giant blade insect waved its huge and sharp insect legs, instantly cutting down the resurrected beings attacking it. In an instant, the resurrected beings suffered heavy casualties, but more and more resurrected beings swarmed in, an endless stream. At this time, in the human cemetery, the largest tombstone suddenly glittered. Then the ground behind the tombstone cracked, and a person flew out of the cemetery. He held a great blade in his hand, his whole body radiating a terrifying aura. You have finally awakened. I have waited for many years. This final blade strike is left for you. The person looked towards the wild beast emperor and the giant blade insect. Before he could finish his words, he was suddenly stunned. He saw countless resurrected beings besieging the wild beast emperor and the giant blade insect. Is this a civil war? Killing each other? For a moment, he couldn't react, his face full of doubt. When Lin Muyu saw the scene, he knew it was the tomb of the blade sovereign of the human race. Among all the tombstones, this one was the largest, also representing that its owner had the highest status and the strongest strength. He didn't expect this ancient expert to still be alive. When Lin Muyu looked at the blade sovereign also looked at him at the same time. The blade sovereign of the human race showed a look of doubt. In his eyes, Lin Muyu was covered in a faint mist, making it impossible to see his true rank. The dragon orb that Antares had given him had hidden all information about him. Lin Muyu raised his voice. Junior of the human race, Lin Muyu, pays his respects to Senior Blade Sovereign. The Blade Sovereign asked doubtfully, Kid, you know me? Lin Muyu said, Junior just saw your tombstone. The corner of the Blade Sovereign's mouth twitched a few times. Why did these words sound so strange? But he didn't care about these small matters. He came from the human world. Lin Muyu nodded. Yes, Junior came here to clean up their remnant souls. I didn't expect there to still be living insectoids and wild beasts on the battlefield. The Blade Sovereign said. They were severely injured back then, and fell into sleep. I have been waiting until now to deliver the final blow and permanently remove the threat. Lin Muyu's gaze swept over the Blade Sovereign. Senior, keep that blade strike. Leave them to me to solve. The Blade Sovereign looked at Lin Muyu with appreciation in his eyes. He could indeed keep this blade strike. The wild beast emperor and the giant insect were truly strong, but after suffering fatal injuries, they had slept for many years and had not recovered. Now they were being besieged by their own kind. Their defeat was already sealed. Although the Blade Sovereign was very curious, he didn't ask. Every professional had their own uniqueness, and besides, his situation didn't require further questions. In fact, Lin Muyu could see that the Blade Sovereign was already dead. He only knew that the wild beast emperor was not dead yet, so he had kept one final blade strike to deal with them. If the Blade Sovereign were still alive, he would have probably attacked long ago. The two sides of the cemetery had a very clear line. One side was the territory of the humans and gods, the other was the territory of the wild beasts and insectoids. After both sides died, their remnant souls fought fiercely again for countless years. Lin Muyu quietly observed the battle, knowing that the outcome was already decided. It was only a matter of time before the wild beast emperor and the giant insect were killed. He turned to look at the Blade Sovereign. Junior has some questions. I wonder if you are knowledgeable. The Blade Sovereign laughed. Aha, what's inconvenient? Just ask. It seemed the Blade Sovereign thought highly of this junior, Lin Muyu. Lin Muyu asked directly. Back then, the gods were ambushed, and our race fought to the death. Junior noticed that the strength of both sides was greatly disparate. How did we win? He looked at the resurrected beings. Demigods in the thousands, and dozens of super gods. The strength of the wild beasts and insectoids was much stronger than the human race. Logically, this battle should have been no contest. The human race was bound to lose. But in the end, it was the human race that won. There was no doubt about the faith of the human race, and the world using the world's power was also an important reason. Although Antares had acted, he didn't do much. He was not the decisive factor in the victory. Besides this, Lin Muyu believed there was a deeper reason. The Blade Sovereign looked at Lin Muyu intently. You can think of these things. Not bad. There are indeed some other reasons. We obtained a batch of equipment and some miraculous pills. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. Equipment and pills. The Blade Sovereign nodded slightly. That's right. A batch of super bud level equipment, and a very high grade, which allowed our strength to be unleashed far beyond our normal levels. Lin Yu looked at the great blade in the Blade Sovereign's hand and the sword that the Sword Sovereign had used. He had been suspicious then. How could a remnant soul use a real sword? Perhaps the sword was very unusual. The Blade Sovereign guessed Lin Yu's thoughts. You guessed right. It is the weapons in our hands. These weapons are all very powerful and can increase our power several times over. For example, I am clearly only a 6th-tier super god, but holding it, I can unleash the combat power of an 8th-tier super god. An increase of 2 tiers. That's very strong. Lin Yu took a deep breath. The gap between 2 tiers was relatively large. It was hard to imagine without reaching the super god level. Lin Yu had personally experienced it through and tears, starting from 1st-tier super god and increasing his strength tier by tier until he reached 9th-tier super god, and then the true god level. The difference in each tier was clear as day. A 2-tier difference was like the difference between level 80 and level 90, so large that it was hard to compensate with numbers. The Blade Sovereign explained. Like this wild beast emperor, and the giant blade insect, their strength has both surpassed the 8th-tier super god. If not for the weapons, I would be no match for them. The implication was that the human race's victory owed a great deal to this batch of weapons, not just 1 or 2 pieces, but a whole batch. Besides the weapons, what were the pills you mentioned, Senior? Lin Yu continued to ask. The Blade Sovereign recounted. The pills were just as important as the weapons. They increased our strength. Before I took the pills, I was only a 4th-tier super god. Even with a weapon, I could only unleash the combat power of a 7th-tier super god. After taking the pills, I reached the 6th-tier super god, and with the weapon, I could reach the combat power of an 8th-tier super god. Not just me, but many others. We all relied on the pills to increase our strength. Lin Yu asked, pills that can increase strength so quickly must have side effects, right? That's right. The side effect is that we can never break through to the super god level again. But does that matter? As long as we could win this battle, that's all that mattered. If we lost this battle, what's the point of talking about the future? The Blade Sovereign smiled faintly. He didn't care about this at all, very relaxed. Lin Yu sighed softly. As expected. How could such powerful pills not have side effects? In parallel with increasing strength was cutting off the future path. The sacrifice was too great. Which expert didn't hope to be able to march forward bravely and continuously climb to the peak? But in front of their human homeland, the Blade Sovereign and his peers decisively gave up their future just to exchange for temporary strength. Just as the Blade Sovereign said, if they lost that battle, what was the point of talking about the future? Lin Yu bowed respectfully to the Blade Sovereign. Junior, on behalf of all of the human race, thanks all the seniors. This bow is not only for the Blade Sovereign, but for all the tombstones, all the humans and gods who had sacrificed for this world. The Blade Sovereign laughed heartily. Fortunately, we won. Back then, those outsiders ambushed us, but luckily, someone also secretly helped us. Lin Yu knew the origin of these weapons and pills was definitely not simple. That cheapskate and tears, even if his trident scales could be made into weapons, he would definitely not be willing to part with those pills. In that case, this kind of help could only come from outside the world. From this, it could be inferred that in the Great World, there were also people helping them, perhaps the human race in the Great World. In the Great World, the human race was also a very strong race, no weaker than any other. Although this world was considered a pawn, the human race still intervened. The Blade Sovereign smiled and said, Kid, tell me about the current situation of the human race. After the battle that year, I immediately fell into sleep and don't know how long I've slept. Alright. Lin Yu then recounted the current situation of the human race to the Blade Sovereign. The ups and downs the human race had experienced over the past 1,000 years. The expression on the Blade Sovereign's face changed several times. While he was recounting, the great battle had ended. The wild beast emperor was finally truly killed, completely dismembered. The giant insect also met the same fate, beaten to pieces by its own kind, its corpse scattered everywhere. Lin Yu pretended not to see this and didn't stop his narration, but just casually shot out a circular spark. The spark exploded, splitting, and landing on the bodies of the wild beast emperor and the giant insect. The 2 big guys who had just died were immediately resurrected right before the Blade Sovereign's eyes. The resurrected wild beast emperor was extremely respectful to Lin Yu, its whole body prostrated on the ground without moving. Even the Blade Sovereign couldn't help but be shocked by Lin Yu's spell, to be able to resurrect the dead, and make them follow his orders. Fortunately, Lin Yu was human. If another race resurrected him and forced him to obey their orders, the Blade Sovereign shuddered at the thought. Finally, Lin Yu finished recounting the history of the human race. The Blade Sovereign sighed softly. I didn't expect the human race to face so many disasters later. What's with those extraterrestrial races? They all have their eyes on our world, coming one after another. What is it about this world that attracts them? Lin Yu said nothing. Some things didn't need to be said. Suddenly, the Blade Sovereign burst out laughing. But this is good. At least our human race has survived until now, and a genius like you has appeared. I have a feeling that the human race has nothing to worry about anymore. Senior, rest assured, the human race has nothing to worry about. Lin Yu's words were as firm as iron. The Blade Sovereign laughed heartily. At this moment, he began to dissipate. That great battle had truly ended now. Fighting from when they were alive until after death, and still having to fight continuously. It was time to end it. Fortunately, a large number of wild beasts and insectoids rushed out of the god burial ground, spreading out in all directions. They would become Lin Yu's eyes, scouting the way for him. The entire god burial ground shone brightly in an instant. The Blade Sovereign's soul power slowly flowed, and one strong will after another awakened. The battle was over. The remnant souls didn't need to appear again. They should rest. The seniors who were once gods and humans had fought for countless years, and should rest. The Blade Sovereign was one of the leaders of that great battle. Under his call, the wills of the human experts awakened one by one. They turned into white light and slowly dissipated in the air. The remnant souls dissipated. This was a true release. Lin Yu received one will after another. These human experts even expressed their gratitude to him. These wills also carried some images of the past. Lin Yu felt as if he had personally experienced the great battle, seen one bloody slaughter after another. Unknowingly, his eyes had become moist. An unprecedented sense of emotion filled his soul. He was moved by their will. It was a kind of faith that was hard to imagine. Lin Yu had never wanted to be a savior. People always have their own selfishness, and he was no exception. But the wills of these human seniors were all selfless. In their eyes there was only great love for the human world. Lin Yu didn't know what to say. From now on, leave the world to me to protect. He knew what he should and shouldn't do. He had his own beliefs, and would not be influenced by anyone. After the god burial ground reached its peak of brilliance, it completely disappeared. The ground became empty, and the thick fog that had lingered for years also disappeared. It seemed that even the sky had become a bit clearer. Lin Yu once again saw the mountain that looked like a towering sword in front of the god burial ground. The mountain was tall but not wide, just tall. It looked like a long spear standing straight between heaven and earth. Even Lin Yu's eyesight couldn't see the top. This tall mountain was at least 100,000 meters high. From beginning to end, Lin Yu felt that this spear was a bit unusual. A memory flashed in his mind, and he slowly uttered 4 words, Wildslayer Spear Sovereign. Among the countless tombstones just now, there was one close to the Blade Sovereigns. On the tombstone were carved 4 large characters, Wildslayer Spear Sovereign. Completely different from the Blade Sovereign, Sword Sovereign, and Fist Sovereign. Lin Yu guessed that in the world at that time, super gods used Sovereign as a title, and there were specific rules, not just random. But this Wildslayer Spear Sovereign was different, indicating that the weapon he used was a long spear. However, at the last moment, most of the remnant souls of the human experts materialized and died. But he alone was not among them. Based on the position of the Wildslayer Spear Sovereign, one could guess his strength. Even if he died in battle, it was impossible not to leave a remnant soul. Lin Yu looked at the 100,000-meter Fine Mountain, and flew upwards at high speed. The wings of the undead flap, and he quickly ascended tens of thousands of meters. Finally, Lin Yu saw the peak. His speed suddenly increased, and he flew to the top. A wild beast. This was not a high mountain, but a long spear. The spear tip was extremely sharp, pointing straight up to the sky, as if wanting to pierce the sky. On the spearhead, a wild beast emperor was impaled, dead on the tip of the spear. Based on the size of this wild beast emperor, it seemed even stronger than the one that had awakened in the cemetery. Lin Yu's eyes flickered. He quickly thought of the most likely possibility. It must be the leader of the wild beasts, the strongest one. The Wildslayer Spear Sovereign used his life to take it down with him. That's why he has the special title of Wildslayer Spear Sovereign. It was a true life or life exchange, even burying his remnant soul. This long spear was probably a super odd level weapon, a weapon that the great world had brought to the human race back then, extremely precious. But Lin Muyu didn't move it, letting it remain here. This long spear could be considered a great monument, a monument to the unyielding will of this world. On the original god burial ground, a pile of weapons lay scattered, all super god level weapons that the human sages had once used. Lin Muyu collected all these weapons. Bringing them back to the human race could greatly increase their combat power. Lin Muyu bowed respectfully to the long spear of the Wild Slayer Spear Sovereign, expressing his farewell. Suddenly, the long spear emitted a brilliant light. The wild beast emperor impaled on the spear tip disintegrated like melting ice and snow in the light. Two soul essences, one after the other, flew into Lin Muyu's soul world. At the same time, a rumbling sound echoed. "Thank you, little friend, for helping us find release. I have nothing to give. I will take the soul of this beast, and my own soul, and give them to you." Lin Muyu's whole body trembled. He finally understood. The Wild Slayer Spear Sovereign was not dead either, but had locked his soul into the spear, waging a great war with the soul of the Wild Beast Emperor. It was unknown how long the two had fought, but in the end, the Wild Slayer Spear Sovereign won. However, his physical body was gone, and his soul was also crippled, unable to escape from the spear. Once he escaped, he would truly die. After so many years, he had seen everything that happened in the Gaia burial ground. He knew about Lin Muyu's appearance, the release and dissipation of everyone in the god burial ground. As this voice sounded, the final will of the Wild Slayer Spear Sovereign also disappeared, which could be said to be a complete release. Soul. At this time, Lin Muyu discovered that his soul quality had increased by a large margin. Originally, his soul had entered the second stage, as if wearing a layer of bronze helmet and iron armor. Now this layer of bronze helmet and iron armor was brighter and stronger. A faint golden halo appeared on it. The soul quality quietly increased by a large margin, not far from the peak of the second grade. Lin Muyu was moved. When the human sages bid him farewell, they all gave him their soul essence, indicating that they were no longer worried about this world and could truly leave in peace. The trip to the god burial ground had a perfect ending. Lin Muyu was satisfied with the results, but his journey to the deep space was not really over yet. His soul quality had not yet reached the peak of the second grade, it was still a little short. Only by reaching the peak of the second grade would he have a 100% certainty of extracting all his talents. There could be no carelessness in this matter. Through and tears, Lin Muyu had learned some things related to the deep space. The deep space was part of the eternal battlefield, and a part with the most ancient history. In the previous era, many great battles had broken out here. Many experts had died here. Besides the god burial ground, there were many remnant souls of experts in the deep space. Lin Muyu wanted to obtain these remnant souls to increase his soul quality. Besides this, there was another very important item. If he had the chance this time, he could also try to find it. It was the world core that Jiang Yai wanted most. It was said to be the core left after a small world was destroyed, containing the essence of a small world, a treasure of the true god level. And if Lin Muyu wanted to become the master of the world, this world core was also very important. So if possible, he had to find it this time. How to find it, Lin Muyu didn't know. And Tears was very mysterious, saying that Lin Muyu would naturally know. Lin Muyu remembered very clearly and Tears' mischievous smile at that time. That fellow definitely had no good intentions. At this time, a large number of elemental giants and wild beast insectoids were clearing the way for Lin Muyu, acting as his eyes. The map related to the deep space became more and more detailed. What monsters were in which places, their approximate ranks, and which places were particularly dangerous were all explored. In the process of exploration, the level 97 elemental giants continued to die. Lin Muyu also saw many very strange monster areas. Suddenly, a piece of news came. The leader of the elemental giants had suddenly lost contact. Even the demigod level leader had suffered a loss. With a thought, a super god level wild beast suddenly changed direction and ran to the point of the incident. Lin Muyu had to take a risk out of desperation. It wasn't that he was timid, but that his ability was still not enough. He couldn't deal with all the dangers he would encounter. There were extremely dangerous places in the deep space. Although it was not certain that they could kill him, if he were trapped, the risk would be high. Even if Antares could save him, it would come at a price. It seemed Antares had some restrictions, and could not casually act inside the deep space. That super god level wild beast quickly reached the place where the elemental giant leader disappeared, and then it also disappeared. It disappeared without a sound, and completely lost contact. That was strange. Lin Muyu sent another super god level wild beast over. This time, it didn't go to the point of the incident but stopped about 1,000 meters away. Looking down from above, The area of the incident was a plain with nothing on it. As the wild beast slowly approached, nothing happened. It wasn't until it crossed the 1,000-meter distance and entered the point of the incident that it disappeared. Is it a counterattack from a death zone? Lin Yu gradually became interested. Whether it was a death zone or not, he had to go and see for himself to be sure. After all, looking from the wild beast's perspective was still different from seeing it with his own eyes. The wings of the undead flapped gently, and he immediately headed in that direction. The map of the deep space in his head was already quite detailed. Lin Yu took the area where he entered the deep space as the center and divided the deep space based on the density of the elemental laws. Lin Yu divided it very carefully, from the safest area, level 90, increasing tier by tier to the level 98 area. Next was the demigod level 99 area, and then the super god level area. The super god level area meant that it could pose a danger at the super god level. Lin Yu believed that his map was definitely the most detailed map of the deep space and the human race. Most experts in the human race, after entering the deep space, would operate in the level 90 to 95 areas. Even the level 96 area was rarely entered, let alone the higher and more dangerous areas. The area Lin Yu had just entered was a level 96 area, then he encountered the area of the elemental giants, which belonged to the level 97 area. The god burial ground was located at the boundary between the level 99 area and the super god area. It was in this area that the dragon emperor had fallen. Now, the area where the elemental giant leader had an accident was to the northwest of Lin Yu, also at the junction of the level 99 area and the super god area. The method of dividing based on the density of elemental laws was not entirely accurate, but was sufficient. The wings of the undead flapped a few times, and Lin Yu had crossed more than 1,000 kilometers, appearing on the outskirts of the incident point. He was only about 100 meters away from the point of appearance. Lin Yu flew high in the air and looked down. It was exactly as he had just seen, there was no difference. The ground was extremely quiet, looking very peaceful, without any danger. The truth was, Lin Yu really didn't feel any danger. Soul power slowly flowed, replacing his eyes. Sometimes, observing with the soul was more effective than with the eyes. When the soul power flowed over 100 meters, it suddenly encountered an obstacle, as if an invisible wall had blocked the soul power. No matter how the soul power tried, it couldn't pass through. The soul power went up, and Lin Yu also flew up, discovering that this wall seemed to be infinitely high. He had flown tens of thousands of meters into the air, but still hadn't reached the end. Lin Yu gave up the idea of entering from above and followed the invisible high wall to check the side. He knew that the invisible high wall could not extend indefinitely, there must be an end. But the truth was not as he thought. Lin Yu went around the invisible high wall, and finally returned to the starting point. The invisible high wall had formed a circle around this area, with a diameter of about 100 kilometers. This circle enclosed a piece of heaven and earth inside, like a formation forming an independent world. Is it a formation? Or something else? He couldn't get an answer by guessing. Lin Yu pointed a finger at the sky, and the eye of the undead suddenly opened wide. The projection of the immortal world was also blocked by the high wall. It seemed it didn't block physical objects, only energy. Lin Yu connected to the vision of the eye of the undead, but it had no effect, and the eye of the undead couldn't attack either, proving that there was nothing like a soul inside this high wall. Without a soul, it was not a living creature. Next, a skeleton god warrior appeared beside Lin Yu. With a crackling sound, it walked in. Undead and resurrected beings were different. If a resurrected being encountered danger, the result would be turning to dust. From Lin Yu's perspective, this meant losing contact completely, or in other words, suddenly disappearing. Lin Yu couldn't judge the life or death of the resurrected based on that. But if it was a skeleton, it would be different. When a skeleton died, it would activate the passive spell Undead Immortal. Lin Yu could feel this. The skeleton god warrior disappeared from his sight. It had entered smoothly. The invisible high wall blocked souls and all kinds of elemental laws, but it did not block physical objects. The skeleton god warrior lost contact with him as soon as it stepped in. It hadn't activated the Undead Immortal spell, which meant the skeleton god warrior was not in any danger. Lin Yu ordered the skeleton god warrior to keep going after entering, not to stop. He believed the skeleton god warrior would not stop. Lin Yu waited for a long time, but Undead Immortal still had not been activated, proving that the skeleton god warrior was not in danger inside. But Lin Yu was still not at ease. He summoned another group of skeletons, and had them enter from all four directions. After half a day of experimentation, Undead Immortal still had not been activated. Lin Muyu tried to summon a new skeleton god warrior but found that the quota was full and he couldn't summon more. Thus, Lin Muyu could confirm that there was no danger inside the wall. Otherwise, these several thousand skeletons could not all be safe. Fortune is found in danger. Lin Muyu took a deep breath and quickly stepped inside. As soon as he stepped inside, his vision changed. Before him was a chaotic mass of colors, the manifestation of laws. Each color represented a type of law. Some Lin Muyu had seen before, some he had never seen, very chaotic, without any order. Then, all kinds of elemental laws and chaotic ores surrounded his whole body. He was like an immobile puppet, as if the pause button had been pressed. These chaotic elemental laws began to invade his body. He still couldn't move, only passively receiving. The soul was thinking, trying to find the answer, to know what was happening, but there was no answer, not a single bit. This situation lasted for 10 minutes. First, his fingers regained some feeling, then it spread to his limbs. Another 10 minutes passed, and Lin Muyu found that he could move. But his actions were still greatly hindered, like being submerged in a quagmire. The quagmire here was the elements, and laws that were everywhere. Lin Muyu felt the changes in his body. The elemental laws that had just invaded his body seemed to be helping him adapt to this world. This world. Lin Muyu was suddenly startled. He had realized where this place was. Then his whole body became excited. It's a world core. The world core has formed an independent space. All the chaotic elemental laws here were what was left after the previous world was destroyed. This was another world, an independent world. Nowhere to be found. Lin Muyu clenched his fist, expressing the excitement in his heart. No wonder Interes said that as soon as he saw it, he would definitely know. It was true. Different worlds naturally have different laws and situations. As soon as he stepped into this place, the first thing Lin Muyu had to do was adapt. The elemental laws automatically invaded his body. It was a kind of passive adaptation. Over time, his body and soul would adapt to this world, and his ability to act would also recover accordingly. Here, Lin Muyu sensed the skeletons that had entered before. They were still safe, but he couldn't sense the elemental giant leader that had entered first. The few wild beasts that had entered later were still here, but the elemental giant leader was gone. This made Lin Muyu become vigilant. Suddenly, the stellar spell representing undead immortal trembled slightly. A skeleton had died. It was the first skeleton to enter, it was dead. The undead immortal spell was activated. Lin Muyu could help it resurrect on the spot, or he could choose to let it return to the stellar spell. Lin Muyu didn't hesitate, and chose to resurrect it on the spot, at the same time connecting his vision to it. His vision went dark, and the skeleton died again. Undead Immortal was activated again. Lin Muyu chose to resurrect it again, still connecting to the skeleton. His vision was still dark as before, the skeleton died again. The third time it was resurrected, the third time he connected, this time Lin Muyu saw clearly what it was, a black light. The black light flashed past, and the skeleton god warrior died on the spot. The attack power of the black light had surpassed the highest limit of the skeleton god warrior. Even the comprehensive link talent had not been activated. This time, Lin Muyu had the skeleton god warrior return to the stellar spell. He had seen it clearly, dying more was useless. Although he didn't know what the black light was, Lin Muyu knew it was very dangerous. He guessed that the elemental giant leader was 100 killed by it. Lin Muyu didn't advance rashly but gradually adapted to the situation here. Not only did he have to adapt, but his undead legion also had to. While he was waiting, he constantly connected his vision with the resurrected and the skeletons and saw the black light again. The black light would suddenly disappear in one place, then stop for a while before disappearing again. After a long period of observation, Lin Muyu confirmed that the appearance of the black light was not regular, so it was completely impossible to predict where it would appear. The skeletons were small, so the probability of encountering the black light was lower. If it were the elemental giant leader, and the larger wild beasts, the probability of encountering it would be much higher. Moreover, the closer to the center, the higher the frequency of the black light's appearance. Besides this, Lin Muyu also saw many corpses. These corpses had very strange shapes, all different. Lin Muyu couldn't determine whether the corpses, when alive, were native monsters of the deep space or visitors from the great world. Back then, this world core had fallen into the deep space. It was impossible that only Jianye had seen it. So anything was possible. 3 days later, Lin Muyu had finally completely adapted to the environment here. The elemental laws had filled every corner of his body. The undead legion could also operate normally. It was time to set off. In these few days, Lin Yu had continuously sent out skeletons and had covered the entire periphery of this world. This independent world, born from the world core, had a much larger internal space than what was seen from the outside. The outside was just a circular space with a diameter of about 100 kilometers. But the inside was at least thousands of kilometers, like a continent. The first 1,000 kilometers were a safe zone with no danger. After 1,000 kilometers, the black light would appear. Accordingly, the closer to the center of the world, the higher the frequency of the black light's appearance and the more dangerous it would be. Lin Yu headed towards the center of the world. The wings of the undead flapped gently, and in the blink of an eye, he had crossed more than 1,000 kilometers. Through the KI colors, Lin Yu saw the black light with his own eyes. The black light flashed in the air, then stopped for a few seconds to 10 seconds before disappearing and appearing elsewhere. What exactly was this black light? Lin Yu put on his bone armor and flew away. The wings of the undead flapped again, and he turned into a stream of light, flying towards the core area of the world. The black light appeared without a pattern. Slowly walking here was useless. It was better to fly to the world core at the fastest speed. Soul power flowed, and the speed of the wings of the undead was frighteningly fast. In an instant, he had crossed thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, a black light appeared right in his flight path. The black light appeared very suddenly, giving Lin Yu no time to dodge, so he crashed straight into it. A white light flashed on Lin Yu's body. The bone armor was activated, and then immediately shattered. The wings of the undead were severed. A white light flashed on his body, passing through the black light. Then he stopped abruptly. He looked unharmed, but the entire undead legion had collapsed. Undead Immortal was activated, and the undead legion was resurrected in the stellar spell. The attack power of the black light just now had at least reached the 2nd tier true god level, and it had laws, very powerful laws. Neither elemental resistance nor physical resistance had any effect. The bone armor shattered, and it did not activate the linked spell. This showed that the black light was not an object that could be attacked. What was the origin of this black light? Why was its attack power so terrifying? A 2nd tier true god's attack power was almost an invincible existence in the deep space. No one could block it. Just as Lin Yu stopped, he heard a sharp sound. A blue light, like a sharp arrow, shot from a distance. Lin Yu saw at a glance that the blue light was a remnant soul. Based on the resilience of the remnant soul, it could be guessed that it was also a super god level before. After dying here, its soul did not completely dissipate, finally becoming a remnant soul. The remnant soul was full of resentment. Without reason, only the instinct to kill. It was clearly very unwilling to have died here. Lin Yu pointed to finger lightly. Fusion's spell, Curse of Time. This is the eye of the undead. This was the best spell to deal with remnant souls. Under the 3 layers of curses, the remnant soul suddenly let out a tragic scream, its speed immediately slowing down. The remnant soul began to burn fiercely, then emitted a blue light. The flames and the blue light continuously flickered on the remnant soul. The flow of time passed extremely quickly. For it, in this instant, a very long time had passed. Finally, the remnant soul exploded with a bang, turning to dust. The remaining soul essence was absorbed by Lin Yu. Lin Yu stood in mid-air and looked down at the ground. Through the mild colors, from the cracks of light, he saw many skeletons on the ground. When they were alive, these skeletons were not weak. Many skeletons on the ground still retained a soul aura. These were all remnant souls, good tools to upgrade soul quality. Lin Yu slowly flew over. The aura of a living person immediately attracted the attention of the remnant souls. One by one, the remnant souls, filled with overwhelming resentment, lost their reason and rushed towards him. The projection of the immortal world descended, and a giant eye of the undead appeared in the sky. The eye of the undead stared at these remnant souls, delivering them their final fatal blow. Even if they were super gods when alive, now as remnant souls, they could not escape the gaze of the eye of the undead. Lin Yu discovered that the remnant souls here were all full of resentment, as if very unwilling to have died. This was very strange. He didn't know the reason. He advanced towards the world core, clearing a large number of remnant souls along the way, absorbing their soul essence. His soul quality began to gradually increase. The golden light on his bronze helmet and iron armor became stronger and stronger. When the golden light covered the entire bronze helmet and iron armor, his soul could reach the peak of the 2nd grade. As for the 3rd grade soul, the difficulty was too great. For now, Lin Yu was not thinking about it. The golden light on his soul body became stronger, gradually covering his whole body. The bronze helmet and armor also became dazzling. He was getting closer and closer to the peak of the second grade. Suddenly, a black light silently appeared, cutting across his body. The bone armor flashed and shattered instantly. The undead legion under the stellar spell also disintegrated. Lin Muyu reacted extremely quickly. After being injured by the black light for the first time, he immediately tilted his body to avoid it. This way, he would only be injured once. As long as he wasn't continuously injured, it would be fine. Although the black light's attack was strong, it did not have the ability to track souls. Lin Muyu knew that as long as he dodged quickly, he would at most be injured once or twice, so he didn't have to worry. The cooldown of Undead Immortal was 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, he could die 5 times. Plus the Halo of the Immortal Lich, the 7th time would activate the talent. Then he would have 7 more chances. After 1 minute, the talent would be reset, and he would have 7 more chances. As long as he wasn't killed continuously 14 times within 1 minute, he wouldn't die. With the frequency of the black light's appearance, as long as he didn't stand still as a target, there would be no great danger. Lin Muyu's advantage was also in this. His life-saving ability was extremely strong. As Lin Muyu got closer to the core, the frequency and density of the black light's appearance increased significantly. Within his line of sight, black light constantly flickered, appearing randomly in every corner. Because there was no pattern, Lin Muyu could only react as it came, trying his best not to be attacked continuously. After the frequency of the black light's appearance increased, the skeletons on the ground decreased. The number of skeletons decreased, but the quality of the remnant souls increased dramatically. Before, it was still remnant souls of demigods or first or second tier supergods. But now, the quality of the remnant souls had risen to 5th tier supergod. Even the eye of the undead began to struggle. Lin Muyu had to use the curse of time to attack. The higher the rank of the remnant soul, the higher the quality of the soul essence left behind, and the effect of increasing soul quality was also far beyond low-rank remnant souls. As his soul quality got closer to the peak of the second grade, the requirement for soul essence would also increase. At first, it was about quantity. Now it was about quality. Along the way, it was unknown how many remnant souls Lin Muyu had destroyed. At least hundreds, but it was still a little short of reaching the peak of the second grade. Each remnant soul represented an expert. Some skeletons did not leave remnant souls. Lin Muyu was sure that among these skeletons, some came from the Great World. They came here also to get the World Core, a true god-level treasure. Of course the attraction was not small. Lin Muyu had been attacked by the black light no less than 10 times. Each time, he could react quickly, and only took 1 hit. For some reason, his mood became a little irritable. He unconsciously accelerated, wanting to reach the destination faster and get the World Core. The black light flashed again, but this time Lin Muyu seemed not to feel it. The entire undead legion disintegrated, and then instantly revived. The second attack came, and the undead legion shattered again. Only then did Lin Muyu react, escaping the attack range of the black light. The black light was still the black light, there was no change. The one who had changed was himself. Lin Muyu realized that something was wrong with him. An inexplicable impatience welled up, causing his reaction speed to drop significantly. In this impatience, he even felt a bit of resentment towards this world, resentment towards the irregularity of the black light. Could it be that the resentment in those remnant souls came from here? When the remnant souls were alive, they were also killed by the black light. Even after death, their bodies were still attacked by the black light, cut into countless pieces over a long period of time. The black light carried an inexplicable impatience that was transmitted from the skeletons to the remnant souls. That's why every remnant soul was filled with resentment. The resentment came from the black light, and the black light came from the World Core. The World Core was a destroyed world. This world had consciousness, and it was full of hatred for its own destruction. Lin Muyu thought he had found the source of the problem. He suddenly felt enlightened. The source of all problems was the World Core. Knowing this, he was no longer afraid. The unknown was the most terrifying. With a thought, he erased the emotions that shouldn't be there. His whole person became clear-headed again, and continued on his way. The black light became denser and denser. Later, it was almost as if the black light would appear every few steps, either blocking his way or appearing directly on his body. The frequency of being attacked increased rapidly. Lin Muyu slowed down, and adjusted his pace. Sometimes, to pay attention to the cooldown of his spells, he would stop in place for a few minutes, but sometimes, even when he was standing still, he would still be attacked by the black light. Just like that, Lin Muyu walked and thought, and passed another few hundred kilometers. From beginning to end, he had probably walked about 3,000 kilometers. He should be almost there. Lin Yu calculated the distance he had traveled. Based on his estimation of this special world, he should be almost there. Suddenly, Lin Yu's nose twitched slightly. A faint fragrance wafted in. The fragrance entered his nasal cavity and spread into his soul whirl. Even his soul could smell it. It smelled so good. When his soul smelled the fragrance, it suddenly jolted, and his thinking became extremely clear in an instant. Just then, a black light formed right in front of him. Lin Yu reacted extremely quickly, immediately leaning to dodge. But he was still a step too slow, and was hit by the black light. It was unknown how many times the undead legion had collapsed. Lin Yu realized that his reaction was really faster, and it was because of this fragrance. Lin Yu searched for the source of the fragrance and finally found it. His eyes suddenly contracted. So there are people here. Lin Yu was startled. There were actually people here, and they were definitely of the human race. Lin Yu trusted his feeling. He couldn't be wrong. Moreover, it was a woman, a very strong woman. The aura emanating from her body had reached the 8th tier, or even 9th tier super god. She had noticed his gaze and turned to look back. When she saw him, she also seemed very surprised. This woman was very beautiful, no less than Lillian. Moreover, because of her strength, the temperament she exuded was very special, full of charm. Lin Yu was sure he had never met her. Suddenly, a black light appeared beside the woman. "Be careful," Lin Yu instinctively shouted. The woman had already discovered the black light and took a quick step, easily dodging it. This speed far surpassed his. Then she took another step. Lin Yu's eyes blurred, and the woman had appeared in front of him. He looked at her, and she looked at him. It seemed neither had any intention of speaking first. Lin Yu was thinking about her identity. Although she hadn't spoken, just based on her attire, he could guess. Her clothes and jewelry were completely different from the humans of this world, and also different from the ancient humans. The style of her clothes was somewhat similar to ancient Xia, but more exquisite. The patterns embroidered on them were also very vivid, looking almost real. From this, it could be inferred that this woman was a human from a previous era, or a human from the Great World. The woman saw that Lin Yu didn't speak and frowned slightly. "Are you a human of this world?" Lin Yu nodded lightly. "You're from the Great World." The woman was a little surprised. "You know about the Great World?" "I know a little." With just a few short lines of dialogue, Lin Yu was 100% sure of her origin. This woman came from the Great World. He knew that there was some connection between the deep space and the Great World. Otherwise, the deep space would not have become the great battlefield of that year. Even in the previous era, there were countless battles in the deep space. But not everyone could easily enter the deep space. Even Zhang Yi couldn't. She looked at Lin Yu. Due to the dragon orb, his whole body was covered in an unknown aura. She couldn't see through him. "You must be the strongest expert in this world, right?" Her voice was a bit cold but not arrogant. Lin Yu replied calmly, something like that. "To be able to come to this place, your strength is not bad, but you can't go any further." She didn't use a commanding tone, but a very calm tone, as if stating a fact. Lin Yu looked towards the center, where the world core was. Through the mottled colors, he saw many black lights. The closer to the world core, the denser the black light. But for him, just the black light was not enough to threaten him, unless there was a more dangerous existence. A hint of confusion and incomprehension appeared in his eyes. The woman explained, "The closer to the core, the stronger the power of the light of destruction will be. The frequency of its appearance and its density will also increase significantly. Only a 9th tier super god combined with some special talents had a chance to enter. We are all human. I don't want you to go to your death. It's not easy for an expert to appear in a small world. I hope you can survive to enter the great world and see what the real vast world is like." Her words carried no malice, but rather a hint of sincerity. So this black light is called the light of destruction. Only then did Lin Yu know the real name of the black light. The woman immediately made an "I knew it" face. She continued, "The light of destruction is a light formed by the laws of destruction, with the ability to destroy everything. The world core doesn't want to be taken, so it uses this light of destruction to protect itself. Even if it's the core of a small world, the light of destruction it releases still has the attack power of a 2nd tier true god. So you can't block it. Moreover, if a world is destroyed, all the beings inside will also die, giving rise to a terrifying resentment. These resentments are integrated into the light of destruction. When attacked by the light of destruction, the soul will also be affected and become filled with hatred. On your way here, you must have encountered many remnant souls, and they were all filled with resentment." What she said completely matched what Lin Yu had experienced. So the light of destruction had such an origin. It fused the laws of destruction and the resentment of a world, not only having terrifying attack power, but also affecting the mind and soul. Thank you, Lin Muyu sincerely thanked the woman. She accepted it calmly and held something in her hand. Take this. When you truly enter the great world, it will be useful. It was a small, exquisite jade pendant with a very good texture. Lin Muyu could feel the faint flow of elements and laws from the jade pendant. The jade pendant contained laws. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Lin Muyu asked, "How do you know I'm from a small world?" The woman seemed to hear an interesting question and smiled slightly. People from small worlds and the great world are different. You'll know when you enter the great world later. I hope you can quickly find the way there. It sounded like she was about to leave. He was a little surprised. Are you going to continue? This place is very close to the world core. With a little more effort, you might succeed. And this woman's strength is at least an 8th tier super bad. She definitely has a chance. The woman shook her head. Treasures are obtained by those with fate. I have no fate with it. I have wasted too much time here. Listen to me. You do have strength, but now is not the time. Wait until you enter the great world, upgrade your strength, and then come back. Then you will have a better chance of getting the world core. You are a person of this world, with the mark of this world. It will be easier for you to come back than for us. That's all. I hope to see you again in the great world. After speaking, the woman's whole body emitted a faint light, then quickly disappeared. She left very decisively, without any hesitation. Lin Muyu watched her disappear, pondering her words. This woman came from the great world, and had the strength of an 8th tier super god. She was definitely not weak. The important thing was that she was also very young. Lin Muyu felt that she was not much older than him. Judging age by appearance was not entirely accurate, but he felt that she couldn't be much older than him. Moreover, to be able to enter the deep space and come to this place was not something an ordinary super god could do. He guessed that there was probably another force behind her. She had just said she hoped to see him in the great world. That meant as long as he was alive to enter the great world, she knew she would definitely see him again. If they didn't meet, it meant he would die here or couldn't find the way out. Why was she so confident? Is it because of this? Lin Muyu looked at the jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant was exquisitely carved, very vivid. Inside the jade pendant was the image of a small valley, containing the flow of the wind element. He could even vaguely feel a gentle breeze, bringing a cool feeling. On the other side of the jade pendant was carved a character, Quan. Perhaps the woman's name was Quan. Lin Muyu knew this jade pendant was not ordinary, but with his current vision, he couldn't see anything special. Anyway, this woman had no ill intentions. He believed his feeling would not be wrong. The other party knew he was not from the great world with just a glance. What was the difference between people from the great world and small worlds? Perhaps he would have the answer when he reached the great world later. Lin Muyu put away the jade pendant and looked towards the area with the world core. The light of destruction was rampant there, extremely dense. The light of destruction had the attack power of a true god level. Even this woman couldn't get through. But Lin Muyu's lips curled up slightly, his eyes full of confidence. Just because others couldn't pass didn't mean he couldn't. Although the light of destruction was dense, there were still gaps. As long as he controlled his rhythm well and was a little more careful, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Muyu paused for a moment, then continued towards his goal. The world core. As long as it was possible, he had to get it. And Tears had once said that getting the core of this world was very important for his future. If he couldn't get it, many things would become troublesome. The light of destruction appeared on Lin Muyu's body, and the bone armor exploded again. Here, besides being able to tell him he was attacked, the bone armor had no other use. But this was also the function he needed most. The light of destruction always appeared silently, without any warning. Using the bone armor as an alarm was very effective. As soon as the bone armor lit up, Lin Muyu immediately accelerated and took another step, but he still couldn't avoid being attacked by the light of destruction. The undead legion also disintegrated. But this one step helped him escape the attack range. Every time the light of destruction appeared, he only needed to take one hit. Lin Muyu knew very well that his reaction was not fast enough, so dodging was impossible. He could only try to take as few hits as possible. Relying on undead immortal, and the advantage of his own talent, he used another method to break through the blockade of the light of destruction. The light of destruction contained the laws of destruction, and the resentment of an entire world. Not only was its attack power strong, but it also affected the soul. Lin Muyu was prepared, constantly guarding his soul and keeping his thoughts clear. Relying on undead immortal, he continuously took hits but still kept moving forward. The appearance of the light of destruction became denser and denser. Sometimes, two lights of destruction would appear in the same place. The undead legion continuously shattered and the stellar spell, and the undead immortal spell was also activated again and again. Lin Yu, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, walked and rested to control his pace. Finally, he reached that area. In the mottled light, Lin Yu recognized the purpose of this trip. A round sphere floating 100 meters away. The world core. Even though it was his first time seeing it, Lin Yu recognized it. This was the world core, the final relic left after a world was destroyed. It preserved the essence of a world. The entire world core seemed to be made of jade, shrouded in a hazy light. This light looked a bit familiar. It was very similar to the light of the laws of chaos, as if it gathered all the colors of the world. Outside that light were countless crisscrossing, flickering lights of destruction, leaving almost no gaps. Moreover, there were many lights of destruction dancing around, leaving even less space. Lin Yu observed for a while, but couldn't find a pattern. If he wanted to get the world core, he had to be able to resist the light of destruction. No wonder she gave up. Lin Yu understood the reason why the woman gave up. With her speed and reaction, dodging the light of destruction along the way was a small matter. But this last 100 meters was almost impossible to dodge. He could only charge straight through. No matter how fast he was, he would have to continuously take the attacks of the light of destruction. The light of destruction had the attack power of a true god, at least a second-tier true god. The attack frequency was terrifyingly high. Even a 9th-tier super god would find it hard to withstand. Even with other means, or treasures, it would not be without risk. It was precisely because of this that she concluded Lin Yu would not be able to get the world core. She even advised him not to go to his death. He could take advantage of being a human of this world, wait until he was stronger, and then come back. Lin Yu knew she meant well, but he still couldn't accept it. He stood about 100 meters from the world core, observing the light of destruction. On his way here, he had vaguely felt the change in the light of destruction. At first, the light of destruction was erratic, without any pattern. But later, its attack frequency became higher and higher, as if it had a target. There were several continuous attacks. Lin Yu felt as if they were directly aimed at him. The light of destruction came from the world core, but he felt a faint trace of consciousness from the world core. It was a feeling brought by his soul. His soul was about to reach the peak of the second grade. Besides increasing in magnitude, his soul also became more sensitive. That's why he could feel the will from the world core. It seemed the world core didn't want anyone to get close to it, so it used the light of destruction as a weapon to block enemies from the outside. Especially the last 100 meters, it had almost become a forbidden zone. Lin Yu stared intently, trying to find a loophole, analyzing all kinds of possibilities. A few seconds later, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it has consciousness, then it's easy to handle. If it was an unconscious, random attack, it would be a bit troublesome. But if the world core had consciousness, and could control the light of destruction, then it was easy. A plan formed in his mind. If he wasn't mistaken, it would succeed. As soon as the idea came out, the entire undead legion acted together. This time, it wasn't a small-scale mobilization, but the entire undead legion acting together. A total of 1.49 million undead legions instantly filled more than half the space. Heaven and earth were filled with the undead legion. With a single command from Lin Yu, the undead legion rushed towards the world core from all four directions. The light of destruction erupted violently. Lin Yu's soul had been sensing the world core all along and immediately noticed its change. The weak consciousness of the world core changed, transmitting a kind of disgust. The feeling of disgust was extremely clear. Immediately, a large amount of light of destruction began to attack the charging undead legion. As expected, it is consciousness. At this moment, Lin Yu was completely certain. The world core had an extremely weak consciousness, probably a remnant of the will of a once existing world. Although the world had been destroyed, the will still remained a little. A large number of undead were destroyed by the light of destruction, but were quickly resurrected. There were really too many undead, about 1.49 million, coming from every nook and cranny, from every angle, densely packed, surrounding it in countless layers. The attack power of the light of destruction was very strong. Each hit could surpass the tolerance limit of the undead. Even a skeletal dragon would be disintegrated in an instant by the light of destruction's attack, completely unable to activate the comprehensive link talent. This was the effect Lin Yu wanted. If the talent was not activated, Each light of destruction could only kill one undead. The 1.49 million undead far exceeded the number of lights of destruction. To kill them all would take a lot of time. Moreover, with the immortal lich here, each undead could be resurrected up to 6 times. Whether it was a skeleton or a headless knight, as long as it died, it would be resurrected on the spot, and continue to charge towards the world core. The light of destruction erupted over a wide area, but it still couldn't stop the undead army. The world core was angry. It mobilized more lights of destruction to stop the undead legion. This 100-meter forbidden zone was on the verge of collapse under the pressure of the undead army's attack. Lin Yuyu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. A path appeared before him. This path led straight to the world core, and there was not a single light of destruction. This was the passage he had tried his best to leave. The undead legion had attracted all the lights of destruction, trying their best to leave this passage. Why was it easy to handle with consciousness? Because with consciousness, it would actively control, and it was often easy to have loopholes. Lin Yuyu had found that loophole. The passage had formed. A second later, the wings of the undead flapped gently, and Lin Yuyu appeared in front of the world core as if teleporting. A large hand reached out and firmly placed it on the world core. The world core suddenly trembled, and immediately a light of destruction fell on his body. The undead legion collapsed but revived in an instant. Lin Yuyu paid no attention to the light of destruction. His will rushed into the world core like a great flood. The will of the world was once very strong, but after being destroyed, only a weak will remained. Lin Yuyu wanted to use his own will to shatter it. The world core began to resist. The light of destruction continuously flickered on his body. The undead legion died and revived again and again. The immortal lich appeared, its halo flashed, but then quickly dissipated. Then, a purple light flashed on Lin Yuyu's body. The talent was activated, and he was resurrected. All spell cooldowns were reset. The undead legion revived again. Now it was not a matter of fighting for every minute and second, but for every fraction of a second. The time left for Lin Yuyu was only a few tenths of a second. To be precise, only 0.7 seconds. The attack frequency of the light of destruction was 0.1 seconds. He could still take 7 more hits. Destroy. Lin Yuyu's eyes showed determination. His will was extremely strong at this moment. A light flashed in his hand. Fusion spell, Curse of Time. In this instant, for the world core, it was as if a very long time had passed. The time flow of the world core was completely separated from the outside world. Time was disordered. Lin Yuyu's will completely erupted at this moment, with the power of a peak second great soul, like a long spear piercing the final will of the world core. Accompanied by a scream that only souls could hear, the world core trembled violently and then completely quieted down. The final remaining will was completely crushed. The next step was to leave his soul imprint on the world core, and turn this ownerless core into his own possession. Suddenly, his soul gave a frantic warning. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a resonant dragon roar. Lin Yuyu sensed mortal danger. A sharp sword appeared before his eyes, stabbing towards his neck. At the same time, a sword suddenly appeared in his soul world, stabbing straight at his soul body. Physical body, soul, a dual attack. This sword appeared without a sound, without any sign. In the soul world, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal suddenly rushed forward and collided with the sword. The soul world shook violently. The sword was shattered by the collision, but in the real world, the sword cut across Lin Yuyu's neck. However, he seemed to be fine, completely unharmed. The undead legion took some damage but did not collapse. The opponent's attack was not as strong as the light of destruction. Lin Yuyu had a passive skill, physical resistance, completely immune to all physical attacks. Even for physical law attacks, he could reduce the damage by 8,100 times. This sword came suddenly. Until the attack was over, he did not discover the opponent. A failed sword strike. A soft imp came from the air. Then another sword strike, another dual soul attack. Still coming. I've given you face. Lin Yuyu silently shouted in his heart. A layer of bone armor appeared on his body. The attack on his soul was once again shattered by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. The bone armor shattered, but the sword in front of his neck suddenly stopped. Not far away, a white light appeared. The attacker was trapped by the linked spell of the bone prison, and then the bone fangs and bone spears attacked at the same time, erupting a mass of pure white light. In the white light, a hazy gray shadow appeared. The shadow wore a special outfit that covered its body, revealing only a pair of eyes. It looked humanoid but was not human. Its hands had only 4 fingers, and were very sharp. Most notably, it had a tail behind its back. Its whole body revealed no aura. If not forced out by the link spell, Lin Yu would not have been able to find it at all. But once it appeared, it was easy to handle. The opponent's strength was very strong. The bone prison only trapped it for a moment before it exploded. Lin Yu also pointed a finger at this moment. Fusion spell, Curse of Time. A tragic scream rang out. The opponent's soul was immediately burned, then invaded by soul poison and suffered all kinds of curses. Finally, the time law played a huge role. The damage that should have lasted for a long time was accumulated and erupted in a short period. The opponent, in a tragic scream, retreated and quickly disappeared, hiding in space. Lin Yu put on his bone armor and did not pursue. His comprehensive rebirth talent had been activated and was on cooldown. Moreover, the undead immortal spell had been used many times. He was not in his strongest state. In a situation where the opponent's identity was unknown, he chose to wait and see, waiting for his talent to finish its cooldown. From the two attacks just now, he had roughly calculated the opponent's strength, probably between 7th and 8th tier super god. With this strength, it was very difficult to kill him. But Lin Yu was not sure if the opponent had stronger means. The opponent probably came from the Great World. Towards the unknown of the Great World, he did not dare to be careless. The opponent disappeared without a trace. Until all his spell talents had finished their cooldown, he did not appear again. Bone. Lin Yu sneered. This guy really fled after one failed strike. Are people from the Great World also afraid of death? Not daring to try a second time. Lin Yu knew the opponent couldn't kill him, but it was also very difficult for him to kill the opponent. The Undead Legion vigilantly protected him in 3 layers inside and out. Lin Yu closed his eyes and began to leave his soul imprint on the world core. Soul power flowed into the world core, which also emitted a soft light. Suddenly, the soul world shook violently. That sword appeared again. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal roared and charged. With the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, the opponent's soul attack would surely fail. In the real world, the sword also appeared. This time, the sword carried the light of laws, at least 2 types of laws intertwined, its power much greater than before. Lin Yu snorted lightly. With a flick of his finger, the eye of the undead appeared in the sky. When the bone armor shattered, the opponent's hiding place was immediately discovered. The bone prison was enough to trap the opponent for a moment, and that moment was enough for him to counterattack. The gray shadow appeared in the air 100 meters away, but the opponent's sword was right next to him. Its hand stretched out, as if passing through space. The eye of the undead stared down, and soul attacks surged. An eye for an eye. Lin Yu was not polite. He raised his hand and pointed a finger, another curse of time. A tragic scream rang out, clearly more miserable than before. The soul damage from before was still continuing, this time it was even stronger. The curse of time plus the eye of the undead. Lin Yu knew that even an 8th tier super god would not feel good. Soul attacks, he was also very proficient in. The person, in a tragic scream, once again went invisible and disappeared. Lin Yu's eyes were cold. He knew this blow of his head probably really injured the opponent. If the opponent came back, there might be a chance to keep him here. Taking a deep breath, he was ready to destroy the opponent, while his soul power continued to seep into the world core to leave his mark. But this time, beyond his expectation, the opponent really didn't appear again. In a deep corner of space, a hazy gray shadow suddenly appeared. He fell from space, rolled on the ground, and let out a heaven-shaking scream. His soul was like being burned by fire, bringing endless pain. Damn it, damned human, they will not let you go. Absolutely not. I will cut your flesh piece by piece, into 10,000 to 8,000 pieces. I want you to die without a complete corpse. And in his tragic screams, he continuously cursed Lin Yu, not even knowing his name. He trembled and took out an object, crushing it forcefully. A light emitted from his body, and he slowly disappeared, leaving the deep space. Lin Yu knew nothing about this. Anyway, whoever dared to rob his world core was his mortal enemy. Soul power continuously seeped into the world core, leaving his mark on it. The world core was taken into his soul world, appearing in the hands of his soul body. A stream of energy flowed out from the world core into his soul body. His soul body immediately seemed to have taken a great tonic, shining brightly. The distance to the peak of the 2nd grade was just a little bit away. Now that distance was completely filled. The bronze armor was covered in light, truly reaching the peak of the 2nd grade. Through his soul, Lin Yu could feel that the world core was full of all kinds of laws, but all the laws were broken and very incomplete. At the same time, he felt another power, very powerful. This was a power that surpassed laws, seeming to be the most original power of the world core. World force. Lin Muyu remembered what he had once heard about this kind of power. The world core was precious not because it contained laws, but because of this stream of world force. When the world core was taken away, the independent world disappeared, and Lin Muyu returned to the deep space. He took a deep breath. This journey was complete, he could go back. Why are you back? And Tears' voice was low, clearly still not awake. Lin Muyu said, I've done what I needed to do, so naturally I'm back. Done already. So fast. And Tears mumbled. It had only been about half a month since he left. And it was already done. When did the deep space become so easy? Soul has reached the 2nd grade. And Tears was skeptical, thinking it was impossible. In the deep space, even finding the way would take a lot of time. If he encountered a super, god level, he would definitely have to fight a few battles. How could it be so fast? Lin Muyu said. My luck was pretty good. I found the god burial ground and also the world core. What? And Tears' head shot up. Not only did he find the god burial ground, but he also found the world core. Lin Muyu said, unfortunately, I didn't find the dragon orb this time. I'll go next time. I'll definitely help you find the dragon orb. And Tears shook his head. The dragon orb, it's fine. That's not urgent. Take out the world core, and let me see. Lin Muyu took out the world core and brought it before Tears. The world core was just a small sphere the size of a fist. In Tears' eyes, it was equivalent to a very small ant. And Tears blinked. That's right, this is it. The world force is also quite full. Among the cores of small worlds, it's considered a good one. With this, your future path will be easier. Lin Muyu was full of doubt. What's the use of this? And Tears grinned. I'll explain it to you clearly. And Tears regained his spirit, shook his big head, and his eyes also became serious. Seeing Tears like this, Lin Muyu knew what he was about to say was very important, so he pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Ahem, and Tears cleared his throat like an old scholar and began his lecture. The world core is a true god-level treasure. It has 3 uses. Most people only know the first 2 uses, but not the last one. In fact, the last use is the biggest and most important use of the world core, and also the most important for you. And Tears used 3 mosts to start, making Lin Muyu even more interested. The first use is to refine weapons and armor from the world core. Weapons and armor refined from it will possess world force, and their effects can far exceed equipment of the same level. The second use is to extract the world force from the world core to strengthen one's own small world. In the great world, almost every expert has their own small world. Among them, some people will destroy worlds, turning a complete world into a world core, and then extract the world force inside to strengthen their own small world. Lin Muyu felt a chill in his heart as he listened. The experts of the great world actually did such things. The cruelty of the great world once again exceeded his imagination. Although great battles between experts often led to the destruction of worlds, passively destroying a world and actively destroying a world were 2 completely different concepts. The weak beings in the great world didn't even have the most basic right to survive. How long they lived all depended on the mood of the experts. And Tears grinned. Know how cruel the great world is now? Now I'll talk about the third use. The use that most people don't know. Only ancient races like our dragon clan know. The world core can also be refined into a special kind of container. Lin Muyu was slightly startled. A special container? What for? And Tears shook his big head. In the world core, besides the world force, the most precious thing is its body. Its body contains all kinds of laws. Through the secret methods of our dragon clan, it can be refined into a special container. In this container, everything is stationary, including time. Lin Muyu thought for a moment but still couldn't figure out what this special container was for. And Tears laughed louder. You're always so smart. Why can't you figure it out now? You'll have to leave this world sooner or later. I've told you before there are 2 ways to leave this world. Lin Muyu responded with a sound. And Tears had indeed said that one way was to bring the entire world into the great world, to let his world bathe in the laws of the great world and become a real part of it. This way, this world would become stronger, some limits would disappear, the cultivation speed of people in the world would be faster, and comprehending laws would also be easier. The disadvantage was that this world would lose the protection of the great world and be truly exposed to the eyes of experts from all races. The other way was for Lin Muyu to go out on his own first. When he was strong enough, he would bring the small world out. But how strong he needed to be, and how much time it would take, he was not sure. It might take several hundred to 1,000 years, or even longer. In the small world, everything might have changed, and the people of the past could be gone. My sister, Manhwa by Yiwan Ning Ye Chi saying him all the people I cared about might no longer exist. Neither option was perfect. At that moment, Lin Moyu couldn't make a decision. And Tears said with a laugh, have you figured it out now? With the world core, you have a third option. Once you become the master of the world, you can control the soul imprints within it. You can bring your loved ones, your friends, all into this container and take them with you. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. The third option in Tears mentioned was indeed much better than the previous two. Lin Moyu said, this way they can receive the resources of the great world, be bathed in its laws, have the opportunity to cultivate to higher levels, and even achieve longevity. And Tears snorted, letting out a rough breath. Longevity. You think longevity is that easy? In the great world, there are countless races. Some live for tens of thousands of years, while others only live for a few. Based on the lifespan of your human race, an ordinary person lives for less than 100 years. Even a god-level being lives for less than 200 years. A Demit super god lives only a few decades longer than a god level 1. Even with all methods to extend life, the maximum is no more than 400 years. How long do you want them to live? 200 years, or 400 years? Lin Moyu shook his head. That's not what I want. Can't it be longer? And Tears said unhappily, of course it can. The super god level is the first metamorphosis for the human race. A first-tier super god has a lifespan of 500 years, and each subsequent advancement can add another 100. For your human race, the lifespan limit of a super god is 2,000 years. A true god level being lives even longer, starting from 5,000 years. But I'll be blunt with you, none of your loved ones, friends, or teachers have the aptitude to reach the super god level. Looking at the entire world, only your sister has decent aptitude. Without aptitude, no amount of effort is useful, even in the great world. Stop dreaming. And Tears mercilessly shot down Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu wasn't angry, he understood Tears' meaning. And Tears wanted him to give up on unrealistic ideas. And Tears continued to discourage Lin Moyu. Besides, do you think it's that simple? Everything has two sides. This special container gives each person only one chance. They can't enter a second time. So if you wake them up in the great world and can't raise them to the super god level, it's just a waste of a short 200 or 300 years. In that case, you might as well stay in this world with them for their lifetime before leaving. It's only a few hundred years, I can pass it in a single nap. You should still choose one of the first two options. Leaving a few hundred years later is no big deal. There's no need to go to such lengths. It's not worth it. Besides, even if you bring them out, there's no guarantee of hope. Wasting your energy might even affect you. In this container, everything is stationary, including time. Lin Moyu thought for a moment but still couldn't figure out what this special container was for. And Tears laughed even louder. You've always been smart. Why can't you figure it out now? You'll have to leave this world sooner or later. I've told you before there are two ways to leave this world. Lin Moyu grunted in response. And Tears had indeed told him. One way was to bring the entire world into the great world, letting his world be bathed in the laws of the great world and become a true part of it. This way, the world would become stronger, some limitations would disappear. The cultivation speed of people in the world would be faster, and comprehending laws would be easier. The disadvantage was that this world would lose the protection of the great world and be truly exposed to the powerful beings of all races. The other way was for Lin Moyu to go out on his own first, and then bring the small world out after he became strong enough. But how strong he needed to be and how much time it would take, Lin Moyu wasn't sure. It could take several hundred to 1,000 years, or even longer. By then, everything in the small world might have changed, and the people of the past could be gone. His sister, Manhwa, Bai Yuan, Ningyi, Shi Xingyan, all the people he cared about might no longer exist. Neither option was perfect. At that moment, Lin Moyu couldn't make a decision. And Tears said with a laugh, have you figured it out now? With the world core, you have a third option. Once you become the master of the world, you can control the soul imprints within it. You can bring your loved ones, your friends, all into this container and take them with you. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. The third option in Tears mentioned was indeed much better than the previous two. Lin Moyu said, this way, they can receive the resources of the great world, be bathed in its laws, have the opportunity to cultivate to higher levels, and even achieve longevity. And Tears snorted, letting out a rough breath. Longevity. You think longevity is that easy? In the great world, there are countless races. Some live for tens of thousands of years, while others only live for a few. Based on the lifespan of your human race, an ordinary person lives for less than 100 years. Even a god-level being lives for less than 200 years. A demi-super god lives only a few decades longer than a god level 1. Even with all methods to extend life, the maximum is no more than 400 years. How long do you want them to live? 200 years, or 400 years? Lin Moyu shook his head. That's not what I want. Can't it be longer? And Tears said unhappily, of course, it can. The super god level is the first metamorphosis for the human race. A first-tier super god has a lifespan of 500 years, and each subsequent advancement can add another 100. For your human race, the lifespan limit of a super god is 2,000 years. A true god level being lives even longer, starting from 5,000 years. But I'll be blunt with you, none of your loved ones, friends, or teachers have the aptitude to reach the super god level. Looking at the entire world, only your sister has decent aptitude. Without aptitude, no amount of effort is useful, even in the great world. Stop dreaming. And Tears mercilessly shot down Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu wasn't angry, he understood Tears' meaning. And Tears wanted him to give up on unrealistic ideas. And Tears continued to discourage Lin Moyu. Besides, do you think it's that simple? Everything has two sides. This special container gives each person only one chance. They can't enter a second time. So if you wake them up in the great world, and can't raise them to the super god level, it's just a waste of a short 200 or 300 years. In that case, you might as well stay in this world with them for their lifetime before leaving. It's only a few hundred years, I can pass it in a single nap. You should still choose one of the first two options. Leaving a few hundred years later is no big deal. There's no need to go to such lengths, it's not worth it. Besides, even if you bring them out, there's no guarantee of hope. Wasting your energy might even affect you. And Tears kept complaining, tinged with frustration. Something was clearly wrong with it. Lin Moyu's eyes showed concern. What's wrong with you? And Tears shook its head, nothing. Lin Moyu's voice deepened. There's definitely something. And Tears stared at Lin Moyu. And Lin Moyu stared back. The two faced each other, as if waiting to see who would speak first. In the end, Tears gave in. Actually, it's nothing. Just a few disobedient fools from the previous era who did some excessive things. These excessive things made me very unhappy and caused some damage to this world. Otherwise, your era wouldn't be so tragic. And Tears didn't elaborate, just touching on the point. It clearly didn't want to discuss this issue in depth. That was a problem from the previous era. And Tears was a bit frustrated and could only tell Lin Moyu. And Tears had said similar things many times before. It was full of resentment towards the people of the previous era. Lin Moyu didn't ask further and switched back to the previous topic. I want them to live longer. Is there no way? And Tears glanced at Lin Moyu. Kid, you guessed it already, didn't you? Lin Moyu smiled. Indeed, he had guessed. Lin Moyu knew and Tears was telling him this for his sake. Since it told him this method, there must be more to it. And Tears said, when you become an invincible powerhouse, perhaps you can defy fate and change destiny. Invincible powerhouse. After Tears' explanation, Lin Moyu finally understood what an invincible powerhouse was. It wasn't a realm, nor a level, but a title. In the great world, an invincible powerhouse refers to those who have mastered a certain law to the extreme. When one masters a law to the extreme, they gain some miraculous power, and only then do they have the chance to defy fate and change destiny. It is extremely difficult to become an invincible powerhouse. A fierce fighting spirit surged in Lin Moyu's eyes, as if a fire was burning. His soul also let out a silent roar. And Tears heard the sound of Lin Moyu's soul. Invincible powerhouse. I will achieve it. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. How do I use the world core to refine the container? You teach me, Lin Moyu said in a deep voice. He has surely made his decision. He will definitely become an invincible powerhouse. The container Tears spoke of was also called the Coffin of Slumber. Because it was refined from the world core and couldn't be done by others, Lin Moyu had to do it himself. After the container was refined, it could be stored in the soul world and carried with him. And Tears passed the refining method to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu took the world core into his soul, and then soul power poured out, surrounding the world core, to refine the Coffin of Slumber. No fire, no hammer, but soul power. During his trip to the deep space, he had absorbed a lot of soul essence. Not only had the quality of his soul been enhanced, but his soul level had also unknowingly broken through to level 96. Lin Moyu now had the ability to control laws and no longer needed to rely on the soul division technique. A level 96 soul, peak second grade soul quality, and soul power carry more than 10 times that of his peers. In terms of soul, Lin Moyu had far surpassed other professionals of the same level 96, and had met the requirements for refining the Coffin of Slumber. The first step was to separate the world power. The soul power that had enveloped the world core suddenly erupted, instantly wrapping the world power inside the world core, and pulling it out. World power had no use in refining the coffin of slumber. Not only the world power, but even the laws within the world core had to be completely separated. In the coffin of slumber, everything was completely still, requiring no energy, truly empty. Only the special material of the world core was needed. As for what was special about this material, Lin Moyu didn't know, and neither did Antares. Antares only taught Lin Moyu according to the secret refining method of the dragon race, knowing how it was but not why. This was Lin Moyu's first time refining an item, and it was soul refining at that, so Lin Moyu was very careful. Refining in the great world was different from in the small world. In the small world, refining was the job of alchemists and blacksmiths. But in the great world, as long as one had enough strength, anyone could refine items. It was just that some people had talent or special techniques in this area, so they could enhance the items they refined. With the same materials, they could refine more powerful items. For now, Lin Moyu didn't need to pursue anything more powerful. For the coffin of slumber, being usable was enough. Lin Moyu used his soul to separate the world power, a very slow process. Lin Moyu did it very carefully, not missing any details. This process lasted for a full 10 days. After the world power was separated from the world core, it condensed into a ball of golden light. Antares said softly, "You know, this ball of world power can be sold for a good price in the great world." Lin Moyu was surprised. World power can be bought and sold. Antares laughed loudly. What's so surprising? In the great world, there's almost nothing that can't be bought and sold. From the smallest materials to an entire world, from inanimate objects to living beings, from the lowliest slaves to a powerful race, everything can be bought and sold. The key is whether you have enough money. As long as the price is right, someone would even dare to take the head of an invincible powerhouse. Things like world power are a hard currency. All powerful beings have their own small worlds, and want to strengthen them. There are also some seniors who, to cultivate their descendants, will give them a small world and add some world power. The curtain of the great world was lifted another corner, but the more one knew, the more one could imagine the cruelty within. Lin Moyu was still re-examining the world core to see if he had missed anything. Even a small omission could cause the refining process to fail. Antares just glanced at it, and didn't need to look anymore. He can proceed to the second step. Lin Moyu was almost done with his inspection, and began the second step. The second step was to separate the laws. The world core contained many fragmented laws. These laws were in a fragmented state, and Lin Moyu needed to use his soul power to separate them. This method was not much different from separating the world power. Lin Moyu had experience, so it went smoothly. Whether it was separating the world power or the laws, it was essentially a process of strengthening the soul imprint on the world core. During the separation process, the connection between Lin Moyu and the world core became tighter and tighter, which also laid the foundation for the next step. Lin Moyu became more and more proficient, starting to work with ease and could even get distracted to chat with Antares. When I was looking for the world core, I met two people from the great world. Antares was surprised. The deep space was originally connected to the great world, so it's not strange that there are people there. Besides, the fact that the world core fell into the deep space is not a secret. Others certainly know about it. Tell me, who did you meet? Lin Moyu recounted the situation at that time and showed the jade pendant to Antares. Antares looked at the jade pendant and thought for a moment, unable to recognize its origin. This jade pendant carries a positioning spell. When you enter the great world, the other party will sense it. Your human race is quite united in the great world, so there probably won't be any problems. As for the one who attacked you, it must be the bastards of the shadow race. This group has always been like this, specializing in thievery. Antares' contempt made Lin Moyu feel amused. This guy's arrogant personality was unchangeable. Suddenly, Antares stared at Lin Moyu's soul, and its gaze gradually changed. This is a translation and adjusted to your request. What's wrong? Antares' gaze became extremely strange. Lin Moyu also felt strange, not knowing what had happened. Antares stared at Lin Moyu's soul. Did you encounter anything else? Lin Moyu thought. Probably not. Let me see. As soon as Antares finished speaking, a huge dragon eye appeared in the soul world. Spell, Divine Dragon's Eye of Wisdom. Antares used the Divine Dragon's Eye of Wisdom to examine Lin Moyu's soul. Lin Moyu knew Antares wouldn't harm him, so he relaxed his soul for it to inspect. The more Antares looked, the more it felt something was wrong, its voice a little serious. Have you had contact with the insectoid race? Lin Moyu remembered something. Yes, I wanted to know what happened back then, So I checked the soul of the third-tier super god insect. What did you see? Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. There was nothing in its soul. And Tears was disdainful. Of course there was nothing. A third-tier super god insect is just a pawn. What information does a pawn need? It just needs to know how to obey orders. Just like a battle puppet. Do you need a puppet to have thoughts? It just needs to know how to fight and kill. Go on, there was nothing in the soul. You surely weren't willing to give up and did something else. And Tears had a know everything look on its face as it looked at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. I continued to go deeper into its soul, and finally I saw a different scene. It was a huge network, layered upon layered. I don't know how many layers, with countless dense connection points on it. Then a huge eye appeared in the center of the network. It attacked my soul, and I immediately retreated. That's right, at that time it also said to me. And Tears asked urgently. Said what? My Zerg race will perish. Hearing Lin Moyu's answer, and Tears revealed a strange smile. Repeating Lin Moyu's words, my Zerg race will perish. Lin Moyu was suspicious. Is there a problem? A big problem. Kid, you're in big trouble. And this world is in big trouble too. Do you know what you've provoked? And Tears was a little flustered, even with a hint of fear in its eyes. Lin Moyu felt he had provoked something terrible, but on second thought, he realized something was wrong. If the insectoid race was really that strong, why didn't they conquer this world back then? And in Tears' eyes, Lin Moyu caught a faint, hard-to-detect smile. Is it fun to scare me? Lin Moyu glared at Tears unhappily. And Tears immediately laughed awkwardly. He found out. Tell me, what's going on? Lin Moyu knew there was definitely something. Something must have happened to him, but it probably wasn't too serious. At least the situation was still within Tears' control. And Tears chuckled. You actually entered the soul network of the insectoid race. The structure of the insectoid race is a bit special, different from many other races. They use a broodmother as the center, and then give birth to countless offspring. All insectoids are controlled by the broodmother. The eye you saw and the voice you heard were actually from the broodmother. The soul network of the insectoid race is equivalent to their private territory. Your intrusion was naturally considered an invasion, and they would kill you. Although you avoided the broodmother's soul attack, you were still Mar. The insectoid race can find you based on this Mar. Lin Moyu said, but I'm in the small world, the insectoids can't get in. The insectoids can't get in, but they can pay a price to destroy this small world. Besides, the insectoid race doesn't reason. What you did is a great taboo for them. There's no turning back for you and them. Really. It's... Lin Moyu was speechless, just feeling that with a glance. Why did such big trouble come? Fortunately, the insectoids are far away from you. It will take time to get here. I will now erase the mark they left on you, and they won't be able to find you anymore. The great world is so big, the devil knows where you are. As Tears spoke, a ray of light shot out from the divine dragon's eye of wisdom and landed on Lin Moyu's soul. Lin Moyu felt his soul become lighter, and things that didn't belong to his soul were removed. Very quickly, the mark left by the insectoid race on Lin Moyu was erased. And Tears retracted the divine dragon's eye of wisdom. Actually, the shadow race also left a mark on you, which has also been erased this time. Lin Moyu was a bit annoyed. Do people from the great world like to leave soul imprints so much? And Tears laughed loudly. It's just a normal operation. You'll understand later. You get used to it. You get used to it. Lin Moyu felt helpless. Could this be one of the rules of the great world? In a certain place in the great world, an army of insectoids that was advancing rapidly in space suddenly stopped. They had lost the guiding mark and had no direction. Far away in the depths of space, a broodmother opened its eyes and let out an angry roar. In the quiet space, the sound of the soul echoed. Who dares to interfere in the affairs of my race? It doesn't matter who you are, I have memorized your aura. Sooner or later, I will find you. The broodmother shared Lin Moyu's aura with the entire insectoid race. In the corners of deep space, broodmothers woke up one after another, receiving this information. The insectoid race has special communication method that could instantly transmit their will to the entire race. Lin Moyu had been blacklisted by the insectoid race. In the territory of the shadow race in the great world, a group of shadow race people were gathered. The one who had attacked Lin Moyu had failed, and was instead severely injured by Lin Moyu. He was sitting on the ground, looking extremely wretched. Around him was a group of shadow race elders, looking at him like a strange creature. These high-level figures were all powerful, making him afraid to say anything. He also didn't know why. He just came back to heal. How did it cause such a big commotion? Soul curse. This is a complex curse containing many types of damage. But that's not the scariest part. This curse is accompanied by the law of time. I also feel the law of time, which human powerhouse made a move. This law of time seems to have been grasped not long ago, and is still very nascent. No matter who it is, as long as it involves the law of time, it cannot be underestimated. I didn't expect someone in the human race to have grasped the law of time. It's truly admirable. It seems the human race is about to produce another invincible powerhouse. The Shadow Race elders discussed animatedly. The person wanted to cry, but had no tears. You've been talking for half a day. Are you going to heal me or not? He had to endure the pain of the curse all the time, suffering so much that he didn't want to live. In the end, he was being watched by others. It was really frustrating to the extreme. In his heart, he hated Lin Moyu even more, wishing he could cut him into 10,000 pieces. For a full month, Lin Moyu refined the coffin of slumber. The first 10 days were spent separating the world power, the next 10 days separating all the laws in the world core, and the last 10 days expanding the space inside the world core to form a special environment that was completely empty. The world core was originally a special item created after a world was destroyed. It had some special properties that only a world had. For example, without the law of space, it still had a vast space. After losing the world power and laws, only space remained. In this space, even the law of time completely disappeared. Entering it, everything would be in a static state. With gentle flashes of light, the coffin of slumber was finally refined. The coffin of slumber looked like just a small box, completely inconspicuous. The soul held the coffin of slumber. Did I refine it wrong? And Tears glanced at it. No, this is it. I've seen a few in the clan. They all look like this. Lin Moyu wondered. Why does your dragon race need this? The dragon race has a very long lifespan. Ordinary elemental dragons also live for thousands of years. If they evolve into holy dragons or divine dragons, living for tens of thousands, or even 100,000 years is not uncommon. Why would you need to use this? And Tears looked at Lin Moyu like an idiot. Don't dragons get injured? Put them inside when they're injured, and the wounds won't worsen. Buying time for treatment. Anyway, the coffin of slumber has many uses. Besides holding people, it can also hold other things. You can figure it out yourself, when you have time. Lin Moyu put away the coffin of slumber. Okay, I know. With this, at least there's a chance to defy fate for Ning Yai and the others. So I don't have to watch them unable to break through and die bit by bit after 100 years. Lin Moyu had thought a lot this month, considering all kinds of possibilities. Everyone has a different personality and makes different choices. His choice might not be what others prefer. In the end, he still had to respect their opinions. The soul took a deep breath and stretched, causing the soul world to tremble slightly. Continuously using soul power for a month had improved Lin Moyu's control over his soul, and also accumulated some experience in refining artifacts. The method of refining artifacts with the soul was not much different. Now, as long as he had the corresponding method and materials, Lin Moyu could control his soul power to refine various artifacts, which could be considered a new profession. My soul has reached the peak of the 2nd grade, and the level is close to 89. I need to transfer my talents. When he said these words, Lin Moyu looked at Tears. Meaning, is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Is there anything else you want to say? Last time was just a test, and Tears clearly didn't say everything. This must be done with certainty. Lin Moyu didn't mind asking one more question. And Tears said, there's nothing to pay attention to. I hope you succeed. Is there really nothing to pay attention to? Really nothing. Certainly, definitely. Kid, don't you believe me? It's okay, it's just that last time I was tricked by Tears. Now I doubt his words. Why is the trust between man and dragon so fragile? Tears left angrily, closing its eyes, looking like it didn't want to pay attention to Lin Moyu anymore. Lin Moyu looked at it, knowing it wasn't really angry, and didn't mind. The soul itself went deep into the soul world. There was no sound around. In the soul world there were always small sounds, from the stellar spell, from many other sources. Even the sound of the flow of soul energy, the sound of the 9-colored dragon soul revolving. These sounds were extremely small, smaller than the sound of an ant. You couldn't hear them with your ears, only with your soul. But now, going deep into the soul world, all sounds disappeared. The soul could no longer hear any sound, even the 9-colored dragon soul revolving became silent. All around was a dark color, the light of the stellar spell had long since disappeared. This place was too deep for the light of the stellar spell to reach. How deep the soul world was, it was said that no one knew, because no one had ever reached this place. Lin Moyu had asked this question before, and Tears couldn't answer it accurately. Tears once told a story that there was a powerful existence, almost invincible, who tried to explore the deepest secret of the soul. His soul kept going deeper and deeper, and finally he died. After he died, others found and examined his body and found that his soul had disappeared, leaving only the body. The deeper one goes into the soul world, the weaker the connection between the soul and the body, until it disappears. The powerhouse in tears spoke of died like that. The connection between his body and soul was completely severed. His soul was lost in an unknown place, unable to return. Lin Moyu vaguely felt that the soul world was not as simple as it seemed. If he had the chance later, while thinking, a small ray of light appeared in his vision, gently illuminating this mysterious world. The door to the talent world had appeared before his eyes. The crack he had torn open before was still there. The talent world was like real and not real, between real and virtual, hard to define. This area was inaccessible to outsiders, only he could enter. Lin Moyu came to the door of the talent world, through the crack he had torn, and saw 3 flames, 3 purple flames representing his 3 talents. They were arranged in the shape of a character, burning brightly. In the center of each flame was a talent seed. As long as he took the talent seed out and brought it back to his soul world, it would be considered that he had brought the talent out. After succeeding, even if he reached level 90, the door to the talent world would gradually close, and his talent would not disappear. Lin Moyu understood better than anyone how important talent was. He couldn't lack any of the 3 great talents, he would rather lack half a spell than a single talent. The soul itself passed through the door and truly entered the talent world. A wave of heat hit his face. This feeling of heat could only be felt by the soul itself. Lin Moyu couldn't estimate how high the temperature of the 3 purple flames was. Last time, his soul was not strong enough, at the peak of the 1st grade, and couldn't touch the talent seed. This time, his soul had reached the peak of the 2nd grade, covered by a layer of golden light, very close to the 3rd grade. This time there shouldn't be any major problems. Lin Moyu was full of confidence, once again reaching into the talent flame, trying to grasp the talent seed. The soul was burnt, and a terrible pain immediately spread. Lin Moyu was prepared, only groaning slightly, and not retracting his hand. The soul emitted a sparkling golden light, and the soul itself also radiated a bronze iron collar, resisting the burning of the talent flame. A peak 2nd grade soul was indeed much stronger than a peak 1st grade one. This time, Lin Moyu grasped the talent seed very smoothly. When he grasped the talent seed, the talent flame immediately erupted, swallowing the entire soul. The talent flame rose, and intense pain came from all directions, as if in that instant, countless people were attacking his soul. In that instant, the power of the talent flame was many times stronger than before. Lin Moyu felt his heart pound. If it had been last time, even if he had been lucky enough to grasp the talent seed, he would have been burned to ashes immediately. He wouldn't die, but it would be very painful. The intense pain kept coming. The pain of the soul was hard to bear. Lin Moyu's soul trembled, his body also trembled, and in his subconscious, there was a constant thought telling him to let go of the talent seed. As long as he let go, the flame would disappear, and the pain would also disappear. But once he let go, all his efforts would be in vain. How could Lin Moyu let go? Absolutely not. He groaned slightly, gritted his teeth, held the talent seed tightly, and rushed out of the talent world. In the deep, dark world, a purple flame was rapidly moving forward. At the center of the flame was Lin Moyu's soul. He clenched his teeth and kept emitting pained groans, quickly returning. Along the way, sparks fell, leaving a long trail of fire behind. The purple flame took the entire soul world as its nourishment, burning brightly. The soul world and the soul itself combined were considered Lin Moyu's soul. Any injury to either was enough to cause intense suffering. The more fire that fell, the longer the trail of fire, and the pain also continued to increase. Lin Moyu knew that once the string was pulled taut, there was no turning back. When he grasped the talent seed, there was no turning back. He could only continue on this path, only succeed, not fail. Under the continuous burning of the talent flame, Lin Moyu felt his soul seemed to be fading, and his consciousness was gradually dissipating. Have I reached the limit? Lin Moyu suddenly thought of an idea, but it was immediately dismissed by him. No, it's far from the limit. This is only the first talent. Then there's the second, the third. The chosen race. At most someone has brought out 10 talents. I'd only have 3, what does that count for? The sound of the soul echoed, breaking the silence in the darkness. Lin Moyu had no idea that talents also had differences. His talents were of the highest level, unique, so bringing them out was particularly difficult. Ordinary talents at lower levels were much easier to bring out. With his previous peak 1st grade soul quality, he could have easily brought them out. And Tears didn't tell Lin Moyu this, nor was it necessary to say. The light of 22 stellar spells illuminated the soul world, turning it silvery white. Suddenly, a streak of purple light appeared in the soul world. The purple light came from far to near, quickly overpowering the light of the stellar spells, adding another layer of color to Lin Moyu. Stellar spells had light but no heat. The soul world was originally a bit cold, but since the purple light appeared, the soul world suddenly became warm. Very quickly, a purple flame appeared in the soul world. Lin Moyu, bathed in fire, returned to the soul world and immediately let go, letting the talent seed fall into the soul world. Boom, the purple flame exploded, and the soul world instantly turned into a sea of fire. The stellar spells vibrated, the 9-color dragon soul roared, and the entire soul world began to shake violently. A pain even stronger than before came over him, and Lin Moyu couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. The talent flame had ignited the soul, and the soul world turned into a raging sea of fire. Intense pain kept coming, making Lin Moyu feel that living was worse than death. He wished he could faint, but his mind couldn't be clearer. He couldn't faint at all. Outside, Lin Moyu's whole body was smoking, and sometimes a purple light flashed. And Tears opened a slit in its eye and chuckled, "Stinky kid, enjoy it." He clearly knew this would happen, but he didn't tell Lin Moyu. This lasted for a full 10 minutes, 10 minutes of living hell. The pain suddenly disappeared without any warning. Immediately after, an indescribable sense of comfort filled his whole body. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. After bitterness comes sweetness. Lin Moyu couldn't describe his feeling in words. This feeling of comfort was unprecedented. His thinking had never been so clear. He felt that this world seemed to have changed. What happened? The flame in his soul had disappeared. A talent flame was flickering next to his soul itself. The entire soul world was like it had been melted, emitting a noble aura. This burning made the soul world more solid, at least 10 times more solid than before. Before, the soul world was like a net, and the wind could blow through everywhere. Now, a membrane like glass had appeared in the soul world, protecting the soul. The soul world is the shell of the soul. The more solid it is, the safer the soul is. Not only did the soul world become more solid, but the soul was also enhanced. Throughout the burning process, the impurities in Lin Moyu's soul were further purified. The quality of his soul seemed to have been raised again, and the distance to the 3rd grade was even closer. I didn't expect that transferring talents would have such benefits. Lin Moyu let out a long breath, feeling that the previous pain was worth it. And Tears snorted. The benefits are not just that. At some point, Tears had returned to Lin Moyu's soul world. It was also enjoying the changes in the soul world. This is how it should be. A soul world like this is worthy of a 3rd grade soul. Tears evaluated Lin Moyu's soul world, looking quite satisfied. Lin Moyu said, "You mean, when I transfer all 3 talents out, my soul quality will reach the 3rd grade?" Tears grunted, "Almost. It should be possible, which means it's certain. A 3rd grade soul, not even every true god-level powerhouse has one. The soul is the foundation of everything. Only with a stronger soul can one contain greater power. A 2nd grade soul is the foundation for becoming a true god-level powerhouse, and the limit of a 2nd grade soul is also only up to the true god level. If one wants to go further, the quality of the soul must also be improved. If one wants to break through the true god level, one must first have a 3rd grade soul." Lin Moyu was likely the first to reach a 3rd grade soul, laying a solid foundation for his future. The talent flame finally stabilized. It was now closer to the soul. Lin Moyu could clearly feel its existence, and the two were closely connected. "I feel my talent has become stronger." Lin Moyu suddenly realized that his talent had changed. And Tears said, "It's normal for it to become stronger. Talents don't originally belong to you. They just temporarily reside in your soul world. If you don't transfer them out, when you reach the super god level, the talent world will close, and these talents will also leave you. Now that you've transferred them out, the talent seeds of your soul imprint on them. These talents now truly belong to you. Do you know why this thing is called a talent seed?" Ailed, Lin Moyu thought, "Is it because they can grow?" And Tears chuckled. "That's right, they can grow." Lin Moyu asked again, "Can all talents grow?" "Yes, all talents can grow, but each talent has a different growth limit. Some seeds only grow into grass, but some seeds become trees. Talents can grow along with Lin Moyu's advancement. From a seed it sprouts and finally becomes a big tree." And Tears told Lin Moyu how to strengthen his talents. It was actually very simple: water them with his soul. But to water talents, one first needs a high-quality soul. Especially for talents like Lin Moyu's, the stronger they are, the higher the requirement for soul quality. Lin Moyu was a little eager to water his talents, but Tears stopped him. "No need to rush to water them. You can wait until you've transferred all 3 talents out before watering them. The first watering is very important, like laying a foundation. The higher the soul quality, the better the effect. Lin Moyu understood. When he transferred all 3 talents out, his soul was likely to reach the 3rd grade. Using a 3rd grade soul to water for the first time would have a better effect than now. Thank you, Lin Moyu said sincerely. And Tears snorted, stop pretending. Get to work. Lin Moyu had experience and was more prepared. He directly reached out and grabbed the talent seed. Enduring the pain of being burned by fire, he quickly left the talent world and began to return. In the deep darkness, a path of fire appeared again. A man of fire opened the way ahead. The pain was only temporary, the good was infinite. Lin Moyu seemed to be hypnotizing himself, trying his best to ignore the pain that ordinary people could hardly bear, and brought the talent seed back to the soul world. A purple light rushed from a distance in the darkness, like the first light to break through the darkness, bringing hope and light to people. It also guided Lin Moyu in the darkness. Lin Moyu followed the guidance of the light, and accelerated. Looking at the light, countless memories flooded back. The first talent he transferred was also the first talent he awakened, comprehensive enhancement. This talent had been with him the longest, and no matter what stage he was in, it had provided great help. Even now, the skills of the undead and many other spells could surpass their limits and exert powerful might, all thanks to it. Along with his level up, the comprehensive enhancement talent also became stronger and stronger. Without this talent, Lin Moyu wondered, he could at most be invincible at the same level. Challenging those of a higher level would become extremely difficult, even impossible to complete. No matter how many undead he had, if he faced a god-level powerhouse at level 80, he would still not be able to withstand a single blow. He could reach this level, and the contribution of the comprehensive enhancement talent could not be ignored. This unique god-level talent was the first sharp sword in his hand that pierced through all obstacles. On his journey of growth, Lin Moyu had learned many things. He was cursed by the runes of the Great World, and all his spells and skills were significantly weakened. Fortunately, with the compensation from the comprehensive enhancement talent, the effect of the Great World's rune curse was greatly reduced. The comprehensive enhancement talent seemed to be confronting the runes of the Great World. Lin Moyu thought of his system. The system hadn't appeared for a long time. The talent he was transferring now was also optimized by the system, and the 3rd talent was also formed by the system's fusion and optimization. When performing skills, the system had appeared in the image of a Necromancer. When his talent awakened, he had also seen it. This system was always there, always helping him, appearing at the most critical moments. Suddenly, Lin Moyu realized something. Things he had never understood before suddenly became clear. The system is the system helping me, confronting the runes of the Great World. The runes of the Great World curse me with supreme power, not only suppressing my skills but also my talents. The system resists the runes of the Great World, giving me a god-level talent, giving me great power. No wonder I saw the system in the talent world, no wonder I saw it when performing skills, it's really always there. Lin Moyu was enlightened, finally understanding. He brought the 2nd talent seed back to the soul world. Lin Moyu put the talent seed down, and let it turn his entire soul into a sea of fire. The soul world shook violently. The 2nd baking would make the soul world more solid in the flames, continuing to strengthen. The quality of the soul also improved accordingly. Lin Moyu was covered in sparkling gold, having touched the barrier between the 2nd and 3rd grades. As long as he took another step forward and broke the barrier, his soul would become 3rd grade. And Tears noticed that Lin Moyu seemed a little unusual. What's wrong? Nothing. I was thinking about some problems. Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't reveal the matter of the system. That was his biggest secret and would forever be buried in his heart, never to be told to anyone. And Tears owed, what problem? I can answer it for you. You can't do it. You dare to look down on me. I am the one who knows everything. And Tears shouted in protest. Lin Moyu glanced at it. I was thinking, what's at the deepest part of the soul world? This. And Tears suddenly fell silent. I really didn't know this. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. I was just thinking randomly. And Tears again advised seriously. You just think about it. Don't go. Curiosity killed the cat. I know. Seeing that the 2nd talent flame had stabilized, the temperature of the soul world rose again, and it was filled with warmth everywhere. The closer to the talent flame, the higher the temperature, and the warmer it was. Lin Moyu rested for a while, waiting for his soul to fully recover before continuing to enter the talent world. The purple light behind him shone for a long distance, then gradually faded. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the entire soul world was like an endless starry sky, and the part he owned, with the stellar spells and talent flames, was just a tiny point in that endless starry sky. That feeling was like the solar system in the universe of old, just a tiny, insignificant point. He was like leaving home and entering the deep, dark, endless space. This feeling was very strange, appearing suddenly, but on second thought, it was very similar. Lin Moyu quickly entered the talent world again. In the talent world, the last talent flame was still burning brightly. This was the third talent, comprehensive rebirth. It looked no different from the previous two talent flames. The purple flame shone on the soul. Lin Moyu did not act immediately. He had seen this talent flame form with his own eyes. At that time he had already awakened one talent and awakened a fourth talent through the talent god stone. Both talents were yellow, clearly not as strong as purple. If the system hadn't appeared, he might have gotten 4 talents, but he could also have exploded and died. After all, the human race could only possess 3 talents, that was common knowledge. The system appeared in time, fused and optimized the 2 talents, and finally formed this unique god-level talent. It was also thanks to this talent that he turned each skill star into a stellar spell, greatly increasing his power. He could reach his current level. The system played a key role. System, are you there? The sound of the soul echoed throughout the talent world. With no response. The soul world was silent, without a sound. System. Lin Moyu called again, still no response. Lin Moyu knew the system was definitely there, but the system always appeared only at critical moments. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyu reached into the talent flame and grasped the talent sea. Lin Moyu immediately turned into a man of fire. Pain like a venomous snake boring into him. Lin Moyu didn't utter a sound, he was used to it. He carried the talent seed and left the talent world. Lin Moyu turned his head and looked back. The talent world was still there. What's going on? When the talent world lost all its talents, it should have closed. Like the skill space, it should have disappeared, but the talent world didn't disappear. It still existed. This was not normal, not in line with common sense, different from what Antares had said. Lin Moyu was now a man of fire. Thanks to the light of the fire, he saw a figure appear at the entrance of the talent world. System. Lin Moyu recognized it immediately. It was the system, or rather, the image created by the system. During the skill performance, he had met it many times. Lin Moyu couldn't see its face clearly, but he could feel it was looking at him. It wasn't shrinking or disappearing, but moving away. The door of the talent world had not yet closed, the crack he had opened still existed. The Necromancer transformed by the system did not say a word from beginning to end, and only looked at Lin Moyu for a few seconds. Even the look was just a feeling. The system carried the talent world and flew towards the deeper part of this silent land. Lin Moyu wanted to chase after it, but in the end, he didn't. He knew that the deeper place was not a domain he could touch. This place was already the limit he could currently reach. If he continued to go deeper, his soul would be lost, and he would lose all contact with his body. At that time, even the comprehensive rebirth talent would not be able to revive him. In just a few short seconds, with a wordless glance, Lin Moyu understood its meaning. The system wanted him to find it. Not now, but in the future. The system is guiding me, Lin Moyu murmured. He truly understood. The system took the talent world and left, actually showing him a direction. In the future, through his own talent, he could find the prepared direction. Talent, and the place where it was born, there was always some connection between the two. This weak connection would become the best beacon. Lin Moyu once again felt the kindness brought by the system. Without any words, this feeling was very clear. Lin Moyu knew from the depths of his soul that the system would not harm him. The system had always been helping him. At this time, the talent world had completely disappeared. Lin Moyu no longer hesitated, turned and flew towards his soul world. The closer he got to the soul world, the stronger the connection between his soul and body. The soul could find its direction and not get lost. The purple light illuminated Lin Moyu's way home. The third talent seed was thrown into the soul world. The soul world once again shook and turned into a sea of fire. The shell of the soul world became thicker and more solid. Lin Moyu's soul was also burned of some impurities. The layer of golden light covering the soul suddenly retracted. The bronze helmet was gone, replaced by a layer of dazzling golden light. On the soul, a layer of diamond light glass light was slowly flowing. Golden quality glazed body represents a third-grade soul. Antares looked very satisfied. Little monster. Ah. Little monster. Ah. Do you know what this means? A second-grade soul is the basic condition for becoming a true god. All super gods are trying to make their souls reach the second grade. And a third-grade soul is the condition to surpass the true god and achieve the God King. Only with a soul that has reached the 3rd grade is there hope of reaching the God King realm. I have heard Antares mention the God King realm many times. Is a true God a God King? Lin Moyu felt the difference that a 3rd grade soul brought. The soul consists of 3 parts, level, and power. These 3 parts complement each other and are indispensable. The improvement of quality to a certain extent can also lead to the improvement of level and power. A 3rd grade soul caused Lin Moyu's soul level to take another step forward, and his soul power also became pure. Lin Moyu opened his eyes and looked around his soul world. So I already have the qualifications to become a God King. It should be said that you have met one of the conditions. Lin Moyu sincerely sought knowledge. Then what about the other conditions? Antares carried a bit of mystery. Do you really want to know? Really? But I still can't tell you. What's the point of you being like this? Lin Moyu was very confused. It had come to this point. Why was this guy still hiding things? What's the point? Antares laughed and scolded, what the hell do you understand? I know the promotion method of our dragon race, which is completely different from the method of your human race. If you advance according to the method of our dragon race, who will you blame if you have problems later? Besides, when you get out of the small world, someone will come and tell you. Like the woman who gave you the jade pendant that day. Didn't she say she would come to pick you up? You will know everything then. Why are you so anxious to ask now? Now you just slowly consolidate your foundation, and it will be easy to do anything in the future. So that's how it is. No wonder you can't tell me. Antares was not being stingy, nor was it hiding anything, but was afraid of affecting him. Sorry. Lin Moyu apologized to Antares for misunderstanding it. Antares was very generous. It's okay. Although I don't understand the cultivation method of your human race, I can tell you that no matter which method, it cannot be separated from the soul and lost. This is the root of all races, and there will be no major differences. And in your human race, there are many cultivation methods. At that time, you should open your eyes and choose a good one. Don't choose the wrong one. Although in the end, they all lead to the same destination, it's better to take fewer detours. Thank you. Lin Moyu remembered Antares' words. The soul world was no longer shaking violently, and the 3rd talent flame had also stabilized. The 3 talents had settled in the soul world, once again arranged in the shape of a character. The 3 talents were independent, but connected. At the same time their light radiated to all the stellar spells and established a special connection with them. From his body to his soul, Lin Moyu's connection with his talents became even closer. This change was very subtle. If he hadn't reached a 3rd grade soul, it would be difficult to feel. The talents have been transferred, and the next stage is watering. Antares whispered, a 3rd grade soul performing the first watering for a talent. I've never heard of it. Transferring talents must be completed before level 90. How strong can a soul below level 90 be? Most people's souls at that time are still 1st grade. Not many are at the peak of 1st grade. Occasionally someone reaches 2nd grade. Below level 90, being able to reach a 2nd grade soul already belongs to absolute geniuses. People like that are very rare even in the great world. As for Lin Moyu, below level 90, his soul has reached the 3rd grade, which is unique. Antares has never heard of it. Moreover, Lin Moyu has also transferred 3 talents, all of which are top-tier talents. Antares finds it hard to estimate how far these 3 talents can eventually grow. Watering the soul is not done with soul power, but with the soul itself. The soul division technique operated, and Lin Moyu separated a thread of soul and then flew into the talent seed. After being transferred, the talent had become Lin Moyu's possession, completely bearing his mark. At this time, they no longer posed any harm to Lin Moyu. The soul division went very smoothly, entering a talent seed, and quickly being absorbed by it. Lin Moyu continued to separate his soul, thread by thread. The first watering was not something that could be completed instantly, it took a lot of time. Each person has a limit to how much soul they can separate each day. After separating to a certain extent, they cannot continue, otherwise it will cause damage to the soul itself. They must wait for the soul to recover before continuing to separate and water. Depending on the strength of the talent seed and the quality of the soul, the time it takes for each person to complete the first watering is different. The higher the talent, the longer the watering time. The higher the soul quality, the shorter the time required. It usually takes a few months to a year to complete the watering of one seed, which is normal. Some people even take 2 or 3 years to complete the first watering. But for Lin Moyu, these restrictions did not exist at all. The comprehensive rebirth talent was not for show. When transforming the stellar spells, it had clearly demonstrated its power. So Lin Moyu began his operation. Antares had been waiting for a long time, and sharpened its claws again. Lin Moyu had never died so refreshingly. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Moyu was constantly dying and reviving. Each time the comprehensive rebirth talent was activated, its talent flame would tremble violently. But the talent flame had always been burning strongly, giving Lin Moyu confidence. Comprehensive rebirth, along with soul rebirth, each time allowed Lin Moyu to separate his soul once again. The number of soul separations also increased significantly. Others could only separate a dozen threads each time, and then had to recover. But Lin Moyu could comfortably separate hundreds of times without hesitation. When his soul was almost completely separated, he would let Antares kill him a few times, relying on his talent to be reborn, and then repeat the process. In just 3 days, Lin Moyu had completed the watering of the first talent seed. The talent seed absorbed enough soul, forming an extremely close connection with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt that the talent seed was like his own child, because it was full of his soul. Antares was still not satisfied. Once you're full, move on to the next seed. It needs time to sprout. Lin Moyu grunted in agreement, continued to separate his soul, and began to water the second seed. Again and again, Lin Moyu's operation became more and more proficient. As Antares killed, it said, "I've never seen anyone like you. I want to kill you, you monster. Not even at level 90, and you already have a 3rd grade soul. Are you kidding me? Not even at level 90, and you already have super god level strength. Are you letting others live? Not even at level 90, and you already have 22 stellar spells. Who are you trying to scare to death? With the Great World's rune suppression, you can still advance to level 90. If you're not a monster, who is?" Lin Moyu had no words left, feeling that this guy was probably crazy, but on second thought, letting it go crazy was also fine. For some unknown reason, being imprisoned here for so many years, with Antares' strength, it must be extremely aggrieved in its heart. But this kind of grievance could not be told to anyone, which would make it even more depressing. If it weren't for the fact that it could sleep, it might have really gone mad. In the next 5 days, I don't know how many times I was killed by Antares. Lin Moyu was too lazy to count. 5 days later, he finally had the remaining 2 talent seeds fully absorbed. The first watering of the talent seeds was complete, now he just had to wait for them to sprout. Lin Moyu stared at the talent seeds without blinking. Half a day ago, the first talent seed began to emit life force, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Now the life force had spread throughout the soul world, and it was about to sprout. A law suddenly appeared around the talent seed. "Law of life," Lin Moyu said softly. He had observed the growth process of the snowgrass, and had also truly felt the law of life on the scepter of rebirth. Although that was just an appearance created by Antares, the aura was the same. Now the law of life suddenly appeared around the talent seed. This surprised Lin Moyu a little. Antares' eyes were full of admiration, as expected of a top-tier talent. Plus a 3rd grade soul, it actually gave birth to the law of life. Generally, ordinary talents, ordinary souls, at most, would only produce some light elements, water elements, or something. To be able to produce laws is already very good. As for producing the law of life, that's very good. Super good. What kind of expression is that? Lin Moyu was completely speechless. But producing the law of life is a good thing. In the future, my soul world will have another law. One day, if I'm interested, I can also comprehend the law of life, or compare it with the life side of the law of immortality, or use the source fusion to fuse the 2 laws together. Who knows, it might create some miraculous effects. With a soft cracking sound, the dragon seed cracked open, and a green shoot grew out of it. As soon as the shoot appeared, the entire soul world became full of vitality. The law of life turned into raindrops, and a light rain fell in the soul world. Lin Moyu felt a strong, eternal vitality. The growth of the shoot was unstoppable, quickly growing a 2nd and 3rd leaf. The roots also began to grow. The law of life became stronger, and the light rain now turned into a heavy downpour. The rain of laws fell continuously, and the entire soul world was filled with the law of life, full of the breath of life. Lin Moyu felt that his soul was full of vitality. Of course this was just an illusion brought about by the law of life. The roots became thicker and thicker, becoming intertwined and complex. The shoot also grew into a trunk, getting taller and taller. In just a short minute, it was over 10 meters tall, impossible for one person to embrace. New branches and new green leaves grew on it. The comprehensive enhancement talent seed had grown into a large tree. With 2 crisp sounds, the remaining 2 talent seeds simultaneously took root and sprouted. The soul world, which was already raining heavily, suddenly became windy, and the law of life was more than 10 times denser. The rain of life turned from raindrops into crystals, each crystal full of life force, materializing the law of life. Even Antares was stunned by the current scene. In its long life, it had never seen, or even heard of such a thing. The 2 talent seeds sprouted, and then their growth rate was very fast. They quickly grew branches and wrapped around the large tree. The 3 talent seeds now combined into one, intertwined and growing together. Lin Moyu saw this and a thought arose in his heart, maybe they were originally one. The 3 seeds grew together, and the materialized law of life was swept up by the wind and completely absorbed by them. Absorbing the law of life, they grew faster and taller. When the rain of life stopped, the 3 seeds had turned into a 100-meter tall tree. The roots were completely rooted in the soul world. Countless roots spread into the unknown depths. Many branches swayed in the soul world, and each sway radiated the breath of laws. It seemed that there was not just one type of law. Among them, the breath of the law of life was the strongest. After the law of life, there were other laws. Antares closed its eyes to feel the laws within. Who could have imagined that just a dozen minutes ago, this great tree was just 3 seeds? Lin Moyu had thought that taking root and sprouting would only grow into a sapling, but he didn't expect it to directly become a 100-meter tall tree. Such a big commotion was completely beyond his expectations. Now the roots were attached to the soul world, and had also spread to the unknown depths, absorbing energy in a way that Lin Moyu couldn't understand. The talent tree had not yet grown to its limit. Lin Moyu knew that his own level had limited its growth. Where was its limit? It was hard to estimate. The talent seeds were gone, and the talent flames were also gone. The 3 seeds merged into one and grew into a talent tree. Lin Moyu reached out and touched the talent tree, feeling a sense of intimacy from it. It seemed that the talent tree was his child, a part of his life. The talent tree conveyed a sense of intimacy, and at the same time, it also conveyed new talent information to Lin Moyu. The 3 talents had now merged into a new talent. Ultimate first-tier spell enhancement. 100 times. All members of the Undead Legion share damage, life, and spirit. Damage taken is reduced by half. The Undead Legion and its master will be instantly reborn upon taking fatal damage, restoring to peak state. All spell cooldowns are reset, and rebirth can occur once every 55 seconds. The calm sea became turbulent, and it took a long time for it to calm down. Lin Moyu emerged from the water, and floated on the sea in a star shape. At this time, it was late at night in the human world. The sky was full of bright stars, reflecting on the sea, creating sparkling spots of light. He hadn't breathed the air of the human world for a long time. Antares had slapped him back to the human world, and had also caused his undead legion to disintegrate once, without any mercy. Lin Moyu lay still, just floating on the water, bobbing with the waves. It was rare to enjoy such a quiet time. A slap sent Lin Moyu flying. Antares narrowed its eyes. This stinky kid has gotten tougher again. It had just used the power of a 3rd-tier true god. The new talent had once again enhanced Lin Moyu's ability to withstand damage. The spell enhancement had been raised 100-fold. This enhancement was not effective for all spells, such as passive spells like status immunity and undead immortality, which had no enhancement effect, but it was effective for passive spells with physical and elemental resistance. Lin Moyu's immunity to physical and elemental attacks had increased 100-fold. The damage reduction effect of damage transfer had also increased 100-fold. Combining the 2 factors, Lin Moyu's damage reduction ability had increased from 8,100 times to 10,000 times. The new talent also enhanced the endurance of the Undead Legion. All damage taken by the Undead Legion was reduced by half. In total, Lin Moyu's defense had more than doubled, nearly 3 times the previous level. This meant that at least 3 times the previous force was needed to inflict a fatal blow on Lin Moyu. Therefore, Antares decisively used the power of a 3rd-tier true god and directly sent Lin Moyu back to the human world. After Lin Moyu left, Antares silently looked at the rapidly recovering space and sighed softly, "Stinky kid. Work hard. I should get to the main business too. Insectoids, you are really bold." Then it raised its head, its eyes emitting a dazzling light. Its power continuously increased, quickly spreading throughout the eternal battlefield. The creatures on the eternal battlefield were immediately unable to move. An invisible pressure enveloped them, holding all creatures in place. Even the people in the ancient city of Xia couldn't move. Everyone was shocked, not knowing what was happening. Some people felt as if the end of the world had come, their faces showing horror. From the depths of space came an angry roar. Antares immediately let out a fiercer roar. "Shut up or I'll crush you." The one in deep space immediately fell silent. Antares was not joking this time. It could really do it. The insectoids controlled the bodies of the dragon race, especially the bodies of the elemental dragons. This was an insult to the dragon race. The light in Antare's eyes became more and more intense. The mist surrounding it swirled continuously, revealing its huge body. After a few minutes, two powerful beams of light shot out from Antare's eyes. The space exploded, and behind the space were layers of void space. In the void, there was lightning and thunder, and countless chaotic energy currents. The two beams of light shot out from Antare's eyes, pierced into the void, and transformed into two divine dragons, shattering the layers of the void. The power of the divine dragons was extremely strong, shattering the void. Finally, a vast expanse of starry sky appeared. The unusual starlight from a distance shone over. The starlight carried an unusual aura. It was the starlight from the great world. The two divine dragons flew into the great world and disappeared, carrying Antare's will towards the dragon race. Immediately after, the void closed and quickly recovered. The eternal battlefield returned to normal, as if what had just happened had never occurred. Antare's narrowed its eyes and lowered its head. Let's see what you guys will do. Stinky kid. If you can't find a way out later, I'll open a path for you. Who said you're my friend? My only friend. Antare's voice was not loud but full of majesty. Lin Moyu floated on the waves, sleeping peacefully all night. Until the next day, when the sun rose from the east, illuminating the sea and creating myriad golden rays, Lin Moyu woke up under the warm sunlight. Then he flew up, unfurled his wings of the undead, determined the direction of the Xia divine empire, and flew away. With his current strength, without using soul power, his flying speed was 10,000 meters per second. This level was already considered very fast, but if he used soul power, the speed would have no limit. Lin Moyu also didn't know what his current maximum speed was. This time he used all his soul power and immediately infused it into his wings of the undead. A loud explosion sounded, and the space directly shattered. In an instant, Lin Moyu had crossed at least thousands of kilometers and entered the range of the Xia divine empire. 1,000 kilometers per second, which is 1 million meters. This speed was even faster than ordinary teleportation. The entire flight process was like instantaneous movement. Lin Moyu felt that he had directly broken the limits of space, and moved from another dimension. 3 seconds later, Lin Moyu had flown 3 kilometers, and arrived above the capital of the Xia divine empire, Shijing City. Seeing the familiar Shijing Academy, Lin Moyu smiled faintly. I've flown too far. He turned and flew towards the Baishan courtyard. Strangely, the airspace of Shijing City was originally a no-fly zone, but no one stopped him. Moreover, he also saw other professionals flying freely in the air like him. There was also a team of soldiers who seemed to be on patrol duty, and they did not stop the other professionals flying in the air. The rules of the Xia divine empire had changed. During this period, the world had undergone great turmoil. It was normal for the Xia divine empire to change some rules. All non-Xia people had become sacrifices in the disaster of the blood race. Even the Xia people had been reduced by nearly 2/3. The world was rebuilt after the disaster, and everything started anew. The entire world seemed to have returned to the early days of this era when the world only had the Xia human race. At that time, the blood race had turned all non-Xia people into sacrifices, which surprised Lin Moyu. But Antare's later words made Lin Moyu realize that even if these people did not die now, they would die later. One day, when his small world truly entered the great world, the human powerhouses would definitely come. They would not allow the existence of unorthodox human bloodlines, and would use the most brutal means to eliminate them. There were even some powerhouses with extreme ideologies who, to ensure no mistakes were made, would destroy the entire world. This was also not impossible. Similar things had happened in the long history of the great world. Regardless of the race, they all attached great importance to their bloodline. The blood race's actions, if known by the human powerhouses, would definitely cause a bloodbath. The Baishan courtyard was as peaceful as ever. As soon as Lin Moyu entered the courtyard, Bai Yuan's clear voice came from inside. Little Yu, come in quickly. In the Baishan courtyard, Meng Anwen was still the same, lying on the old chair, looking as if he had never moved. Bai Yuan and Yan Quansheng were drinking tea and chatting. They seemed to have endless things to talk about and never stopped arguing. Sometimes the two of them said nothing, each looking up at the sky, not knowing what they were thinking. At their level, although they still needed to continue cultivating, what was more important was comprehension. The soul level was the most important. As long as the soul level improved, the soul power could be easily improved. But to improve the soul level, one had to comprehend laws and feel nature. This process was not easy. It was normal to have no progress for several years. Lin Moyu stepped forward and poured hot tea for the three of them. Teacher, have some tea. No matter how his strength changed, Lin Moyu was still their student. This had not changed. Yan Quamshan drank the tea and sighed, seeing little Yu, I feel old. Lin Moyu smiled. Teacher, you are in your prime. Bai Yiwen snorted, did you hear that? Prime of your life. Hurry up and find a wife and have children. My wife is my blade. She can't give birth. Yan Quamshan bluntly refused, without any hesitation towards Bai Yiwen. Bai Yiwen glared at him. Be careful you don't become a eunuch. But Yan Quamshan glared back at Bai Yiwen. What's it to you? While you still have free time, you should enjoy it. In a few months you'll be busy. Lin Moyu suddenly understood. Is mistress pregnant? Bai Yiwen blushed. Yes, she'll give birth in a few months. Congratulations, teacher. Lin Moyu immediately congratulated Bai Yiwen. Bai Yiwen was nearly 100 years old, truly having a child in his old age. Manhwa suddenly said, Little Yu, you're not young anymore. It's about time to proceed with the matter of marriage with Yai. Bai Yiwen also nodded. Now that everything is stable, it's indeed time. Lin Moyu thought of Ming Yi. I haven't seen Yi for a long time. I wonder how she's been lately. Manhwa said, still the same. She's a bit crazy, formed a small team with a few other girls, and is sweeping through dungeons all over the world. Now all the dungeons in the world belong to us Xia. There are so many dungeons we can't finish them all, and we don't need to fight for them. The dungeon temple is managed by Old Ning. The number of people has been reduced by more than half. I've long found those foreigners unpleasant. I didn't expect them to be bastards from an alien race. Yan Quamshan and Bai Yiwen laughed as they spoke. It was rare for the two to get along so well. Lin Moyu drank his tea, feeling that the world becoming like this wasn't bad. The internal strife had been completely eliminated. Now they only needed to unite against the outside world and deal with the demons of the abyss with all their might. Manhwa looked at Lin Moyu. What are your plans? Lin Moyu thought for a moment. I have a promise. When she reaches level 70, we will get married. Bai Yiwen suddenly laughed loudly. No wonder she'd been working so hard lately. Good. She's already level 69, so we can start preparing. It seems we really need to prepare. Let's discuss where to hold the wedding and who to invite. Yes, this needs to be discussed carefully. After all, it's different. Little Yu is our student. And Yai is Old Ning's precious granddaughter. We can't do it simply. Let's make it grand. Invite everyone who should and shouldn't be invited. They began to discuss. Lin Moyu became an outsider from beginning to end. They didn't ask for his opinion at all. However, Lin Moyu had also learned about Ning Yai's recent situation. She and Mo Yun were leveling up very diligently. Their leveling speed was extremely fast. She was about to reach level 70, and it was time for him to go and propose to her. Lin Moyu also checked his own status at the same time. The talent tree, from somewhere unknown, was constantly absorbing power and then continuously transmitting it to him. Even if he didn't cultivate himself, he could reach level 90 in just a few days. Level 90 was also the god level. For many professionals, reaching the god level was a major transformation. Although Lin Moyu had paved the way for becoming a god long ago, there would still be a major transformation. First, his attributes would increase sharply. Although attributes were not of great use, they were a milestone. At least before becoming a super god, attributes were still useful. When one had comprehended laws deeply enough, one could begin to master laws. Then, by pushing an attribute to millions, one could break through the bottleneck and step into the super god level. After reaching the super god level, the 4 attributes would recede into the background. Soul and laws would become the new standard for measuring strength. Lin Moyu's gaze seemed to pierce through space, looking at a very distant place. If I go to propose, I can have my teacher represent me. For the wedding, I must invite my sister. Lin Moyu calculated in his heart. His sister, Lin Moha, was his only remaining relative in this world. How could she not be present at his wedding? Lin Moha's personality was too decisive, too opinionated. When the emperor left, he didn't know what he had said to her. Lin Moha had told him, everyone has their own path to walk, and she also has her own path. Perhaps one day in the future, they will meet again at the destination. After that, Lin Moyu heard no more news of her. Teacher, have you seen my sister? Lin Moyu asked. Manhwa shook his head. I haven't, but I heard news of your sister during the recent internal strife. Bai Yiwen said softly. At that time, tens of thousands of blood slaves rushed into the island where the Creation God Academy is located. When we arrived, the blood slaves attacking the academy had been wiped out. The students of the academy said that a goddess flew out from the depths of the academy at that time. This goddess held twin swords, and drew countless sword lights in the air, killing all the blood slaves. Meng Yanwen nodded. It was probably your sister. We felt the breath of laws there. Your sister may have already reached level 96. Lin Moyu was also a little surprised. He knew that his sister's talent could significantly speed up her cultivation, but he didn't expect the speed to be so fast. This talent seemed to make cultivation speed faster the higher the level. Moreover, with the Emperor by her side, Lin Moha had certainly also transferred her talents. Even after reaching level 90, her talents still worked. When the teacher arrived, my sister had already left, Lin Moyu asked. Meng Yanwen grunted. She probably left. I want to go and see. I'll take you there. Meng Yanwen didn't say much. With a point of his finger, the Xia Divine Tower immediately set up a simple teleportation array that could take them directly to the Creation God Academy. The Creation God Academy was located on an island. The sea waves lapped against the sandy beach, creating rhythmic sounds. The teleportation array of the Creation God Academy flashed with a faint light. Lin Moyu stepped out of it. This place was some distance from the academy. Lin Moyu determined the direction, and his undead wings vibrated slightly. His whole body had already appeared in the deepest part of the island as if by teleportation. Lin Moyu's soul had reached the 3rd grade, and his level was also 96, making him extremely sensitive. Here, he felt the lingering breath of a half-step super, probably the Emperor's breath. In addition, there was also Lin Moha's breath. The air still retained a sharp law, probably Lin Moha's law. Not just level 96, she has reached level 97. Lin Moyu determined Lin Moha's level through the law. Although he had anticipated it, he couldn't help but be surprised. Before he knew it, Lin Moha's level had surpassed Meng Yanwen's. Leveling up seemed to be no obstacle for her. Lin Moyu followed the breath of the law to a small mountain. A grotto even had been opened up here. In this day and age, grotto evens deep in the mountains like this were very rare. This grotto even gave Lin Moyu a sense of ancient vicissitudes, as if it were not a product of this era. Lin Moha's breath had disappeared in front of the grotto heaven, but Lin Moyu could roughly see that Lin Moha had been here for at least a month and had broken through the law while inside. Lin Moyu guessed it might be due to cultivating a spell. There was an array set up outside the grotto heaven, and Lin Moyu couldn't just barge in. Sister, he transmitted with his soul. The soul's voice could pass through the array, and would not be blocked by the grotto heaven. Lin Moyu believed that as long as Lin Moha was inside, she would definitely be able to hear. But after waiting for a while, there was still no response. Lin Moyu called out again, and after waiting for a while, it was still the same. Lin Moyu's soul slowly spread out like water, trying to penetrate into the grotto heaven. The entrance of the grotto even suddenly lit up, blocking Lin Moyu's soul power. Little you. Lin Moha's voice came from within the array. Lin Moyu replied, Sister, are you inside? Lin Moha's voice passed through the array. Little you, is something wrong? Hearing these words, Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that something was not quite right with Lin Moha. Sister, are you okay? Lin Moyu asked. I'm fine. Lin Moha replied very confidently, but these two words were a bit different from Lin Moha's usual way of speaking. Lin Moha said, Little you, I am at a critical moment in comprehending the law right now, and it's a bit difficult. Wait for a while longer, and I'll come find you. Lin Moyu vaguely sensed the breath of the law coming from the grotto heaven. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he ultimately chose to believe Lin Moha's words. He chose to believe Lin Moha's words, or perhaps it was because he understood Lin Moha. The two had grown up together since childhood, so of course, he knew Lin Moha's personality very well. If something had happened, Lin Moha would definitely not hide it from him. If the critical moment of comprehending the law was real, perhaps it was really difficult to be distracted. Lin Moyu had also experienced similar things. Once immersed in it, he would not pay too much attention to the flow of time. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, then I'll go first. Sister, after you've finished comprehending, remember to come find me. I have something to tell you. Okay. After these words, the array stopped. Lin Moyu took a deep look at the grotto heaven, then turned and left. He always remembered Lin Moha's words. Everyone has their own path to walk. Perhaps Lin Moha was walking her own path. The wings of the undead vibrated like lightning flashing across the sky. At this moment, Lin Moyu did not push his speed to the limit. After he returned to land, he looked down at the earth from the sky, passed through cities, and looked at the people living in the cities along the way. The whole world had really changed significantly. After the disaster, people quickly began to focus on rebuilding their homes. Now the whole world belonged to the ship people, and there were no more land issues. The internal troubles had completely disappeared. The good virtue of hard work of the Xia people was truly demonstrated. Everywhere there were people working hard and building. The whole world was full of vitality. Along the way, he also saw many wild dungeons. In front of the dungeons, many people were forming teams. There were also teams that had killed wild bosses to get equipment. Oh, what a coincidence. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth suddenly curled up. He felt Ning Ye's breath. At this moment his soul was very sharp, and he caught Ning Ye's breath from a very long distance. A white light shot up into the sky, accompanied by Ning Ye's excited steel-like cheer. The white light indicated that her level had increased. Ning Ye had finally reached level 70. In front of her, a wild boss was lying on the ground. This wild boss had become the stepping stone for Ning Ye to level up. Shu Han smiled gently. Why is this little girl so excited? Does she feel that she can finally get married? Ning Ye's small face turned red. Sister Shu Han, what nonsense are you talking about? Shu Han looked at Ning Ye with her beautiful eyes, not letting go. Oh, you're blushing. Am I talking nonsense? Yuner, Chitian, Yves tell me, am I talking nonsense? Ning Ye sorted, it's not like I'm the only one who wants to get married. Sister Shu Han, don't you want to get married? I don't know who it is that keeps calling junior brother Lin in their sleep. Ning Ye's words were more powerful than a stellar level spell. Shu Han was immediately speechless, her beautiful face blushing, and Mo Yun pulled Mu Shintian 2 steps away, leaving the battlefield of the two. Ning Ye gained the upper hand and pressed on. Sister Shu Han, I'm right. Shu Han retreated in defeat, at a loss for words. At this time Mo Yun whispered into Mo Shintian's ear, Shintian, I don't talk in my sleep, right? Mo Shintian thought for a moment. Probably not. What about me? Mo Yun shook her head. I didn't hear anything either. Shu Han was no match for Ning Ye, and was defeated in a few sentences, but she was unwilling to give up and immediately called for reinforcements. Yuner, what did you tell me last time? If you want to find a husband in the future, you'll find. Mo Yun's expression changed drastically. She suddenly rushed in front of Shu Han and covered her mouth with one hand. Don't say it. Ning Ye was stunned for a moment. Why did the always calm Mo Yun have such a big reaction? And why was Mo Yun's face so red? Ning Ye suddenly thought of something. Sister Yuner, you wouldn't also. Mo Yun immediately shook her head. No, I never said I wanted to marry her. Ning Ye was stunned on the spot. Mo Yun was also startled. She realized she had let it slip. Plain. The hammer in Mu Shintian's hand fell to the ground. Shu Han reacted and blinked at Mu Shintian. Shintian, last time you were drunk, did you say the person you like the most is junior brother Lin? Mo Shintian shook her head desperately. No. That was just drunken talk. Shu Han giggled. That's called in vino veritas. Ning Ye stiffly turned her head to look at Mu Shintian. Sister Shintian, is it true? No, I was really drunk and talking nonsense, Mu Shintian denied desperately. Ning Ye was not a fool, and immediately guessed. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. For the past few years, the four of them had been together all day, facing dangers together, and sharing happiness together. The bond between the four of them had long been one where they could entrust their lives to each other. Sisterly love was not enough to describe it, life and death bond was too shallow. But no matter what, she never expected that Ning Ye's heart would be in turmoil for a moment, not knowing what to do. It felt like I treat you as sisters, but you want to compete with me for a man's affection. Tears fell disappointedly. The three quickly surrounded her, comforting Ning Ye with a flurry of words. Not only did Ning Ye feel confused, but in the air, Lin Moyu also felt a headache. Now he didn't know what to do. He originally intended to show himself. After all, he hadn't seen Ning Ye for a long time, and missed her a little. But if he went down now, it might cause big trouble. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and decided to take the best course of action. The wings of the undead vibrated slightly, and disappeared without a trace. In the small courtyard of Baishen, Bai Yiyuan's deafening laughter rang out. Hin Quangjing stood to one side without expressing any opinion. He had no experience and no right to speak. Actually, Bai Yuan had no right either, but as an experienced person, it was no problem to laugh at Lin Moyu. As a result, being older meant he didn't need to save face, so Bai Yuan laughed unscrupulously, not leaving any face for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu could only choose to ignore it. He didn't know when he started to realize that his master, the awe-inspiring god of slaughter in everyone's mind, turned out to be such an unrestrained person. Lin Moyu thought for a moment he should have shown something when he first came to the land of blood crystals. Only Meng Yanwen looked at Lin Moyu with a gentle smile. Lin Moyu also knew that perhaps only Meng Yanwen could give him an answer. This In Shen was a deeply hidden master, walking among flowers without a single leaf sticking to him. Perhaps he could solve his problem. Mang Yin-won handed over his teacup, and Lin Moyu immediately poured him hot tea, then respectfully returned the fragrant teacup. When asking for a favor, one must have the attitude of asking for a favor. Mang Yin-won asked slowly. Only 4. What do you mean? Only 4. The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched twice, not knowing how to answer. Mang Yin-won said, I is old man Ng's granddaughter, Yuner is old man Mo's granddaughter, Shu Han is Shu Yashin's granddaughter. The families of these 3 are connected, you know. The Ning family, the Mo family, and the Shu family are all big families, all belonging to important existences. The presence of any one of them is enough to shake the entire Xia, let alone the 3 families being connected. Lin Moyu said, they also have a good relationship with Yi. Mang Yin-won chuckled, there's also a girl named Mu Xiantian, who has a very simple demeanor and a very deep affection for Yi, like a real sister. Little Yu, teacher asks you, are you interested in the 3 of them? Lin Moyu shook his head, showing no interest. The problem now was not whether he was interested in them, but whether they were interested in him. Mang Yin-won continued to ask, then do you hate them? Lin Moyu shook his head again, no. Thinking back, he had appeared at the same time as one of the 3. On the eternal battlefield, he advanced together with Mo Yun, fighting alongside her. Mo Yun acted decisively, without delay, a true heroine. He cleared dungeons with Mu Xiantian, increasing profits. Mu Xiantian was simple, like a blank sheet of paper, never fighting or rotting for anything, extremely obedient and well-behaved. In the academy, Shu Han was like a close older sister, beautiful, knowledgeable, and exquisitely understanding. Looking at them individually, all 3 were outstanding women. Lin Moyu treated them as friends, but never had such thoughts. Mang Yin-won smiled, not at all. Even if it's not much, there's a little, right? Lin Moyu was about to speak again, but was interrupted by Mang Yin-won. You don't need to answer. Actually, your actions have already given the answer. If you have no feelings at all, you should feel relieved first. It's better to make things clear. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Really? Isn't that right? Mang Yin-won drank his tea, squinting his eyes, a hard-eyed smile in them. Lin Moyu was always very calm and could quickly judge everything. But in terms of feelings, he was really not good. Mang Yin-won said, most things in this world can be clearly distinguished between black and white, but feelings cannot. If you really have no thoughts, then just tell them directly. Tell them not to wait in suffering, not to be like Old Bay, making people wait, waiting half a lifetime for the flower to bloom and bear fruit. Bai Yuan's smile suddenly stopped. Why does it always come back to me? But Yan Quanshan held back his laughter. He himself was also a fool in terms of feelings, so what right did he have to laugh at little Yu? Bai Yuan snorted, anyway, it's better than you becoming a lonely old man. It's because I didn't want to find one. If I wanted to, there would be a pile of them. Lin Moyu separated the 2 and continued to ask for help from Mang Yin-won. Mang Yin-won pointed his finger, and a simple array enveloped the 2, blocking out the sound from outside. Little Yu, actually, teacher has learned, you should marry all of them. Mang Yin-won's serious words stunned Lin Moyu. Marry all of them? He had never thought about that. Mang Yin-won said, besides the 3 of them are your friends, right? At the same time, the 3 of them are also Ye's friends, right? Suppose you only marry Ye, will it be awkward between you in the future? Won't you even be friends? Besides, the hearts of the 3 of them will be hurt, and I guess Ye won't be happy either. Instead of becoming so awkward, it's better to marry all of them. Lin Moyu didn't know what to say. His teacher's theory really opened his eyes. But can he still think about those things? Mang Yin-won smiled slightly. With your status in the empire, you have special privileges. Marrying more wives is no problem. As for the territory of those old guys, your master will speak for you. Don't worry. Ye's family. Mo Yun was also not surprised to marry multiple wives at once, but the old man also had 3 wives. Besides, you also said that the 4 of them don't quarrel at all, which also completely proves one thing. Hearing what Mang Yin-won said made sense, but Lin Moyu always felt that something was not right. Mang Yin-won continued, a great man. What are you hesitating for? Either marry all of them, or marry none of them. You think about it. Lin Moyu suddenly asked, teacher, why didn't you get married? Mang Yin-won chuckled, too many people. Too busy. One sentence immediately left Lin Moyu speechless. Too many people, indeed very many. That day, he had seen no less than 20 people, and there were probably some he hadn't seen. When Mang Yin-won was young, he was indeed recognized as the most handsome man in the Xia Divine Empire, and many women liked him. Mang Yin-won talked a lot with Lin Moyu again. Either marry all, or marry none. If you marry one, 3 people will be heartbroken, and you will also lose 3 friends. The tradition of the Xia divine empire was also not one wife and one husband. Usually, capable men would marry many people. Finally, under Meng Yanwen's deception, Lin Moyu was successfully brainwashed. The next matter was immediately handed over to Meng Yanwen and the others. According to the tradition of the Xia divine empire, the elders must represent them to go to the door to propose marriage. Meng Yanwen was the best candidate. In the Ning family's residence in Shijing, a profession transfer array was operating. Ning Yi sat silently in the middle of the array, receiving the trial of the laws of heaven and earth. The array was personally arranged by Meng Yanwen, and it was definitely the best profession transfer array in the human race. Feeling Ning Yi's condition in the array, Meng Yanwen knew there would be no problem. Next, it depended on Ning Yi's luck. Ning Yi had the elemental god stone given by Lin Moyu, which could increase the probability of profession sublimation. Coupled with the array he arranged, and a large number of treasures brought out by the Ning family, the probability of profession sublimation exceeded 50. At the same time, Ning Yi also had a talent god stone and a skill god stone, which could not only awaken talents, but also enhance skills. Lin Moyu had taken a completely different path, and all the useless things were given to Ning Yi. With these things, even if Ning Yi did not have a profession sublimation, it would not have a big impact. Meng Yanwen and Ning Taran stood side by side. The others were all 10 meters away. Regardless of their status or identity, they were not qualified to stand next to them. Meng Yanwen said in a low voice, "Old Ning, I want to propose on behalf of little you." Ning Taran seemed to have guessed it long ago. The light flashed in his eyes. "Okay." Ning Taran agreed very decisively, without any hesitation. Meng Yanwen was a little surprised. "You agreed so quickly. Do you hope I refuse?" Ning Taran was a little strange and asked back, "You old man, don't you look after your precious granddaughter more than anything? What's the use of looking after her?" Can I not agree? Will guy let me off? 3 consecutive question marks were all reasonable questions. Some of the words that had been prepared well before had no place to be used. He originally thought that this old man named Taran would be a little arrogant and would need him to talk. He didn't expect him to agree immediately, which surprised Meng Yanwen a little. Ning Taran said, "We'll discuss the time later, then you can bring some betrothal gifts, and we'll settle this matter." Meng Yanwen said in a low voice, "Old Ning, there's still a little problem here." Ning Taran suddenly frowned and asked, "What's the problem? Don't tell me little Lin doesn't want to marry." Meng Yanwen shook his head slightly. "That's not it. It's Mo Yun and Shu Han. What about them?" Ning Taran didn't think of it for a moment. Meng Yanwen looked at Ning Taran, took a deep breath, and conveyed everything clearly. He once again exerted his powerful deception ability, in which he also mixed his own imagination. Ning Taran was engrossed in listening, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. After listening, Ning Taran thought for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask, "What does I say?" Meng Yanwen glanced at Ning Taran. "I haven't asked yet. I'll ask in a moment and I'll know. I'm asking you first if you agree. If you don't agree, just pretend I didn't say anything. Anyway, the marriage of Lil Yu and I will not change, it's fine as it is. As for the other 3, I'll go and make it clear. At most, we won't be friends in the future, and we won't meet again, to avoid embarrassment." The Ning family, the Mo family, and the Shu family had been friends for generations. This had lasted for many years. Although it was just a small matter among the younger generation, these juniors were all treasures in their families. If their relationship was not good, it would also mean that a crack would appear between the families. Ning Taran also had to consider it. Meng Yanwen saw Ning Taran hesitate and knew that this person was a little shaken, so he immediately struck while the iron was hot. "Just say yes or no. We've known each other for so many years, from life to death, so I'm asking for your opinion first." Meng Yanwen flattered Ning Taran first, lifting him up. At least doing so would make Ning Taran feel comfortable. Ning Taran obviously enjoyed it very much. There were not many people in the world who could compare with him. Meng Yanwen was one of them, so Meng Yanwen's flattering words were very effective. After careful consideration, Ning Taran finally made a decision. "As long as I has no opinion, this old man will reluctantly agree." This was the answer Meng Yanwen wanted. The other things were actually easy to persuade. The most troublesome was Ning Taran. As long as Ning Taran agreed, he was confident about Mo Xinghai and Xu Yashan. Suddenly, an explosion lit up the sky. Rays of light descended from the sky, followed by the churning of laws. "Profession sublimation," Ning Taran shouted softly, his eyes revealing joy. Ning Yi had successfully triggered profession sublimation and would achieve a comprehensive upgrade. Next, Ming took out 2 god stones, a talent god stone and a skill god stone. The talent god stone could awaken a new talent. The skill god stone could enhance her own skills. Lin Moyu originally intended to keep these 2 items for his own use, but later he took a completely different path from others, so he no longer needed these 2 items. Half a day later, Ming Yai's 3rd profession transfer ended beautifully. The profession transfer array slowly stopped. Ming Yai had a smiling face and a bright and mischievous demeanor. Grandpa Meng, thank you. Meng Yanwen chuckled. You'll have to change how you address me in the future. Ming Yai immediately understood the meaning in Meng Yanwen's words, and her small face couldn't help but turn red. But if I call you that, won't you be a generation lower than my grandpa? Meng Yanwen smiled. We each have our own status. We don't need to care so much. I think your grandpa won't take advantage of me. Ning Taran snorted lightly. I'm not that old. Meng Yanwen smiled. You see, your grandpa is still very reasonable. Grandpa Meng has something to talk to you about and wants to ask for your opinion. Ming Yai had grown up a lot in the past few years, and her personality was much more stable than before. Her big eyes blinked gently. Go ahead. Meng Yanwen said. Let's go somewhere else. I only want to say this to you. Ning Yai saw that her grandpa had no objection, and then led Meng Yanwen to another place. Meng Yanwen casually set up a soundproof array. Ning Taran looked at the 2 people in the array. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he could still judge from Ming Yai's expression. What surprised Ning Taran was that his precious granddaughter didn't have much of a reaction. This seemed completely different from what he thought. Not only did she not have much of a reaction, but Ning Yai also nodded. It seemed that she had agreed. The 2 did not talk for long. Meng Yanwen removed the array and said, Old Ning, I am leaving first. I'm going to the Mo family, and Shu Yashin's place. You guys get ready too. I'll come to your door again in 2 days. Meng Yanwen left, and Ning Taran immediately pulled Ning Yai. What did old Meng say to you? Ning Yai's small face turned red. Grandpa Meng said he would come to propose in 2 days. You've already agreed. Is there anything else? There is. Ning Yai's face turned redder, and she lowered her head slightly. Grandpa Meng also said that Sister Mo Yun, Sister Shu Han, and Shine might marry Lin Moyu with me. Ning Taran stroked his beard. You agreed. Ning Yai nodded gently. Ning Taran couldn't help but sigh. In fact, after seeing Ning Yai's reaction, Ning Taran already knew that this girl had agreed 8 or 9 times out of 10. Ning Taran asked, Tell Grandpa, what do you think? That Lin Moyu is marrying 4 people at once. Ning Yi lowered her head. I don't think anything of it. Didn't Grandpa marry 3 people too? Moyu is so outstanding, 1 more is nothing. Ning Taran was depressed, his breath stuck in his chest, unable to come out. Yes, he himself married 3 people. Lin Moyu is just marrying 1 more than him. What's wrong with that? Speaking of this, it seems that there is really such a reason. In the most brutal era of war, in order to prolong the bloodline, to let more powerful people be born. The powerful people in the Xia Divine Empire were the professions with elite bloodlines. Having multiple wives and children were all normal things. This tradition has also been preserved with the changes of history. Lin Moyu can be said to be the most outstanding and powerful man in this world. If he opens his mouth, let alone marrying 4 people, I'm afraid that marrying a few hundred or even 1,000 people is no problem. Ning Taran finally had nothing more to say, and let out a long sigh. When Meng Yanwen returned, he had a smile on his face. Everything was settled. Mo Xinghai and Shu Yashin had no objections. Meng Yanwen also asked for the opinions of Mo Yun and Shu Han. Although the 2 were very shy, they finally agreed. As for Mu Xiantian, this girl had no parents and was raised by the old guild leader of the Old Lamb Guild since she was a child. Meng Yanwen went directly to the Old Lamb Guild, and the result was also very satisfactory. The next step was to formally come to the door to propose marriage and discuss the wedding date. These things did not need Lin Moyu to worry about. As Lin Moyu's teachers, Meng Yanwen, Bai Yiyuan, and Yan Quangshen took care of many things and solved everything. Lin Moyu just had to sit back and enjoy the benefits. A few days later, Meng Yanwen, Bai Yiyuan, and Yan Quangshen went to the door to propose marriage together. The 3 first went to the Ning family to discuss the wedding date with Ning Taran. Then the 3 split up and went to the Mo family, the Shu family, and the Old Lamb Guild. After discussion, the wedding was set for 1 month later. The 3 of them were very happy, and had no intention of hiding it. So the news that Lin Moyu was getting married swept through the entire Xia Divine Empire like a whirlwind. The vast majority of people in the Xia Divine Empire took Lin Moyu as an example, and no one felt that there was anything wrong with Lin Moyu marrying 4 people at once. Some people even thought that Lin Moyu had not married enough and should have married dozens or even hundreds of people. When Lin Moyu heard this news, he was a little speechless. Do they want to treat me like a stud horse? According to the customs of the Xia Divine Empire, after the wedding date is set, the two parties cannot meet. Lin Moyu had thought a lot these past few days. He knew that his feelings for Mo Yun Chuhan and Mo Xianqian were not deep, but at least they were good. All three were beauties, and any one of them had a charm that ordinary people could not resist. So subconsciously, Lin Moyu did not object. This was a normal psychology, and there was no need to avoid it. Lin Moyu looked directly at his true feelings, and knew what he wanted. Right and wrong, as long as he himself judged it, it was fine. As for Ning Ye, he also thought this was a normal thing. After all, in a big family like hers, many elders had 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even her most beloved grandpa had married 3 people, and all 3 grandmas were very good to him. Growing up in such a family, Ning Ye had long accepted it. Lin Moyu's wedding had begun to be arranged, but it was all Meng In-wen and the others who were busy. On the contrary, Lin Moyu was idle with nothing to do. In the deepest part of the Creation God Academy, Lin Moyu appeared in front of the grotto, his soul power slowly moving, activating the array in front of the grotto. Sister. The sound of his soul transmitted into the grotto. Lin Moha's breath faintly came from within the array. Lin Moyu felt that Lin Moha seemed to have become stronger again. Her aura had become more abundant, and her laws were also very strong. It seemed that she was approaching the demi-super god level. It had only been a few days, and Lin Moha's strength had once again increased a lot. If this continued, it was estimated that in less than 10 days or half a month, Lin Moha would become a demi-super god. Just like Yani, a level 98 demi-super god. With this leveling speed, even Lin Moyu couldn't help but be a little envious. It was not difficult to obtain soul power. The difficulty was comprehending laws and the increase in soul level. He really didn't know what talent Lin Moha had that she had actually overcome the bottleneck. Little you, what's the matter? Lin Moha's voice came out through the array. Her voice was very calm, without any panic. And obviously, there was nothing wrong. Lin Moyu said, my wedding date has been set. It will be held at Shaijing Academy in a month. Really? Lin Moha's voice carried a pleasant surprise. Hit it with that, Miss Yi. Lin Moyu said. There's Yi, and there are others too. Lin Moha's voice rose several times. Really? Lin Moyu grunted. There are 4 in total. Little brother, you finally thought it through. Our Lin family can finally have many descendants. Lin Moha was very excited. Her breath also fluctuated violently, and the laws collided, making a roaring sound. At this time, Lin Moyu was even more certain that his sister should be fine, and the doubts he had for many days were completely eliminated. Sister, will you come then? Of course I'll come. How can I not come to my little brother's wedding? Lin Moha agreed immediately. It's good that you're coming. Lin Moyu did not continue to disturb Lin Moha. He could feel the unstable laws in the grotto, and knew that Lin Moha might be at a critical moment. Inside the grotto, in a small stone room, Lin Moha faced the stone wall and said, can you wait for another month? I won't resist this time. The stone wall suddenly emitted starlight, and at the same time, a majestic voice came out. The voice seemed to carry a heavy pressure, instantly suppressing the laws of the stone room so that they could not move. Not only could the laws not move, but Lin Moha was also the same. It was as if 1,000 caddies of weight were on her body, pressing her down tightly. Is resistance useful? Lin Moha sighed. It's really useless. I'll give you 1 month. In 1 month, I'll come to pick you up. The sound disappeared, and the stone wall no longer glowed. The laws resumed their flow again. Lin Moha's eyelids twitched. This was not the first time the owner of this voice had spoken. Every time he appeared, it was as terrifying as this. Compared to her teacher, the emperor, the owner of this voice was countless times more terrifying. Lin Moha had a headache and covered her forehead. Who takes a disciple like this? How can there be someone who forces a purchase, forces a sale, and forces someone to be their disciple? She only dared to think these words but did not dare to say them out loud. Lin Moha clearly remembered that when she broke through to level 96, the other party suddenly appeared and said they wanted to accept her as a disciple. It was useless for her to object. The other party's strength was too strong, so strong that she could not resist at all. Moreover, the other party was very domineering. If she did not agree, they would destroy this world. Lin Moha did not doubt it. She felt that the other party was not bragging, but really had this strength. So Lin Moha tried every means to stabilize the other party first, but unfortunately, the effect was minimal. During this period, besides cultivating She was talking to the other party. Although the other party's attitude was not good, the pressure was very strong, and they were also very arrogant. But they were still willing to say a few words to her. Lin Moha gradually learned some things about the great world. The emperor had told her some things. She knew that outside her world, there was a great world, but Ye Yan also didn't know much and couldn't explain it clearly. Now she had a certain understanding of the great world. At that time, the other party said that when she reached the half-step super god level, they would come to pick her up. Lin Moha originally thought that she could stop cultivating, but the other party did not give her a chance at all, forcibly transferring huge soul power and various law comprehensions into her. The teaching was like force-feeding a duck. Even if Lin Moha didn't want to, she was constantly rising to level 78. Lin Moha tried all kinds of resistance, but they all failed. The other party even forbade her from leaving this room. Under such circumstances, Lin Moha's level rose faster and faster, as if she were on a rocket. In the end, Lin Moha had to compromise. 1 month, only 1 month left. Lin Moha held her head. In a month, she would probably be taken away by the other party, and become the disciple of a stranger. No matter what, at least I have to attend Moyu's wedding first. After leaving the Creation God Academy, on the way back, a white light suddenly emitted from Lin Moyu's body, and then a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping him in it. The beam of light connecting heaven and earth shot into the vast ocean. For a time, the wind rose and the clouds surged, and the blue waves surged to the sky. A strange aura began to emanate from Lin Moyu's body, and waves of pressure continued to spread outward. Leveling up. Lin Moyu said softly to himself, I had long expected to level up these days, but I didn't expect the level up to come earlier than expected. Level 90 is also called the God level. Another great metamorphosis. There are many descriptions, all kinds of descriptions about the God level, but there has never been a description that can completely explain the God level clearly. Each human body has different comprehensions, and the information received is naturally different. And Tears told him that he must reach level 90 in the human world, but did not say the specific reason. He had to figure everything out by himself. The power of law between heaven and earth continued to descend, and Lin Moyu's aura continued to rise. The wind and clouds surged from all directions, and huge whirlpools appeared on the sea. On all sides, countless waterspouts coiled up to the sky. In the heaven and earth, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed between heaven and earth as if it were the end of the world. No one had ever been able to cause such a big commotion, even at the God level. Lin Moyu's strength was really too strong. The law entered his body, penetrated into his soul world, bringing great benefits to his body and soul. His body became stronger. The same was true for his soul world. Lin Moyu's soul world was originally strong enough, and this time it was further strengthened, like adding flowers to a orchid. His body was different. This time, his constitution was greatly improved in an all-round way. Was the bottleneck broken? Did the attribute soar like a rocket? When the bottleneck was broken, the water would overflow, and the power would begin to pour out violently. People all say that after level 90, attributes are downplayed and soul is valued more. But in fact, before becoming a super god level, each attribute has a meaning. It is like a sign, telling you where you are lacking at all times. Lin Moyu carefully felt the attributes inside him constantly increasing. Strength, constitution, and soul level were all improved. Enlightenment. Lin Moyu remembered and enter his instructions. This 9th level was not only a transformation and metamorphosis of himself, but also a transformation of the world. To become the master of the world, one must seize this opportunity. Before, Lin Moyu didn't understand why, but now he finally understood. Before his eyes, the world had completely transformed. His vision was constantly increasing, following the law to the end of the world. Looking down from above, he could observe the whole world. In the Demon Emperor's palace, Lin Moyu had also seen the map of the world, but that was just a map, not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. He saw the human world full of vitality, a complete and beautiful world. At the same time, he also saw the abyss and the dragon race in small pieces of the world. They were like two parasites, parasitizing in the human world. The two fragmented worlds were surrounded by chaos, constantly absorbing nutrients from the human world to maintain their own survival. If they were separated from the human world, they would soon fall into disaster and eventually be destroyed. It was indeed not wrong to say they were parasites. Lin Moyu knew that the two parasites like world fragments appeared in the Great Battle. In the years when the will of the human world was extremely strong, let alone parasitizing, I'm afraid that in just 1 second they would be immediately devoured and destroyed. The war between worlds is even more brutal than the war between races. Lin Moyu felt something in his heart. If a war breaks out between races, besides extinction, there will only be a few survivors. Then when the world is at war, it is only life or death. Either you devour me, or I devour you. Then his vision changed again. Lin Moyu saw the core of the world. Every world has a core. Even if the world collapses, its core can still exist. Just like the core that Lin Moyu was seeing, it was the only thing left after the world collapsed. At the core of the world, there are countless imprints of living beings. These imprints are also called true spirit imprints, which are the origin and foundation of a person when they are born in this world. Lin Moyu saw his true spirit imprint at a glance. The true spirit imprint in hand can do many things, such as tracking one's position through the true spirit imprint, and even cursing oneself through the true spirit imprint. And Tears also said that if he wanted to take Ning Yai and the others away, he must also take the true spirit imprint, but he had to wait until he became the master of the world to control the imprint. Now it's just for display, you can only look at it, but not touch it. The imprint has a different meaning to the world. The more imprints, the more living beings, and the more prosperous the world will be. Lin Moyu also understood the purpose of the appearance of the two small world fragments. They wanted to destroy the main creatures in the human world, erase the imprint of existence, and let the power of the world decline completely. In the end, they would reverse it, they would swallow the whole world, and even break it into pieces. The world would become a small world in the true sense. Then the demons, or the powerhouses, and the dragon race would come to pick the fruits. It's just that this world is a bit special. Whether it's the demon race or the dragon race, they will fail. In those years, they really had the ability to destroy the human race, but it was impossible to swallow the entire world. With Tears here, it will defend the final bottom line. The human race cannot be destroyed. At most, they will be completely disabled, but the fire of the soul will still be preserved. I didn't expect the abyss and the dragon race to come together. Before they could attack the human race, they fought with each other first. Moreover, the demon emperor Li Lian wanted to survive, so she began to use her own methods. At this time, the human race could seize the opportunity and develop again. According to Tears, the human world is just a pawn, a tool used by the powerhouses in the great world. There is a treasure in this world. Many powerhouses are competing for this treasure. Even the treasure is one of the reasons Tears came to this place. Lin Moyu felt that his connection with the world was getting closer and closer. He felt the will of the world. The will of the world was very close to him and did not reject him at all. In the eyes of the will of the world, he was a child, and a member of this world. Lin Moyu spoke words of blessing to his soul. His soul moved slightly, and the world power that was seized from the world core flew out and was injected into the will of the world. The whole world roared violently, and at this moment, the whole world was shining brightly. In those years, when the wild beasts and the insect race invaded, the will of the world was awakened, and all the power of the world was gathered to fight. After this battle, the will of the world fell asleep, and the power of the world also became weak. This time, it was Lin Moyu who woke it out. Moreover, these powers of the world had been peeled off bit by Lin Moyu with his own soul. Inside them were full of Lin Moyu's will. The World Master also received Lin Moyu's will at the same time. Lin Moyu felt that the will of the world had opened a door for him, welcoming him to step in. Lin Moyu stepped into the door and saw a brand new world, a world belonging to the will of the world. Different kinds of laws filled the entire space, and light groups of countless colors floated in front of him. This is the origin world, and also the core of the world. Lin Moyu knew clearly that as long as he refined it, he would be able to become the master of the world. But it is not easy to refine the origin world. It must be complete, not incomplete. All the laws are also complete. Although they are not as powerful as the laws of the great world, they are already complete. Here, one can understand various laws. All the laws are almost displayed and are also very easy to understand. Unfortunately, except for the World Master, no one can stay here for long. Not even a minute into this place. Lin Moyu felt the world's will wanting him to leave. Even if he entered the world with his own power, he would be driven out very quickly. Lin Moyu knew what he should do. He also didn't stay here, as that would anger the world's will. The world's will has no intelligence, only instinct. Everything is done based on instinct. In those years, the world's will instinctively felt that it was in a dangerous situation, so it joined forces with the gods of the human race to fight against the invaders. Before leaving, Lin Moyu left his soul imprint in the origin world. Soul imprints have many functions. They can guide and show a person's good intentions. Along with the power of the World Master bestowed upon it, it will be much easier next time. His consciousness returned to the real world, the laws of heaven and earth continued, and the level up was not completely over. The attributes continued to improve. Lin Moyu gave the gift of the World Master to the Will of the World. The Will of the World also sent back a gift in return. In the Soul World, the stellar level spells were all shining purely, especially the light of the corpse explosion was very strong. Lin Moyu's dragon trembled and immediately poured soul power into it. The Will of the World has no independent consciousness of its own. Only instinct. When it sleeps, all rules operate. Lin Moyu gave it to the World Master, and according to the rules, it would naturally return the favor. Its return gift was a trace of the origin of the world. Corpse Explosion is a planetary level spell with a fusion degree of only 20. It is very difficult to improve it further and requires many opportunities. Leveling up to a god only requires a small opportunity. With the help of the origin of the world, the fusion degree began to increase. Originally, when professionals were promoted to the god level, their stellar spells would also be strengthened. Most of Lin Moyu's spells have now been transformed into stellar level, having reached the limit of the rules of the small world and cannot be upgraded further. Only 3 spells, Damage Transfer, Corpse Explosion, and Summon Skeleton King, can still be upgraded. This time, a trace of the world's origin fell into the Corpse Explosion, causing Lin Moyu's soul power to be dispersed, and the fusion degree was finally increased. The fusion degree did not increase much, only to 40. Corpse Explosion, 40 fusion degree, explodes a corpse or skeleton within 400 meters. The designated target within the range takes damage equal to 40 of the corpse's remaining life before death. The spell's effect in terms of range and damage value has been increased. The increase in fusion degree is not the key. The key is that Lin Moyu felt the kindness of the world's will. For him, what he was about to do was very important. It took several days for others to be promoted to God. The rule limit of the small world was too low, and Lin Moyu was too strong, almost unable to upgrade further. Lin Moyu's upgrade process was very short, ending in less than an hour. At this time, the powerhouses who had reached the god level finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they felt an extremely great pressure, pressing them so hard that they could not breathe, and breathing was also difficult. The pressure came from the will of the world. When the World Master was activated, the will of the world also revived, but only for a short time. At that time, the pressure emitted affected everyone. Lin Moyu. Li Lion's voice suddenly sounded. Her voice was very special, pleasant but majestic. Once you heard it, you would not forget it. Lin Moyu took out the demon stone that the demon emperor had given him. The demon stone sparkled, and projected the beautiful figure of the demon emperor. What's the matter? The demon emperor suddenly contacted him. I don't know what happened. In the projection, Li Lion's expression was a bit sullen. You've reached the god level. How do you know? Lin Moyu frowned slightly, subconsciously thinking that the demon emperor had a spy on the human race. But when he thought about it, he realized that he had thought too much. No one in the human race could know that he had reached the god level. This place is the vast ocean. Where would there be spies? But how did the demon emperor know? Li Lion lowered her voice and said, just now, the will of the world awakened for a moment, and it also affected the abyss. Lin Moyu was enlightened. The abyss is a fragmented world attached to the small world, a parasite of the small world. The will of the small world will naturally affect it. Li Lion saw that Lin Moyu seemed a little unhappy, and explained, you don't need to deny it. I have no ill intentions. Lin Moyu did not hide anything. It's true that I have been promoted to God. Are you looking for me just for this? Don't worry, our cooperation is still valid. Li Lion breathed a sigh of relief. Just after the will of the world was restored, something happened here. What? I belong to the demon lineage. The high-level demons have sent a message that they may be coming. Coming? Are the demons really coming? Lin Moyu thought so in his heart, but his face did not show too much worry. He already knew this. According to the rules of the world, even if demons came, at most they would only be at the super bad level. Moreover, the landing point could only be in the deep space. Then they had to find the connection point with the abyss from the deep space to truly reach the abyss world. The deep space is not easy to enter. If you are not careful, you will easily die. In the deep space, there are not only super god level monsters, but also other races or various dangers left over from ancient wars. Seeing Lin Moyu's emotionless face, Li Lion said, aren't you worried at all? My superior demons are at least super god level. Is worrying useful? Lin Moyu smiled slightly and suddenly changed the subject. Actually, you are worried about yourself. Li Lion's expression changed instantly. Lin Moyu had hit her sore spot. She was indeed worried about herself. Her bloodline was very special, a mixture of human and demon. Once discovered, neither the human race nor the demon race would let her go. She was not confident enough to hide her bloodline from high-level demons. Li Lian said in a deep voice, "You're right, I'm really a little worried. There's one more thing. If they come, my rights will also disappear. At that time, they will order all abyss demons to attack the human race. Of course with you here, the human race will definitely not be destroyed, but there will definitely be countless casualties. You certainly don't want to see this scene, do you?" In fact, Lin Moyu knew Li Lian was telling the truth. The human race would not be destroyed, but casualties were inevitable. The people of Xia had just survived a catastrophe, and there were still many things waiting to be done. It was best not to be tormented again. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also a little curious. Why did those high-level demons come now, not sooner or later? It had been so long. Why choose now? Lin Moyu raised his own question. Leyland said, "Because the will of the world has just recovered, activating a certain barrier in the abyss. This barrier is hidden in the abyss world. Even I don't know about it. If the will of the world is truly restored, their plan to invade the world will officially fail. So they are anxious to come and try one last time." Lin Moyu sneered. It's true that those who don't know are not afraid. If they had known the situation of this world earlier, they would probably have given up. If those high-level demons knew that this world was so complicated, that there was a kind like Antares in this world, they would not have chosen to be a fragment of the world. A world fragment is not something that can be obtained casually. For a race, this is a weapon and also a very important strategic resource. Every time a world fragment is used, something must be harvested. The invasion and occupation of this world has taken too long. If the will of the world had not been revived before, the demons might have had to wait a little longer. They have long lifespans and can live for many years or hundreds of years without any problem. But now the will of the world is recovering, which may lead to the failure of the entire invasion plan, and even the loss of a piece of the world. Such a loss, the demons will not be willing to bear. So after learning about it, they chose to come and inform the demon emperor, ordering the demon emperor to welcome them to the abyss. Lin Moyu probably also guessed the demon emperor's meaning. There were only two methods left. One was for Lin Moyu to become the master of the world before they came, and the will of the world would be completely revived, swallowing the world fragment. That meant the invasion had truly failed, and the high-level demons would not need to come anymore. The second was to stop them and not let them come here. As for killing them all, Lillian had never thought about it. This was very obvious. After all, the opponent was at least super bad level, and she was no match for them at all. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. When are they coming? The light of the demon stone gradually faded. Li Lian's figure disappeared. Lin Moyu felt a hint of anxiety between her eyebrows. The high-level demons would arrive within a month. A month was just an estimated time. The specific time had not been completely determined. Li Lian was a smart person. For so many years, she had always chosen what was most beneficial to herself. Li Lian also cherished her life very much. She had high ambitions. This time, the arrival of the demons could be said to be the greatest danger to her, so she would absolutely not sit back and watch. On the eternal battlefield, Antares squinted its sleepy eyes and breathed dragon fire at Lin Moyu, while complaining incessantly. "I really regret meeting you. Ever since I met you bastard, I haven't been able to have a peaceful sleep." Lin Moyu didn't care at all, letting the dragon's breath burn him. A white light immediately emanated from his body, as the undead shared the damage for him. Our human race has a saying, one shouldn't sleep too much in life, for after death, one will sleep for 1,000 autumns. I despise that. What death and no death. I will live for billions of years. Immortal. Antares shouted, and a strong wind suddenly blew up, sweeping up the sky full of dust. Lin Moyu said with a smile, all right, you can be immortal. I'll tell you something. The high-level demons in the abyss are coming. Antares' eyes rolled. Is it because the will of the world has revived that they are anxious? Lin Moyu was not surprised that Antares could guess. With Antares' knowledge, it would be strange if it couldn't guess. Lin Moyu said, Lillian came to me, hoping that I could ruin their appearance. Antares chuckled, you must have other ideas. Lin Moyu snorted and said, I feel that Li Lion's idea is not safe. It would be better to destroy them. Antares very much agreed with Lin Moyu's idea. Your thinking is not wrong, and you have the ability to do it, but you should not underestimate Lilian. She can become the demon emperor, so her mind is also very good. Lin Moyu asked, does she have a backup plan? Of course she does. Do you think being the demon emperor for so many years is just for show? It's just that the backup plan doesn't bring her any benefits. But if it's to save her life, do you think she would do it? And Tears' tone was a bit strange. It was clear that after knowing what Lee had left behind, it showed an extremely despicable expression, clearly wanting to say, "Come and ask me." Lin Wei deliberately didn't ask. What she prepared may not be usable. "I will destroy the high-level demons, become the master of the world, and devour the two world fragments, the dragon race and the abyss." Although these two world fragments are small, they still have some world power. After swallowing them, the small world can also be strengthened. Lin Moi looked at Antares. "There's one more thing. I want to get married." "Get married? How many people?" Antares asked casually. A black line appeared on Lin Moi's forehead. "What do you mean, how many people?" "4, you should be able to guess. The wedding is scheduled to take place in a month. At that time, I will come to give you wedding candy. That's also when the high-level demons will arrive. I hope their eyes will be bright then and they won't come." Lin Moi said fiercely. If they dared to ruin his wedding, he would definitely let those descending demons know the meaning of torture. Antares laughed. "Don't worry. I will help you then. None of them can escape." The scale of Lin Moi's wedding grew larger and larger, enough to accommodate 100,000 people. The entire square of Shajing Academy was occupied. The square was decorated with lanterns and flowers, and many students came to see it every day. It was clear that their place had been occupied, but no one dared to protest. Meng and Wen and the others personally arranged it, and the one getting married was Lin Moyu, who would dare to object. Not only did they not object, but the students also cooperated. Who said Lin Moyu was their idol? Within a month, Lin Moyu had completely adapted to his level 90 strength. His attributes had improved significantly compared to level 89, especially his mental power, which had increased significantly. The increase in mental power could make the power of the bone spells even greater. There was not much difference in the summoning system and the soul system. Lin Moyu had been staying in the Baishen courtyard since returning from Antares' place. He understood the law, and the two sides of the law of immortality always fascinated him. He was so engrossed in it that he couldn't help himself, and even had no time to understand the law of time. You have to eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. Lin Moyu knew this truth very well, and he never set his goals too high. The implementation of the law made Lin Moyu comprehend very quickly. In less than a month, its effect could be compared to many years, even 10 years of effort by others. The comprehension of the law can be called the first tool to understand the law. A month passed in a flash. Lin Moyu had left a few days ago, and sent wedding candy to Antares. Jiajing Academy was very lively at this time. Many people came to attend Lin Moyu's wedding. A preliminary calculation of the number of people showed that there were as many as 10,000. Lin Moyu couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scale. The scale was probably too big. Thousands of wine tables were neatly placed in the square of Shijing Academy. Each table, and even each chair, was clearly marked with the name of the guest.